All right, it says that we are live. What is up, peeps, bitches, and yes, even the hoes? With me, I have Astronomy Live, and we are going to be complaining about a lot of things. Isn't that right, Astronomy Live?
Yes, we are. We have a number of subjects to touch upon that have come up in the last few days, and I've been whining about them here to Red's Rhetoric, and he agreed that there's enough to chew on here to have a stream about it and discuss some of the things going on various social media platforms.
Of course. I mean, it's one thing when you call me on my phone, you're like, "Hey, I would like to bitch and moan to you for about an hour," which I totally understand. I am, the Dr. Phil of the group, if you will. I am the therapist. I'm not a very good one. Let's be honest here. I'm not a very good therapist. But every piece of advice I have given you throughout the entirety of our friendship has been professional, but it has been unlicensed.
And you know what they say, you get what you pay for.
Yeah, exactly. And yes, I did steal that from another YouTube channel. 5 points if you can guess where I stole it from, because let me just be completely honest here. I'm not original in the slightest. But anyway, Astronomy Live gave me a phone call and was bitching and moaning about a bunch of things. And by the way, I totally agree with everything he said. And that's why I was like, let's have a hangout about this. It's useful. And we're going to explain why the internet is totally screwed. Like, absolutely 100% screwed. And so, yeah, Astronomy Live. I am going to show your screen right now, and I'm going to ask you to take it away.
All right. Speaking of, just to go back on what you just said in terms of we're screwed, and we are for a variety of reasons, but did I even tell you about the update regarding um, the Secretary of Education last night? Did I send you that story?
No, and now I'm like scared.
Oh yeah, yeah. You should be. You should be. I just found this out. I think last night. I posted about it on X/Twitter, but
Up, 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 up,
she
up, up, up. You know the rules around here. It's not
Twitter.
X
Sorry,
slash Twitter. It's just
it's
Twitter.
just Twitter.
It's
Yes, I get
okay.
it.
Okay, we're gonna get to the end of this. It's just Twitter.
Right.
I'm gonna
Got it.
ask you to start that sentence again, good sir.
Okay, so I believe I posted about this last night on Twitter when I
Oh,
found
there
out
it
about
is.
it.
Thank you.
So the Secretary of Education is also on Twitter. She has both the official Secretary of Education Twitter account, but also her own personal account. And as you would expect, the official Secretary of Education account tends to just follow other political figures. But her personal account follows many more accounts. And it was discovered that one of the accounts that she evidently started following in the last 16 months one of the biggest flat Earth accounts on Twitter that was created about 16 months ago. So, sometime in the last year and a half, she started following that account, Flat Earth Library. Yeah, the Secretary of Education is following one of the biggest flat Earth accounts on Twitter. She is
So,
also not following. I also want to point out she's not following NASA. You know, if you look at my Twitter account, I follow accounts that I don't necessarily agree with, but for one reason or another, I want to keep tabs on it, etc. But you can see from my content and from my other follows, clearly I enjoy space, clearly I follow NASA, other things. But no, her account's not following NASA or anything like that, but it is following one of the biggest flat Earth accounts on Twitter. This is cause for serious concern, I feel.
yeah, so what I'm getting from this is it's not just the internet that is totally screwed.
Oh, we're all screwed. No, we're all very screwed.
This is
And,
fucked up in like many different ways, and I just want you to know that I am going to have nightmares because of what you just said to me. What the actual fuck? We
I
we have we have we have basically galvanized. We have cemented stupidity within our society by promoting this fucking horseshit. And people say, "Oh, what you're doing actually doesn't really matter all that much." Bitch, we may be the only ones left. You can't trust your teachers to teach like actual fucking science anymore, because they're all going to be, hired by a governing body that supports or follows fucking flat earth Twitter accounts. What
It blows
the
my mind.
fuck? What the fuck? No.
So-
No, guys. This God. Yep, we're fucked. Okay, it's been a good run, guys. I just want to know, it's been a good run. Idiocracy is now officially a documentary. Astronomy Live. It's been great fun. A nice try. And cookies on me, of course. Yeah. When's the funeral is all I gotta say. When we already have brain drain in this country, but I guess if we're just going to say fuck being smart in general, or even knowing the basics in general, let's go ahead and just have the funeral for our next generation ahead of time. Let's just get it over with. We got to rent a hearse. Maybe we'll bake a cake. I don't know. It seems kind of weird to have a cake at such an event, but fuck it. We'll bring cake, cookies, milk, Oreos. We need Oreos.
So, I would love to be a fly on the wall in some of these private cabinet meetings, because keep in mind, the acting administrator of NASA right now, who is it? It's the Secretary of Transportation, another cabinet member. So, I want to know, is the Secretary of Education, after the meetings, sitting there trying to argue with the Secretary of Transportation, trying to convince the administrator of NASA that NASA is a hoax and that the Earth is flat? I would love to know that.
And also let's be very, very clear here about the way our government is right now. It's fucked. And the only way these motherfuckers got their job, it wasn't because of merit. It wasn't because they knew what the fuck they were doing. It's because they knew how to cup and stroke a certain orange-faced dipshit. That's the only reason they got their job. So I guess being a brown-noser does work out in some ways, I guess, for certain individuals of our society. Also, I want to give a shout-out to Steve's Creepy Van. How's it going, good sir? I just want you to know, I'm still waiting for that Facatzoid video. Get on it. I am waiting patiently. That last part was a lie.
And to unfornicate it in the chat, yes, I do have a screenshot, proof that she was following the account. I checked myself. If you go to her followers, it doesn't show it because it shows a very, very truncated list of accounts she's following. But if you follow her and then you look at the Flat Earth Library account, it will show you that she's following them. Because Twitter will show you like here's who is in your follow list that's also following this account. It will straight up tell you, yeah, she's following this account. So
Yeah,
that's how
I'm
you have
gonna
to do it.
I'm going to be retitling this stream after it's done. So instead of it just being limited to the internet, I'm just going to retitle it something like "Why Everything is Fucked." That's.
And I just want to say, like, it's not a fake news story. Like, I've checked it myself. It's true. She actually is following Flat Earth Library.
You are
as of
just
this
like
morning.
a never-ending stream of buzzkill. It's like.
Sorry, I
Like
think it's
you know,
important to know.
did you know the character from Family Guy, Buzz Killington? That's you right now.
I mean, be that as it may, I think it's important to know these things. I think we should be
I
aware
mean,
of it.
I guess just like it's important to understand that it's not called X, it's called Twitter. But I mean, yeah, we're all fucked. We are all hopelessly fucked. Unless we start valuing like, oh, I don't know, reality, we're gonna remain fucked. Because, I mean, I thought we were really, really screwed when the whole Maha movement was gaining traction. And now we got motherfuckers railing against Tylenol.
Well,
Ugh.
Yeah. So here, let me just so you guys can see. I'll pull it up right here. So here it is. Flat Earth Library. This is the account, followed by Drunk Debunk Show and Linda McMahon. So yeah, she's following it. Yep, 13th Secretary of Education.
It wasn't Linda McMahon's whole thing is WWE wrestling. That's her thing. She should have nothing to do with education. She came from the WWE.
I didn't. Oh my God, you're right. I didn't even realize that. Oh my God.
Oh, you didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that was the same McMahon. I thought that was just a coincidence. No, that's
Nope,
not a
nope.
coincidence.
That's we're talking Vince McMahon, the wife. That's the wife right there.
Well, I learned something new today. I wish I didn't, but I did.
Yeah, so like the Undertaker and Triple H
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah,
John
yeah.
Cena. Yeah, that's her. That's
Oh,
her.
that's why. Oh,
Do you
oh,
fucking so she's not qualified for this position, but she
that's
got it
why.
because she's a brown noser of the highest order.
That's why I kept getting references to WWE and people replying to me about it. I didn't quite understand. And now I get it.
Yeah,
Mm.
are you now even like more sad than you were like 30 seconds ago?
I didn't think that was possible. I already
It's a
accepted the
fucking
reality
if you
that the
are a
Secretary of Education believes that the Earth is flat.
if you are a brown noser of the highest order, then yeah, anything is possible. It's like you have this motherfucker, railing against Tylenol. Of course, he's gonna go out and find the most unqualified dipshits out there. Like this is just sad. This is just fucking sad. She should not be in education. She should not be in charge of anything regarding education whatsoever. I mean, they got these motherfuckers now going out of their way to promote fucking PragerU, the blog that thinks it's a university.
Anyway, so you have that to look forward to.
No, I don't want to look forward to it. Anyway. Let's move on because Astronomy Live, you have been busy and you have been I'm about to lose my fucking mind. We need
I
to
mean, this
move
wasn't
on.
even the subject of the video. We didn't even plan to talk about this.
We
It
didn't. No,
just
everything's just terrible, okay? Everything is just terrible. Let's just solidify that in stone right now. Everything fucking sucks. Everything is terrible. Everything is going to get worse. All right? Good. I'm glad we're on the same page. So, Astronomy Live, you've been very, very busy. You've been doing great work as you always do. And I thank you for your efforts. You are truly a diamond in the rough, and your penis is absolutely massive. But other people have also noticed that your penis is massive and have decided to kind of scrape your work a little bit. So, explain what the fuck is going on.
okay. So we have to rewind a little bit to cover some of the backstory, which explains the title of this video here. Mars rover just exposed 3i Atlas cylindrical structure. Alien probe confirmed? Question mark. So a few days ago, the Perseverance Mars rover took some photos of 3i Atlas, which is an interstellar comet currently passing through the solar system. It just went by Mars, and it's basically on the other side of the sun from Earth, as is Mars right now. So the Perseverance rover was commanded to point up in the sky with its cameras and take some pictures, which it did. Some of those pictures showed what appeared to be the cylindrical looking object that you see here in the video, this little guy right here. So there was a lot of nonsense posted about it on Twitter and elsewhere, but primarily I was looking and saw it on Twitter with people claiming that this is 3i Atlas, that this is some weird shape they weren't expecting. Other people were trying to debunk it incorrectly, saying that this is 3i Atlas, it's just smeared because of motion blur during the long exposure. It is true that 3i Atlas was smeared by motion blur during the long exposure because the Perseverance rover is not a telescope. It's not tracking the rotation of the stars during the Martian night. It's just taking a long exposure with a camera in a fixed position. But this is not 3i Atlas. This is one of Mars's moons, Phobos. So there's that, and we'll get to that in a minute. But that's a single picture from a nav cam on the rover, and it is part of a mosaic of pictures taken by the rover. So, with that said, and I guess we'll just finish up covering that real quick here. I'm going to skip to the good bit. So myself and Simeon both processed the pictures of 3i Atlas from the rover, but he also processed the NavCam pictures, which are these very wide field cameras designed for navigation, not high magnification, and they're not that sensitive. So this is the picture it took of the sky, pointed roughly at the direction of the comet, but there's this big bright object relative to the stars here, and it's a streak, a cylinder, right? And you have the stars as well in here, and I don't know how well it's coming across on stream. They're a little bit not well tracked too, because again, it's not tracking the rotation of the stars, and the exposure is long enough that the stars are just starting to streak, but there's a much longer streak that's a much brighter object here, far to the left on the at the edge of the mosaic. Because again, this is a 4x4 mosaic, kind of, and I'll get to that in a second. It is a diced up series of images that were returned to Earth, and it's meant to be put together as this mosaic. Now we see some other stars here. We see this is the handle of the Big Dipper, this is Arcturus, and if we look at a comparison of what should have been seen from that position at that time from the rover, you see the handle of the Big Dipper, you see Arcturus, you see Phobos. Sure enough, that's exactly what we see in the mosaic. So, okay, Phobos positively identified here based on the positions of the stars in the frame. Great. So why is it streaking? Well, Phobos doesn't orbit in 1 month, on like a Earth month. Its orbital period is just a little under 8 hours. It goes around Mars once almost every 8 hours. It's a little less than that even. So it moves quickly. It rises out of the west and sets in the east like a satellite would for us. Okay, so it streaks much faster than the stars as a result of that. Um, and that's why that streak is there. Nevertheless, many other people got this wrong, including Avi Loeb, who, has been the guy, the Harvard astronomer that all these stories are based on. Whenever you see a story, it says Harvard scientist, Harvard astronomer says that 3i Atlas could be aliens. It's Avi Loeb, every single one of them. Um, and he had a whole article breaking it down. Now, I covered this in a live stream on my channel last weekend and showed how even Avi was wrong. Because again, Avi was attacking this from the angle of, yeah, that's 3i Atlas, but it's streaked because it's a long exposure. No, it wasn't. It was Phobos. After my live stream, he quietly went and edited his own article on Medium, and now it says, well, some on social media are speculating that this is 3i Atlas. You did, buddy. That's what the original version of your article said, okay? And you can see that in my live stream. You can see the way he wrote it originally on my live stream. Now it says something completely different and basically tries to walk back the statement that this is 3i Atlas. Okay, whatever. 3i Atlas was visible in the pictures from Perseverance, but it was very, very, very faint. It required the Mastcam Z to see it, and it required stacking by either at least aligning on the stars or, as I did, on the comet itself. So I aligned the pictures based on the orbit of the comet, stacked the pictures, and yeah, there's 3i Atlas as a faint, very faint, fuzzy glow. You can see the fact that it is actually a comet. It's not a solid streak like these stars. There is sort of a central streak of the nucleus, and then there's fuzz around it from the coma of the comet. But you can barely see it, right? Even in the stacked version. But that's what it takes, and that's with a 110 millimeter lens, much, much higher focal length than the NavCam. So you can't see it in the NavCam at all, and you can barely see it in the Mastcam Z. So that's what I covered last weekend. Now, others have since covered my coverage. They've commented on that or mentioned the fact that Astronomy Live did this. One channel was, what's his name? This guy, Stefan Burns. He covered it, he mentioned it, and he gave me props for doing that, which is great. But other channels, AI generated channels in particular, started remixing that information. So this is one of them. And I got a real problem with some of these channels. Some of them get quite a large number of views. This one, not as much, but still 6,100 views in the last 4 days.
Well,
And
remember
they,
what their goal is. Their goal is not necessarily to make good content that people would actually want to watch. Their goal is to just pump out as many videos as possible, hoping one of them can ride the algorithm.
absolutely. And sometimes they do hit. And we'll get to that in a second. But yeah, so this is just pure AI generated slop. And they mentioned my channel name here while showing someone who is clearly not me, showing pictures that are clearly unrelated to anything that Simeon or I were doing. But they mentioned Simeon and they mentioned me in discussing the subject. So I'm going to play this clip here. We'll back it up a little bit, and I'll play this clip, and we'll see what this AI slop channel does. So as you can see, like, don't know what if this is like art that someone made. It looks to me like AI slop, in fact, not even
No,
like
that's
human
definitely
art.
AI slop. That's definitely AI. It's not even good AI slop. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. But the thing is, and I was telling Red this, like, the thing that really bothers me is that it's not just AI slop. Yes, there is AI slop. The audio is 100% AI slop, but it intersperses with actual clips from other people's channels. Again, this isn't from my channel. This is from a channel called Dobsonian Power, and we'll get to that in a minute. But this isn't AI generated. This is someone's channel, and the AI has taken a clip from that channel and put it in with their other slop garbage. So they're getting clever now in that they can actually grab real clips from other people's channels and intersperse it with AI garbage to fill it out, which is kind of disturbing. Like this. This is a screenshot of an actual article, which, by the way, space.com, I want to give you major thumbs down too, because you got it wrong as well. Space.com got it wrong, claiming that this is possibly 3i Atlas. Now, again, they tried to couch it as question mark, right? Is this 3i Atlas? No, but they never gave you the right answer in the article. It's Phobos. It's not 3i Atlas. So, just want to
What's
throw that out there
and
too.
here's the thing. When you couch everything as a question, that's a fucking cop out. You know what you're doing.
Oh, exactly. This article does the same thing. And I don't know if this is the space.com article, but you can see it's a question. Did the rover blah 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 see interstellar comet 3 Atlas in the Martian night sky? Yes, it did, but this isn't it. So and it talks about the streak image down here, and it thinks that they think that this is 3i Atlas. No, it's not. So anyway, we'll play the clip here, and I have to apologize for the terrible robot voice you're about to hear, but that's what this channel is.
Perseverance occasionally turns its cameras skyward for calibration and engineering checks. On October 3rd and 4th, it took several long-exposure shots of the Martian night sky. These images, publicly available through NASA's data feed, overlapped with a section of sky where 3i Atlas was predicted to be. Two independent amateur astronomers, Simon Schmov and the creator of Astronomy Live, downloaded the raw frames and began the arduous process of image stacking.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it there.
God, that
I
voice is. I mean, you could tell it's fake. You
You
can
can
tell
tell
it's
it's fake.
fake, and
Yeah.
and what's sad is that some people out there cannot pick up on the fact that it's AI, and they'll watch this shit thinking that there's an actual narrator behind it. Oh, and by the way, that B-roll, fuck you, okay? I'm sorry, just fuck you on that B-roll.
It's bad. It's so bad. And the whole time he's talking about Simeon and me, he's not showing either of us. He's showing this other guy, Dobsonian Power, who had a couple of live streams, and this image right here went massively viral on Twitter is, ooh, this is proof that 3i Atlas is a spaceship, because it's this weird kind of dark shape. It's not even a bright object, it's a silhouette against the sky. Well, how would that work, right? Well, what he was doing, what this guy Dobsonian Power was doing in his live streams, he had a telescope with a quark solar eyepiece. A quark eyepiece is a hydrogen alpha eyepiece. It's designed for solar astronomy, for taking hydrogen alpha pictures and video of the sun, or just viewing. Like you can just look through it, and use it as an eyepiece. But it's an attachment for small refractors, or small reflectors if you attenuate the light somewhat. I think it can accommodate. I know it can accommodate like an 80 millimeter refractor. Doesn't matter. It's designed for refractors. Okay, for solar viewing, so it converts a normal refractor into a solar telescope. It's a very nice piece of kit. It's very expensive. It's well north of $1,000. I don't know what the current market price is. They're not cheap, but they're designed for solar astronomy. What he was doing was he was taking it and he would align the mount on the sun. So initially he would show the sun, but then he would tell the telescope to slew to the current coordinates of the comet, and then he would take a picture. And the pictures would look, well, let's see, this is a bit of a negative version. He's put it in the color's negative there, which is why the spot's bright. But he would take pictures like this. And I don't think he understood. I'm going to give him the charity of the benefit of a doubt here that he didn't know what he was doing. But what he's actually doing here is he's taking a sky flap. So this is what we call in amateur astronomy taking a sky flap, is where you take a picture of the sky with nothing in it but blue sky. And you can use that for calibration purposes. Flat fields are where you take a picture of an evenly illuminated field through the telescope with nothing in it to be able to calibrate for dust motes in the optical train.
So
I take
guys,
sky
think
flats all the
like
time.
in the daytime, throwing a white shirt over the aperture and then taking an image.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see. Yeah, here we go. Here's an example of a sky flat that I took. And oh, what do you know? There's a alien spaceship in the sky flat. there's a dust mote somewhere in the optical train. And so Dobsonian Power tried to address this by saying, well, if it's dust, I'm going to clean it and then we'll try again tomorrow. Well, dust can be on the CCD, it can be in between elements of glass in your expensive, complex quark eyepiece. It could be anywhere in the optical train, including places you can't get to without disassembling everything and potentially breaking it. So the correct answer is not to try to clean it. We don't try to do that. You're never going to succeed as an amateur anyway. You're not doing things in a clean room, and you're potentially dealing with dust that's entrained and trapped between optical elements that you can't even get to, because these things weren't necessarily designed to be disassembled by the user. So the correct answer is to take flat field pictures and calibrate your pictures. So you can see here, type flat. This program is designed to calibrate your pictures by feeding it flat field pictures. As Red said, it's like taking a t-shirt and putting it over, or doing something to try to create even illumination so that you're just lighting up the CCD and all the elements in between to be able to see the dust and the dirt that might be in the system and basically calibrate for it with what we call flat field calibration. So what he was effectively doing was accidentally taking flat fields, sky flats, because that's one valid technique. What you can do is, let's say you're shooting, and I've done this before, you shoot all night, you wait till morning twilight, and as the morning twilight starts to set in, and you can no longer see the stars, but the sun's not fully up yet, it's a good time to point your telescope up at the sky and take pictures of just the blue morning sky, and use that as your flat field calibration. And so literally, that's what I had done here. That's why this one is brighter, and the earlier pictures are darker. You can see each picture getting brighter as twilight gets brighter and brighter. So I shot some sky flats that morning and used that to calibrate the image. But basically what he's doing is he's pointing out dust motes in the system like this and saying, well, this is 3i Atlas because, I cleaned it and it's still there.
Now, here's the thing. I am an amateur astronomer, and I consider myself more amateur than astronomer. I'm nothing like you, Astronomy Live, where you've been doing this shit for decades and you're very, very good at what you do. I would have been able to figure this shit out. I'm sorry.
A lot of people didn't.
I would have been able to figure this shit out easily. I'm sorry. There's practically no excuse. If you have invested thousands upon thousands of dollars into your equipment, you should at least know the basics of how it works and the basics of understanding what you're looking at so that you know how to properly process your images. That way, you're not putting something out there claiming it's one thing when in reality it's just dust. Like this shit is almost it's almost inexcusable. So that's my first thing, but I do want to read a comment here that's actually really good here. The worst part about that end of AI is most of the voices are trained from actual narrations now. So if you don't pay attention, you mistakenly attribute slop work to real people. Exactly. Who's that one guy? I could be getting his name wrong, and if so, I apologize, but Attenborough, I believe it's pronounced.
Oh, well, yeah, yeah.
And
I
and
mean,
his voice, I have seen his voice on fucking Minecraft parkour videos talking about something totally unrelated. They even had his voice on a YouTube short talking about Warhammer 40K.
well, this is even happening now to regular YouTubers. I'll mention an example. Aiden Mattis of Lore Lodge has had his likeness stolen by an AI slop channel. He does videos of like missing persons, disappearances, true crime, that kind of thing. And somebody came along with an AI slop channel, cloned his voice, the way he says things, his cadence and everything, and started putting out fake videos about fake stories and Bigfoot and whatnot, or what, I don't know what, but fake AI slop garbage of like disappearances and mysterious circumstances.
Exactly.
And
And the reason
and
why
here's
I
the thing.
wanted go ahead.
Here's the thing. Aiden tried to get this taken down. He's been trying to get this removed and has had somewhat limited success. I think he complained about one video as being privacy violation because effectively they're stealing his literal voice. And YouTube said, nope, that's fine. It's not a violation of our rules.
Yeah, which is complete horseshit. And the reason why I wanted to read that comment is because it ties into this fuck up that we're currently talking about with the dust. AI can scrape a lot of content off of YouTube. And misinformation like this, mistaking dust for a comment or dare I say an alien spaceship, it's going to confuse the AI, and it's going to, or they're going to use that information that confused the AI to make AI slop. So that information is going to spread around, and it's going to be like in a voice that is totally not real, totally AI, and say, this particular YouTuber was able to verify that this totally not a piece of dust on the lens is actually an alien spacecraft. Woo, now if you will pay attention to this B-roll I have of Michio Kaku.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it doesn't. That's the thing that really got me about this particular video is it's talking about Simeon's work and my work, which we did actually show the comet, and it's attaching it to footage that isn't of the comet, that is of nonsense, and giving it credibility it doesn't deserve, on top of the whole video itself being AI slop.
Just
So
and
it's
this is basically a snowball of bullshit is what we're talking about here. The snowball of bullshit is going to keep rolling and rolling and rolling downhill, and there's no bottom. I want people to understand that there is no bottom to this. That snowball of bullshit is just going to get bigger and bigger. It's going to have a lot more momentum behind it. And the reason why is because it's being promoted by AI. AI is going to scrape all information, whether it's good or not, and they're going to, loosely put it together and make a video. And they're going to do this over and over and over again, trying to find that one video that can surf on the algorithm just right.
yeah, it's very true. And unfortunately, to really investigate these claims, like the cylinder from Mars claim, like you have to do real work. You can't just intuit, and the AI can't figure it out either. It takes a human being to go through and parse the information and put in the work to actually do research, which doesn't mean watch someone else's video on YouTube. It means actually doing research to figure out what the true identity of the object is.
Yep, and
So,
also 82 Productions did leave a comment that I did want to read. No bottom except the power bottom at Red's Rhetoric. Oh wait, never mind. 82 Productions, come on, dude. We can't be revealing what's on my OnlyFans. People have to pay for that shit, okay? Don't give them sneak peeks. God, fucking up my bottom line there. And my bottom. Anyway, continue Astronomy Live.
Okay, so um, to go back to what I was saying about the misinformation that's flowing around, and it's so bad on Twitter right now. I'm going to give you another example of this. So I had this whole response here. I was debunking this stuff because people kept insisting that this isn't Phobos. So you have Doc Bobby here claiming that it's not a long exposure of Phobos. It's a cylindrical UFO that has been frequently photographed by Mars rovers. So that's key. I want you to remember that. One of the claims here is that this isn't the first time they've seen the cylindrical UFO.
Oh, not the first time. Gee, I wonder
Not the first
why.
time.
Could it be that the object is in orbit around Mars?
Oh, you're stealing my thunder, my friend. Yes. So when I said, if it's not Phobos, then where's Phobos? Because that's where Phobos should have been in the panorama. And so, according to these other researchers, like this guy, Jean Ward and Art Alien TV, who, by the way, Art Alien TV started following my account today. I don't know why. I don't have nice things to say about his research. I'm sure he's a great guy, but he's hilariously wrong. We'll get to that in a second. So they really went down this rabbit hole. And so I said, look, it's undeniably a mosaic. In fact, I'm going to come back to this now and say the way this works, this mosaic, is actually a single exposure, which is why the noise pattern is like contiguous through here. Like you don't see seams. And that's because it's a single exposure of like a 20 megapixel roughly camera that has to get diced up into 1.5 megapixel pieces to get fed back to the computer on the Mars rover. So it gets diced up into a 4x4 mosaic, and it gets sent back as 16 different pictures back to the computer to be transmitted back to Earth as 16 different pictures. But they really all come from a single exposure of the camera, which is why the timestamp is identical across all exposures. It looks like it was all taken in one moment. And this is what led some of these guys down a rabbit hole, because they said, Art Alien TV, I think, even said at one point, one of these guys said at one point, it can't be a long exposure because it did a burst of 16 exposures in under a second. No, it's 16 pictures, all from the same long exposure. They didn't understand that.
Well, of course not. Also, I did want to highlight something. It's not misinformation, it's disinformation. The only difference between those two words is the intent behind it. Mm-hmm. AI has no intent.
That's a good point.
AI is not a person. I understand.
But the person prompting it may have.
I mean, people talk to ChatGPT like it's their best friend. Let me tell you something, guys. ChatGPT is not your friend. Well, ChatGPT doesn't know what friendship is. Okay?
Right, but the person prompting the AI may very well have an intention behind the prompt, and it may not be for good reasons. And I'll give you a specific example that we all know. Shane, with his flat GPT, where he prompts the AI to write as if it is a flat earther and never relent, never admit that the earth is a globe. So he's prompting it with intention. The AI doesn't care. It's just an algorithm. It's going to do what it's going to do. But the prompt had intention behind it. It is disinformation because the person prompting it prompted it for disinformation purposes.
Yeah, but we're not talking about Shane, whose only purpose here is to promote flat earth horseshit. That is disinformation. This is just trying to surf the algorithm, in my opinion. They don't care whether it's they don't care if it turns out that AI got something right and it made a video purely by accident that had all factual information within it. Then that's just an added bonus for them. But their intent is not to give right or wrong information. Hell, sometimes right and wrong information is mixed within the same video. Their only intention is to find that one video that rides the algorithm and makes them a shitload of money. The only reason they're doing this shit is to make money. And they're trying to make money while putting in as little effort as possible. So when it comes to people like Shane, oh yeah, call that shit what it is. That motherfucker knows he's lying.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And that's, yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. When it comes to the AI slop channels, there probably is no intent for disinformation, as you said. It's just whatever's going to get the clicks.
Whatever's
There's no
going to get the
care about.
clicks. They're doing this shit for money, and this is why AI is going to be the death of us, because it's basically because people just do not give a shit anymore. People don't find value in truthful information. You want to know why? Because truthful information requires actual work and research. They don't want to
And
do
people
that.
don't.
They don't want to, spend the time necessary to make sure that their shit is actually legit. How many months, Astronomy Live? How many months were we working on our distance to the sun video?
Oh, I don't know. It was quite a few.
It was quite a few months, and the reason why that took so long is because we wanted to double check, triple check, quadruple check fucking everything. We want to make sure that what was shown on the screen had everything to do with what we were saying with our audio. Our audio was, recorded by us. It's not AI voices. The script was written by us. It wasn't AI generated. That shit took time. In the time that it took us to make that one video, AI could have produced thousands of videos. Thousands. Easily.
Yeah, and that's the problem. As you said, people producing that AI slop aren't doing any research, and even people like this who think they're doing research are doing it wrong or poorly. And so the example here, you have, Art Alien TV, who's trying to automatically stitch these pictures back together using software. You have Doc Bobby, who's trying to do the same thing. He's trying to upscale them with gigapixel for some reason. They're not processing the pictures correctly. They have no idea how to handle hot pixels, what flat frames are, how to reassemble the original photo out of these 4x4 mosaiced photos. They have no idea how any of that works. And so they fall down these deep, deep rabbit holes, and they've already convinced themselves. So I finally convinced them that this is probably Phobos this time, but they think that basically there are other UFOs and other raw UFOs that have been seen before,
Yeah,
and
with
that
a
this is
with a
something new.
name like Art Alien TV.
And so it just keeps going. Like, they're my voice gets drowned out by the nonsense, whether it's AI or people like this who are fully convinced that this is an alien spacecraft, and so they're primed to believe that something they see that they don't immediately understand must be evidence of aliens. And so here's a video from a month ago from Art Alien TV, and he was citing this video on Twitter as evidence that, look, this isn't the first time we've seen a cylinder UFO from Mars. So I want to play this a little bit, and we'll comment on this, okay?
So I uploaded a couple of days ago. Now, this is a really short video, it's under 2 minutes, and it appears to show a giant rod UFO passing behind Mount Sharp in Gale Crater. It's a bit hard to explain all this, but this may turn out to be, or many people claim that this is actually Phobos, and that these are long exposure photographs. Now, they are long exposure photographs, that's true. Instead of appearing as a sort of potato-shaped object or whatever, it appears as a rod because it's moving through the photograph, because it's long exposure in low light conditions. Okay, right, now this is actual speed. It comes down, this is Mount Sharp here, and then it disappears behind that ridge. Now this is set B. 3 days later, this is Sol 619, and a similar thing is spotted above Gale Crater, flying above the rover. There we are. Now, is that Phobos? I don't think it is.
So there you go. He never. I haven't watched the whole video yet, but I have not seen yet where he substantiates his claim that he doesn't think that this is Phobos. Why? But he does go on to say that
Ooh,
he.
wait, me, pick me. I know why.
Why?
Because his channel name is Art Alien TV. That's the reason why.
I mean, yeah, okay. The other thing he tries to point out that he thinks is unusual is all the noise in the image and the fact that there's these other bits and pieces that appear in individual frames, and he thinks these are UFOs. That even if this were Phobos, there's still UFOs all over the frames.
Listen,
Okay,
guys, I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens.
so I want to cover here like how you actually should be doing research on this. Okay, so first of all, I already went ahead and I pulled up the coordinates for Phobos from the perspective of, in this case, this is the Curiosity rover, as you can see, not Perseverance. So I put in the coordinates for where Curiosity is on Mars, and I pulled up ephemeris of where Phobos should be on these two dates, Sol 613 and Sol 619, during the mission, and where the moon should have been seen. So here is May 4th. Here is April 28th. So this one is Sol 613. This one is Sol 619. And this is specific for an individual image we're going to get to here in a second. Okay, so in this one, you can see the elevation angle. It's descending from 1 minute to the next. And actually, these images are about 2 minutes apart. And then this image, the timestamps between them were closer together. So actually, sorry, it was further apart on 619. I got that backwards. It was closer together on 613. It was further apart on 619. So implying a longer exposure. And the reason we know that is if I do a max stack. So this is where I stack the photos and basically retained whatever the brightest pixel is from picture to picture. Notice that the streaks have a very tiny gap between them. So there's not much downtime of the camera. It's basically opening its shutter, closing it, and almost immediately opening it again to take another picture. So if we look at the timestamps on the photos, we can see what the approximate exposure is just by looking at the timestamp and the spacing between exposures, because almost the entire time between those timestamps is the camera shutter open. We can basically regard the time between exposures as nil, right? So now we know how long the exposures were, and we can see how long the streak is, and we know how far Phobos should have been moving in these exposures on these two dates. Okay, so then what we do, so this is again how you do real research on this subject. So basically I've taken GIMP here and I've measured the streak. So this is from Sol 619. The streak is 39.1 pixels long, and we know that at Sol 619, this is the elevation angle change between the start and end of that exposure, okay? So let's take the elevation. Let's enter that into our calculator. Subtract the previous elevation, find out how much the elevation changed, because azimuth-wise, it almost didn't change at all, just a fraction of a degree. So we'll just regard that as nil, just for a quick, simple calculation here. So it moved 1.88 degrees, right? And it did that over 39.1 pixels, okay? So 39, divide that by 39.1. So that means that the pixel scale is 0.48 pixels per degree, or sorry, degrees per pixel, if this is Phobos. If this is Phobos. Well, what is the actual image scale of the Curiosity NavCam? Well, let me close this here. View these files later. Yeah, great. Okay, the actual specs on the NavCam, and this is according to this other website I've got over here. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. So the NavCam has a resolution of 82 milliradians per pixel. Convert that to degrees, 0.47 degrees. It's within 1,000th of a degree of the expected size. In other words, that is moving exactly like Phobos should. And one more piece of evidence that's really damning for the conspiracy theory here. So this was Sol 619. So I'm going to run this real quick. So this program here takes the JSON data. So when you download the raw data from the website Arrow Browser, you can go on Arrow Browser and you can download the raw data for these images. Great. It gives you two directories when you do that. It gives you two directories. You've got the images directory and you've got the JSON directory. And so you've got all these JSON files. Now this is metadata for each of those images, okay? Now, the raw metadata's got a bunch of stuff, including stuff we don't need to worry about, but importantly, it has the mast as and mast L, the azimuth and elevation of the mast, where the cameras are. So the navigation cameras and the mast cam, they're on the mast. However, the azimuth angle here is relative to the front of the rover. 0 degrees is if the camera is pointing straight ahead on the rover, regardless of where the rover itself is pointing. So you have to know where the rover is pointing. That's given here as a quaternion in attitudes, so you have to convert that. Bottom line, if you convert that and you take into account the azimuth of the mast, the result is a true azimuth of 272.943 degrees. Coming back to our ephemeris for 619, oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that? The Phobos was predicted to be at an azimuth of 273.6. That's within a fraction of a degree of where the azimuth was actually pointing, and these are wide field cameras that have fields of view about 45 degrees. So that means it should have been pointing basically right at Phobos.
So
that's
let me get this straight. If I can, experience time correctly, this debunk that you just walked us through, it did not take 23 fucking minutes or whatever the fuck. So what was he talking about for the length of his video that, if I remember correctly, was over 20 minutes
23
long?
23 minutes? You want to play it? We can play it.
No, I don't want to fucking play it. Just show. You know what? Do this instead. Just show the little bar at the bottom of the video. Let's see.
Oh,
21 minutes and 37 seconds.
Yeah.
So Astronomy
Live
was able to debunk this horse shit in much less time. What the fuck was he talking about for 21 minutes and 37 seconds? Like, holy shit. Ah, God.
This is the thing. These guys don't know how to do the research.
How in the fuck do you have 65,000 subscribers? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Because
this is horseshit.
But people want to believe. They want to believe there are raw UFOs seen from Mars, and he's feeding them what they want to hear. So he's getting positive reinforcement from his audience. He has no reason to learn how to do this. If he learned how to do this and did what I just did, well, then he'd have, some bum news. He'd be a buzzkill for his audience. And
what? You mean to tell me it's not aliens? Unsubscribe. Oh, God.
So the other thing he pointed out, let's go back to the raw pictures here. So I'm going to pull up. Let's go to 619.
And this is why people should subscribe to Astronomy Live. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, brothers and sisters, if you are subscribed to this alien art guy, do us all a favor. In fact, do yourself a favor. Unsubscribe from him and subscribe to Astronomy Live instead. You'll be much happier, I promise.
So, all these other pixels, all these other little blips and streaks through the image, notice there's no consistency to them. It's not like these are stars around Phobos. The bright bits you see here, you've got some bright bits that don't change at all. Those are hot pixels. You should calibrate for those. I haven't done that here. The other streaks are cosmic ray strikes, because this camera is sitting on Mars. Mars doesn't have a magnetic field. It has a very thin atmosphere, so the rover has very little shielding against the radiation from space, and it's getting hit by cosmic rays constantly. You see the same thing in Hubble images from low Earth orbit, even under the majority of our magnetic field. You see constant cosmic ray strikes. So this is very common for spacecraft or for vehicles sitting on a planet like Mars that is experiencing much more radiation than we do on Earth. That said, I can take my deep space camera here in Florida at sea level and run long exposures all night long, and with the lens closed, it will still see stuff. It'll still see this, just at a much reduced rate. But you will see streaks, you will see bits of light, but it's not light. It's cosmic ray strikes hitting the sensor, creating a charge on the sensor, and producing little spots like this. So you will see that no matter where you are in the world, if you're patient enough. This is not UFOs, this is not anything real in the sky, this is just cosmic ray strikes hitting the sensor. Completely normal and expected, and the rest is just hot pixels. These are not stars, these are hot pixels.
Yep,
so
and when I was initially getting into astronomy, before I bought my telescope and I knew exactly what I wanted to get, I knew all this information. I knew to expect this shit. So, and the reason why is because this is actually one of the first things you learn, because you need to look out for this stuff. So, even if you just have a vague interest in amateur astronomy, this is one of the first things you learn about. I mean, it was one of the first things that Astronomy Live told me. So, do these motherfuckers have an excuse for not knowing this? What I would consider very obvious information?
I mean, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and assume they've never done astrophotography themselves. They have no idea what it takes to do high quality astrophotography. They've never calibrated a long exposure photograph before by taking darks, flats, and everything else.
Yeah, but
So
this
I'm going to
motherfucker's
assume
name
they
is
don't have
Art Alien TV. Basically, the entire premise of his channel is looking up at the night sky.
Yes, but with no background information. They're not doing actual research. Clearly, they're not doing what I just did. What I just did are the steps you should actually take to investigate what this is. You should actually look up where was the rover's camera pointed. The data's there. It's in the JSON data. If you just download the raw data, the metadata is there. You can find out exactly which direction the camera was pointed. And I didn't go through it, but I'll tell you right now, if you go to Sol 613, it's the same story. It was pointing right at Phobos.
So I guess the problem is me. I just have, standards. And
yes, your standards are way too high.
And an Art Alien TV, a person that I would assume would want to look up at the night sky properly. I mean, I guess that's just an assumption on my part, and it's not actually a thing for. He doesn't care if he's looking up at the night sky properly. And now I'm sad. It's like you would think that this person would give just a little bit of a shit, but apparently not.
Whether he realizes it or not, he's incentivized not to. He's incentivized to do the bare minimum amount of looking, literally just looking at the photos and giving his comments on what he thinks he sees without digging at all.
Yeah, so even learning the basics that, again, I assume would go along, perfectly with the concept of his channel, even learning the basics, that would be a detriment to him.
Yes, absolutely it would. Absolutely it would. He would never do what I just did. Because if he did what I just did, he'd find out there's no there. There's a nothing burger. Well, then that's time he's wasted and no video to show for it. Or if he makes a video to show for it, it's going to be sad news, or he's going to have to lie. None of that is good for him or his channel or his metrics.
There's no because obviously this dude is very, very good at spewing bullshit. I mean, after all, 21 minutes and 37 seconds. Dear God.
Right. And so, when I came along, when this whole viral story broke about 3i Atlas, because this here a month ago, this didn't exactly go viral, okay? It had less than 1,000 views. But this was him being primed, whether he realized it or not, to believe, before it even happened, he was already primed to believe that when he sees a cylinder suddenly show up in this photo from Perseverance that is claimed to be on social media to be 3i Atlas, he was already primed to believe that oh my god, 3i Atlas, it's an alien spaceship. And here we have the evidence, and it fits with evidence I had on my channel a month ago. Oh my god. No, it's Phobos in both cases. But he's primed to not believe that. And so they go down this rabbit hole. They are trapped in this rabbit hole that they are positively incentivized to stay within and not do the digging that would get them out of it. And that's where they end up. And so I spend more time than I probably should trying to explain the truth of the matter and get into these arguments where I wasn't even trying to get into an argument about it. I'm just like, look, guys, this is Phobos. Here's clear, hard evidence of it. They don't believe it. They are resistant to it because there is this cognitive bias. There is a cognitive dissonance of, if they were to accept that information, well, then what would that mean? That would mean they would have to question what they already believed a month ago before this even happened.
And I understand we're talking about many different things at the same time here, but AI is going to eat this shit up, not care about the accuracy, and then vomit out another 20 videos based on it. So that's the first thing. So The second thing is Astronomy Live. I have to call you out on something. You love debunking this shit. Don't lie to us. Whenever you get into the weeds of stuff like this and you find the answer, you have a shattering orgasm.
I won't say that, but I do enjoy getting into the weeds and debunking this stuff. I enjoyed going here and looking this up and basically measuring it. And wouldn't you know, oh my goodness, I was able to reproduce the angular resolution of the navcam by assuming that it is Phobos and finding out it's a perfect match. And then looking up the angle that the navcam was pointing. Oh, look, it's pointing exactly where Phobos was supposed to be in both cases. That to me is cool. To see all the math work, that's like magic to me. To see science in action, science working, making a prediction about where Phobos should be from a rover that we as humans have delivered to Mars onto the Martian surface, and sure enough, that's exactly where the rover on Mars sees it. That is cool to me. Objectively cool. What I don't enjoy as much are these long discussions with people who are resistant to that information. That they are so bought into this lie they've told themselves. And I'm giving the benefit of a doubt here that he truly believes this. He is invested in that belief. And so, even being confronted by evidence like I've just done tonight, I would not be surprised if he continued to double down on that this is some Mars rod that is not Phobos. Even after we've all seen tonight that in every way that you can look at this, it all confirms that it actually is Phobos.
And this motherfucker has 65,000 subscribers.
Yes, and that's the other stunning thing. Like, this kind of sensational stuff will always get the clicks. The information debunking it or giving you a more mundane, lay explanation for the lay people to understand, that's not going to get the clicks because it takes away the fun. It's suddenly it's no longer aliens or some UFO. It's just a moon going around Mars. Well, that doesn't sound so sexy.
I would love nothing more than to have this guy come on my channel and have a conversation with you about this. That would be an absolute bloodbath. And then we would have to see what would happen afterwards. Would he post a correction on his YouTube channel and say, hey, these previous videos that I made, each of them over 20 minutes long for some fucking reason? Yeah, all of that was horseshit. Would he be honest enough to make that update video and apologize for getting the information wrong? Apologize for not looking into this just a little bit harder? I'm curious about this.
I can send him a tweet or a DM right now on Twitter and see if he wants to come on.
Oh, you have him on? Yeah, absolutely. Send that information to him and say, hey, listen, I think you're wrong. I have evidence to show that you're wrong, and I want to see if you're willing to correct your horse shit. Obviously, you're going to rephrase it. That's just the way that I would phrase it. But, you're more diplomatic than I am. I'll just say that. But yes, invite him on. I would love to have him on. And I would like for him to explain to us why he didn't do this research. Or if he couldn't have done this research and was unable to use the tools that you used, why didn't he just say, hey, maybe before I stick my foot in my mouth, I'll go ask somebody that actually knows what the fuck they're doing? Because those people do exist. All right? I don't know how to program in Python worth a shit, but I know somebody who does. And it's worked out pretty good for me, to be completely honest with you. But yes, right. Please invite him on. Invite him on. In fact, invite the other douchebags on that think that this is some cylinder fucking spacecraft. By the way, do they have a picture of a spacecraft that isn't a cylinder?
Well, I guess the example of that would have been Dobsonian Power's version, but we already covered up what that actually was.
Yeah, because it's like, well, this is a cylinder spacecraft. It's a cylinder. It's a cylinder. And like, is cylinder the hot new thing with aliens now? Because if you ask me, there's much cooler shapes out there. I mean, just look at Star Trek. That shit fucking pops. That shit is like, that design right there. Hell, even the Orville. At least make it interesting. Fucking cylinder. Jesus Christ. Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
I am tagging him and linking to our live stream. There we go. Okay, so I've gone ahead and tagged him and linked him to the stream. I also sent him a DM with a link to the stream, so he's invited to join. I have no idea if he's online right now, but I've done my bit here to invite him on the stream, so there you go.
Excellent. And also, even though I know this is going to go absolutely nowhere, I did want to throw out a suggestion to YouTube, because there is a feature that does exist, but it's not always available for some reason. And I don't know why. It appears sometimes, but not all the time. There is the little 3-dot option that you can click right next to certain videos that are suggested to you. And sometimes it'll give you the option to not recommend the channel at all. Meaning if you see something that is AI slop and basically clickbait, you can completely ban that channel from your feed. But that option is not available on all videos. I'll give you an example. There's a few automotive channels that say stupid shit like, oh my God, the 2027 Camaro ZL1 is here. And then they have some AI generated image of a futuristic, more sharpened looking Camaro, trying to give the impression that this is something that's actually happening. No, it isn't. So you can click on the 3 dots and you can completely blacklist that entire channel from your feed. However, and I am going to name names here, there's another channel that does post basically all clickbait, Scotty Kilmer. I am a car guy. I like watching videos about cars. But Scotty Kilmer just has clickbait titles and thumbnails. And the video is not all that great, leaves a lot to be desired. And I just got fed up with them. But no matter how hard I try, that option is not available to me to just blacklist the whole channel. For some reason, YouTube is protecting that channel. Granted, it's not AI. I'm not accusing Scotty of making AI-generated slop. But he is clickbaiting the ever-living shit out of his audience. I fucking hate that shit. So I would like to blacklist Scotty Kilmer. But I can't do that because the option is never available to me. So YouTube, here's my suggestion to you. Make that option available everywhere, at all times. That way I can blacklist these fucking channels easily, and I don't have to wait for your permission. So it's one of these things where if we had that option, and we all committed to blocking and blacklisting all AI-generated content, then there would be no incentive for them to make it in the first place and flood the algorithm with this slop, because they wouldn't be making any money off of it. It does require some effort to get things up and running, but if there's not going to be any money at the end of that rainbow, why even start? I get that this is basically a wet dream at this point, but I would like to see that. And I bet you if YouTube made that change, things would be a lot better. We would be promoting videos that are made by actual fucking people. Actual people. But one thing I have noticed is that YouTube has said one thing and they have done another. They said that they're going to, knock down AI-generated videos in the algorithm. They're going to knock them down. They're going to make it so that you can't really monetize it and everything like that. They've been saying that shit. I don't believe them, because I would say that a good 80% of my feed at this point has been AI-generated slop. and most of them is within the YouTube Shorts area of the of YouTube. You go through, you get into those doom scrolling sessions, and it always happens when you're on the throne taking a shit. You're on the throne, you're taking a shit, you're looking at YouTube Shorts as you take your shit, as one does, and 80% of it has just been slop. Like fucking Christ. So if I can just blacklist all of these channels, I know I'm never going to get through all of them. Slop is always going to appear on my feed, but I could at the very least feel like I'm fighting back a little bit. You know, YouTube, help us out here, okay? Help us out. Oh, great. More? There's more. Oh God, I see your screen, Astronomy Live. I'm not, of course, the one with, and that's another thing. Okay, okay, fuck you, Astronomy Live, because now I got to get on something else. You see this shit, disaster, or they show images of Elon Musk as if he said this shit, or the other one is Michio Kaku.
Yeah,
Michio, listen, man. Let me just tell you, I am very disappointed in you. I am very, very disappointed in you because you are objectively a very smart individual, but you have donated your likeness to some less than savory programs out there. And now your face is essentially used without limit to promote absolute fucking garbage. But in a way, you kind of brought that on yourself. It didn't have to be like this, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying there. To me, the bigger issue, the bigger problem really is Avi Loeb. This guy right here, the guy on the left of this thumbnail, this is the guy from Harvard who always says it's aliens. Like, he jumps to that conclusion. Now, in the case of 3i Atlas, he published a paper where he said, "Oh, I'm not saying I believe this. It's not that. It's that this is a thought experiment. If it were aliens, here's what we expect it will do." When 3i was first discovered.
Here's a great idea. Post shit that you actually believe in and are willing to demonstrate. Let's start there and see what happens.
So, but that's what germinated all of this stuff. Like, all these news agencies interview him because he's the alien guy. And I saw one video that really irritated me. The title was something like, "This Harvard astronomer is betting everything on 3i Atlas." No, he's not. Come on, knock it off. He's not betting his reputation on 3i Atlas. You really think that after 3i Atlas goes away, if it turns out it really is just a comet and it really does leave the solar system as expected, that people are going to disregard Avi in the future? No! The next one that comes through, he'll do the same thing again, and guess what? All the news agencies will feed off of his article and do the same round again. It's going to be
never
the same cycle
end
every time.
Never going to end. And also, what's with that image right next to him? The Chinese are at the round table, and there's this, big thing, big comet looking thing on the big screen right behind them. Like, that did not fucking happen, okay?
Well, this is Megatrends. This is the same channel again.
Atlas past Mars.
It's the same AI slop. This is AI slop. It's the same one. The same one we were just covering at the beginning of the stream. It's Megatrends. Yay!
Wait a minute. Go back to that original video that you had up from Megatrends.
Yeah, this one.
All right. Scroll down a bit. Scroll down. Oh, wait. Is that that comet from Red's Rhetoric? I've heard of him. He's a very sexy motherfucker.
Yeah.
Let's can you read that for us, please?
Sure. AI sensationalist garbage like this will one day strangle the internet into oblivion. Make no mistake, it's not confirmed to be a cylinder, no way in hell it's an alien spacecraft, and while I'm at it, placing Michio Kaku in multiple thumbnails is a huge red flag, indicating this channel only cares about generating as much clickbait as possible.
Wow. I gotta tell you, I don't know who that guy is, but he sounds amazing.
So, but this is So this is the problem. You've got
This is the
look at
part
this
where
one.
you agree, asshole.
Oh, I agree with you. Sorry,
Perfect.
I agree with
Okay,
you. But look,
good. Continue.
as you mentioned, to your other point, that they're just throwing crap at the wall and hoping something sticks. Well, guess what? This one a day ago got 48,000 views, which is way more than the one we were just looking at. This one only got 6.1 thousand. This one got 48 a day ago, and they just crank these out constantly. If we go to this channel, I bet we'll find even bigger ones. So let's see. We got
Oh, look,
48,000,
Michio
50,000,
Kaku again. Michio
82,000.
Kaku. I see Neil deGrasse Tyson again. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Of course, you got to throw the pyramids in there, too. Because why the fuck not? I see I see Winnie the Pooh, Winnie the Pooh again.
Yep. Terrifying new data. This is terrifying.
Elon Musk, of course, because why the fuck not? Michio Kaku again.
Yep.
Neil deGrasse Tyson again. Oh, God, they got Brian Cox, too. Brian Cox, run away. Run away while you still can.
Oh, God. Yeah, it's so bad. And it's
3 days after
So you got that one, you got this one.
Has all same terrifying questions about 3i Atlas.
Oh, I know
The
that
answers
voice.
are far more.
Who is it? Is it a person? I think this is AI, isn't it?
I think it's the same AI fucking slop that I see when I'm taking a shit and going through YouTube shorts.
Uh-oh.
Of course, let's throw Starship in there, because why the fuck not?
It's launching Monday to stop 3i Atlas. That's the real truth. They don't want you to know.
I weep for humanity. Also, why is there smoke billowing off of that rock? So is 3i Atlas now on fucking fire? Is it on fire?
I guess it's supposed to be outgassing, but
that's not outgassing.
That's not outgassing. That's smoke.
That's fucking smoke. Basically, that looks like the end of a cigarette before it gets tapped off.
Right.
Like, so 3i Atlas is just a used alien cigar.
Yes.
Okay, I am completely flaccid right now. This is just, oh my God. What the fuck? How many views does this have?
8,268 in 3 hours.
But 3 hours ago, oh my God.
Oh, it's still going up. It's going up, my friend. Oh,
733 thumbs up.
Yep.
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Oh, Michio Kaku!
Michio Kaku explains. Yeah, sure he does. Oh, wait. Hey, I like that first comment. Thumb that shit up. Thumb that shit up right now.
Yep.
As soon as an AI voice starts in any video, I move on to the next video. Amen.
Oh, I want to point this out too. Here's another fun YouTube feature that just rolled out. Be warned of this. YouTube has automatically they've rolled out a new feature that I think you have to opt out of. I think it's an automatic opt-in feature where they will translate your language in your video to a foreign language. So if you watch a video that was originally recorded in Spanish, let's say, and you do a live stream in Spanish, if I click on it and watch it, I'll hear AI robot voice because they're automatically dubbing it with an AI voice now. I hate it. I hate it because the person may not even be aware that that's happening to their video. I think it's just automatically happening now that they're AI dubbing videos. I could be wrong on the automatic part, but it's happening.
If I remember correctly, I think you can turn that off while you're in the process of uploading your video. I could be wrong.
I think so, but that's my point, is that I think you have to click to turn it off.
Yeah, it's opt-in. You have to opt in to turn it off.
No, opt out. Opt out.
Well,
you
distinction without difference, my friend.
Yeah, whatever.
Opt in to turn it off. Basically, don't check the fucking box or uncheck the box if it's already checked.
Yeah. Oh, is it opt-in? IC thinks it's opt-in. Okay. So maybe it is an opt-in feature. Maybe it isn't automatic. I fucking
hate that shit too. Yeah, guys,
But
if
creators need to turn
you're
it off,
uploading a video to YouTube, yeah, make sure that's not clicked on, please. Dear
Yeah,
God.
please turn that off. I would much rather read closed captions and hear their actual voice than listen to robot.
It does.
Please.
It makes it more authentic feeling, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. You can hear, even if you don't understand the language, you can hear the intonation and the emotion behind it. You get rid of all of that the moment you turn it into a robot voice.
Yeah, it fucking sucks. And also, do me a favor. Scroll down a little bit. I wanted to see the comment from the guy with the clippy. What's terrifying is what's happening on our planet. Atlas does not scare me at all. I actually agree with that.
On a scale
on
of
a
1 to 10, how terrified I am, I'm negative infinity.
Yeah. Oh, but look at that. Why isn't this on the national news?
Because they don't want to scare people. Yeah. I think the news would love to scare people if there was something to legitimately scare people on. Like, that gets attention. But no, this is fake.
Yeah, it's complete bullshit.
Yeah, it's a big
I don't want to do this, but curiosity is really killing this cat. Can you like just skim through this video, please?
Okay. It's just like this.
Yeah, just click randomly.
3I Atlas passed within 18 million miles of Mars. Close enough for our rovers and orbiters to get unprecedented images.
Oh my god, that is not from the rover.
That is
Guys,
not from the rover.
that is.
God.
Let's bring up the rover picture. This is the actual picture taken by the rover. This, okay. ESA released a picture from ExoMars, I think it was. ExoMars 3I. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. So they had a little animation. Okay, this is from a satellite around Mars. And here's the stacked image. Okay, that's it. Which is still, it's way better than the rover, but it's not this.
Also, I correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the rover's cameras that they produce diffraction spikes.
No, that is clearly from a telescope that has a spider vane of some sort creating diffraction spikes. Icy Spin also says, AI overview, YouTube's auto-translate voice over feature is an opt-in by default for creators. Thank you, Icy Spin. So correction, it's something that people are checking. Please don't check it. Please don't enable that. It is garbage.
It fucking sucks.
Because YouTube will do automatic captioning in English, or any other language that it can caption in, and that's way better. I'd rather hear the actual emotion and the intonation of how people are saying what they're saying, even if I don't understand the language.
Yeah, and with this kind of slop, you don't see, or I should say, you don't hear any emotion whatsoever because it's AI. The only emotion you're going to get is in the title. It's way scarier than you think.
Yeah, exactly.
No, the fuck it isn't. Yeah, skip through this shit. Wait.
This is another one that goes around a lot. I haven't even talked about this really. I forget which telescope took this, but basically you see all these colors here. It's because they're putting a different color filter over the sensor and then taking another picture. So the comet is moving from picture to picture. So every position that it's in during each filtered position, that's why you're seeing these different colors as it moves. But the stars are fixed, so they don't do that.
Yeah, skip through.
Encounter multiple planets.
That is not 3I
The combined
Atlas.
probability of these coincidences is less than 1 in a million.
Okay, maybe they're talking
happening by chance.
Maybe they're talking about the other comets now. Let's see.
Hang on, play this shit.
0.002 or 1 in 500. Then consider it passed close to Mars, will pass near Jupiter on March 16th, 2026, and arrived at just the right time to encounter multiple planets. The combined probability of these coincidences is less than 1 in a million.
Are you
Think about
fucking
this from
kidding me
an
right now?
engineering perspective. If you wanted to study multiple planets efficiently, you design a trajectory that stays close to the ecliptic plane. you'd time your arrival to maximize planetary encounters. That's exactly what 3I Atlas is doing. The object will pass within 33.5 million miles of Jupiter, close enough for detailed observations if it carries any instruments. As Lowe points out, if the trajectory was designed by extraterrestrial intelligence, the 5-degree inclination makes perfect sense. It's the optimal angle to observe transits of main belt asteroids, which have an opening angle of about 10 degrees above and below the ecliptic. Some scientists propose an even wilder possibility. Dr. Suzanne Fener suggests objects like 3I Atlas might be planetary seeds. Her simulations show that massive interstellar objects fall.
Well, okay, they're not even going to explain what is meant by that. The
Also,
believe-
that image was totally AI. Look at that shit. That's clearly AI. And also the image on that AI screen is also AI. Just
There's
so
AI
that we're
inception
fucking
going
clear,
on. Yeah,
that shit is super duper AI. And by the way, the argument is flawed. They're saying shit like, "Oh, the chances of this happening are 1 in 100 billion trillion." I'm like, "Okay, are you going to tell us how you came to that number?" And by the way, just so that we're clear, unlikely shit happens all the time. So could it be a coincidence? Yes. Yes.
Yeah, coincidences do happen.
Yeah, and by the way, if it's not this one, it's gonna be like, let's rephrase it. Let's say that instead of following the inclination within 5 degrees or whatever the fuck they just said, that it was at 90 degrees. And they could say some stupid shit like, if you wanted to study the poles of our sun with it's like, this is the perfect trajectory that you would use to do that. Wow.
Yeah.
Is this a coincidence? I think not.
Right. Yeah, and Avi Loeb's whole point originally, when this all started, was that if we see it suddenly change trajectory at Mars and drop into a Martian orbit, well, then it's an alien spacecraft. Well, duh. Yeah, if we see something weird like that, then yeah, then there's something strange going on. Or if we see at perihelion, it drops into a solar orbit, well, then it's not natural. I mean, it's almost... It goes without saying, right? It's just blatantly obvious stuff.
You have to look at something other than its path. It needs to do something freaky. As you said,
Yes.
Changing its orbit and doing so in a way that would indicate some sort of intentionality behind it.
Right, and instead what we have seen strange things about its composition, but it doesn't come from the solar system. It's coming from way outside the solar system. We don't even have the ability to trace which system it's coming from. It's been orbiting the galaxy for a very long time. We've noticed that it doesn't have very much iron with it. Most comets have a higher iron content in their emissions than this comet. It's got nickel, but not much iron. Well, everyone's like, well, see? That means it's artificial. No. That could just mean it comes from a metal-poor solar system, a system that doesn't have much iron content yet. Iron is at the valley of fusion and fission, okay? So as stars fuse material, when they get to iron, you can't get any energy out of fusing iron. So any elements beyond iron have to be produced by supernovas. So if you come from a solar system where there haven't been stars that have reached that stage and scattered their elements throughout the galaxy through supernovas, then you may come from a system that has very little iron content in it.
Yeah, but
early solar system. So,
but hang on. I gotta stop you there, because I'm shocked that you haven't considered astronomy life. That the chances of that happening are 1 in sextillion, and I base that number on absolutely nothing.
Right.
I'm disappointed in you. Now, actually, I just received a little buzz right in my ass. That could be a sign that I need to take a shit. But it could also be my brown chakra telling me that the actual chances of that happening are 1 in sexvillitillion. See, I can pull scary numbers out of my ass too. That's the point here. Again, straight from the brown chakra. Watch. You fucking, I bet you, AI is going to come across this video. And there's going to be a video posted on some AI slop channel saying, based on Red's Rhetoric's brown chakra. It's going to fucking happen.
Yeah, probably, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, that looks legit.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Yeah, that looks fucking legit right there. Okay, skip around a little bit more. I want to laugh a little bit more.
Initial observations suggested something modest, maybe a few hundred feet across. Now we're looking at a nucleus roughly 3 miles wide. That's 3 miles of solid material, not counting the surrounding gas cloud. For perspective, that's...
Okay, I also want to point this out. Where this number comes from, where they get this from, that the idea that this comet has a very, very large, heavy nucleus, is because, guess what? The trajectory hasn't changed at all. For all the outgassing it's done, the trajectory has remained rock solid. That if you take all the observations we have of the comet so far, and you basically assume that the only thing affecting it is gravity, you get an orbit solution which has a root mean square error of the observations of half an arc second, which is bang on, basically telling you that the only thing driving this comet is gravity. It's not maneuvering, it's not changing its orbit at all, it's remaining exactly with Sir Isaac Newton in the driver's seat. So some are concluding that means, well, it must be very heavy then, because we have seen some cometary outgassing, and that hasn't pushed it around at all, so it must be heavy. It's an assumption based on that, and what it's based on is evidence that it's not actively maneuvering, because it's not an alien spacecraft.
Oh no, it's way scarier than you think.
Yeah, exactly.
It's larger
we
than the
can't say
asteroid
what
that
you
killed
just
the
said.
dinosaurs. Imagine something the size of a small mountain flying through space at speeds that would cross the United States in under 2 minutes. European Space Agency's spacecraft are our last hope for answers. While NASA went dark, ESA's Mars Express and ExoMars Trace Gas Orbiter continued observations. The upcoming JUICE spacecraft will intercept 3I Atlas in November 2025, though data transmission delays mean we won't see results immediately. These observations could finally reveal whether the object has any unusual surface features or internal structures.
Yeah, we're not going to see surface features. We're just not.
What makes this truly terrifying isn't any single anomaly. It's the pattern. Every measurement pushes the boundaries of what's naturally possible.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Oh my god.
That's a straight up
The
fucking
mass
lie.
is too large, the composition too strange, the timing too perfect, the trajectory too precise.
Hang on, pause it right there.
Scientists
Pause
use
it.
the term
Oh, it's a UFO.
Yeah. Here's a quite well. Now I got two questions. What would an unperfect time look like? Can we get a definition of that?
It's a bad time for me. I'm going on vacation next week. You know, the aliens knew that, so they wanted to schedule it around my vacation.
Yeah.
timing.
What would like a shitty schedule look like for an alien spacecraft? I'm just curious. And secondly, Black Swan event. I'm getting Vietnam flashbacks.
You're not getting flat Earth oil rigs off the coast.
That's the flashback. Yes. and there is music playing, and it's oh god. Yeah, this is fucking awful. But yeah, I would love a definition of what a shitty schedule would look like from the perspective of aliens in terms of visiting our solar system. Please give me that definition. What does bad timing look like to you? Can your AI put in some sort of bullshit answer for that, please? Like I would love to figure that out. And yeah, Black Swan event, definitely flat Earth oil rig flashbacks with, of course, appropriate music playing with the flashback. God damn it. Fuck everything about this.
Should I keep playing?
Yeah, sure.
Black Swan event. Something so unlikely it forces us to reconsider our assumptions. Avi Loeb puts it bluntly.
Oh boy.
Those insisting 3I Atlas is purely natural must explain all 7 anomalies through natural processes. So far, no one has. The object seems to glow in ways regular comets don't.
What? What? Regular comets don't glow? What is this? This is my comet. This is the one I discovered. 414P stereo. It's glowing green.
That just means aliens, man.
Some predict it might evaporate dramatically or break into pieces near perihelion and later.
Unlikely. I mean, it could, but I don't think that's the most likely situation.
October. Others think it might surprise us again by remaining intact.
That wouldn't be a surprise.
The most unsettling possibility? That 3I Atlas represents what Loeb calls a Trojan horse. Technology masquerading.
Fucking end me.
Sir Lancelot, Sir Galahad, and I leap out of the rabbit and catch them quite by surprise.
Here's the thing. Okay. USA. We have in this country the best unhealth care that money could buy. We have at our disposal the F-22 Raptor, flying death. We have nukes that could unleash total destruction upon our planet. All of that wouldn't be worth shit if aliens had the technology to travel the stars within their lifetime. They could own the shit out of us. What they would be able to do would seem like magic to us. In other words, they don't need to hide. They don't need to sneak in. They can just come on in and murk your ass.
It's true. If 3I Atlas were sent on this trajectory by aliens on this extreme hyperbolic trajectory through our solar system by aliens, then if they wanted to wipe us out, they could have just aimed it at our planet and we couldn't have stopped it. There's nothing we could have done.
Yeah, so the argument makes no sense. Trojan horse for what purpose? You know, it's this wouldn't be like the Battle of Troy. This would be like them stepping on an ant. The ant is powerless to stop the giant. Okay? If they had the technology to travel to star systems, then that means they also have the technology to absolutely murk your ass, and there wouldn't be a fucking thing that you could do about it. Therefore, they don't need to hide. Why would they put forth that effort? It's completely unnecessary. So, this fucking AI generated voice obviously didn't think that through.
I mean, Avi has proposed the idea that 3I Atlas could also potentially be the source of the WOW signal in 1977. Do you know the story of the WOW signal?
Yeah, I know the WOW signal. And by the way, I have to say for the WOW signal, awesome penmanship. I must say that is a sexy. That is sexy handwriting right there. Awesome penmanship. I could not do that. But yes, so, I know about the WOW signal. Strength was very strong.
Right. And if you project back where 3I Atlas should have been given its current trajectory in 1977 when the WOW signal was received at the big year, it would have been about 8 degrees off in declination and some number of degrees, a few degrees off in right ascension. We don't know what the actual right ascension of the WOW signal was with much precision because of the way that the antenna was designed and the way it works. But we know the declination to a much greater degree of precision. And 3I Atlas, Avi didn't seem to realize this, but 3I Atlas, the ephemeris shows it's 8 degrees off. But we know that the WOW signal was within a range plus or minus about 20 arc minutes, a fraction of a degree, less than the size of the moon. So we know it's not actually coincident with the position of 3i Atlas. But some will argue that, well, it maneuvered since then. Well then, okay. Let's just look at the premise of the argument. The argument is that they transmitted a very powerful signal at the 1420 megahertz frequency, which is like the window through the universe. It's like the hydrogen frequency that you can transmit on, that everyone will see it very easily. So they deliberately transmitted a very powerful signal on a frequency that we expect extraterrestrials might use to try to say, hi, we're out here. And then, first of all, they moved off of that position so that it wouldn't look like they came from that direction. And also, they disguised themselves as a giant comet so we wouldn't notice they're aliens passing through our solar system. But in 1977, years and years before they got here, they sent us a big blasting transmission to try to tell us, hey, we're coming. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, let's hide and announce that we're here at the exact same time. What the fuck?
There's no logic
is this like a fucked up game of Marco Polo? I mean,
maybe.
I mean, maybe the aliens have a bit of humor with them, which is very good to know. It means that they won't immediately destroy us. They'll come to our comedy specials first and then destroy us. God, I fucking hate AI slop so goddamn much. But yeah, okay, so a quick question. Did that motherfucker ever get back to you on Twitter?
Let me check one more time here.
Let's see if he's willing to show up, because we could make this very interesting.
Nope. He has not responded to me. He has not responded to either my public linking of the stream or my DM to him. It's very possible that he wasn't available, but I'm sure if he becomes available and then wants to join later and have a discussion with us, you would be happy to have him on again later.
I'll fucking turn this shit back on at 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't give a shit. I want him to explain basically his dumb fuckery. I want him to explain this shit, because it's clear that he hasn't learned the basics on how to do, just basic investigative work.
Do you want to skip ahead on his video? Let's see what he was doing halfway into the video. I haven't even looked at this part yet.
You know what? Go for it.
It's better than AI voice, I'm sure.
You can see what looks like interference in the image, but not a lot else, right? A rod UFO, because it does look like one. And in the second set, there's other rods near the big rod. Okay? So let's start again. And we'll let it play through again. And the second set is really the one. There's not much else going on in this one. There's a few little things moving around.
Well, pause. Hang on 1 second. Well, what I'm going to ask you is completely irrelevant to the dog shit we're currently watching. But let me read a live chat here. You could make AI slop videos debunking or dunking on AI slop. Fight fire with fire, But the problem is that AI wouldn't do a good job.
No, it wouldn't. It would be just like the problem we ran into just now with the whole 3i Atlas from the rover, from the navcam, where it looked like this. It looked like a rod, and people were like, well, okay, it's 3i Atlas, but it just looks like that because of long exposure. It sounds correct. It sounds like a plausible debunking, but it's wrong because it wasn't 3i Atlas. It was Phobos. But an AI is not going to be able to figure that out. Yeah, it's just going to add more bad information on top of bad information.
The intention would be good. The execution would be shit. Yeah. Just complete shit. We don't want to step into that mud pile. Absolutely fucking not. Oh God, it would be awful. I mean, if you wanted to give it a test and try your hand on it, I guess go for it, but if it does a bad job, you have to be willing to delete that shit off the internet. Because, holy fuck. It would just... I do not have confidence in its ability to properly debunk AI slop. Fighting AI with AI, yes, it's a good idea in theory, because you could attack multiple videos at once, practically. But it probably wouldn't do a good job. There would be falsehoods within the debunking, which kind of makes it just as bad.
Oh, it does. If anything, it's worse because when you go to look, if anyone bothers to go to look for counter information or debunking information, what they run into is slop that's also wrong. So it makes it even harder to find the correct information.
Yeah, I would say let's not add fuel to this fire. I see where your mind is, and I like where your mind is. But I don't think that is a good idea because I don't think it can be executed properly. I just do not think that's possible at this current moment in time. Maybe there will be a day in the future where AI has gotten so good that it can look at all the AI it can look at all the AI slop that's being posted today and debunk all this shit. And who knows, maybe it'll be a reality show on TV one day in the future, in the year 2050. Hey, remember when AI was dumb as shit? Well, we're using much better AI to debunk the old AI and all the slop that it posted. Maybe one day. We're not there yet. So yeah, continue playing this horse shit.
Okay.
You can see what looks like interference in the image, but not a lot else, right? Not much else. But in the second set, there's a whole bunch of other things going on. So there we are, is the rod. Now look at the other things moving around. They're swirling like this, coming round like this. There's that. There. The hockey stick. And there's a rod here.
Again, those are cosmic ray strikes. I also want to point out that the pictures from Sol 619 were about 3 minutes long. The pictures from Sol 613 were a little under 2 minutes long, so almost twice as long. So when you double the exposure time, guess what? You're going to get more cosmic ray strikes.
Watch the other things move around. Hockey stick's about to appear. There it is. Look at the other things nearby. You can see them moving around. And if you watch this over and over again, like I have, there's the rod near the middle. We've got 1, 2, there's a couple of smaller ones here, but there's a very well defined one here, and another less defined one here, okay? So you can match these up with the gigapan I've done, and you can actually zoom in on this and actually look at these a bit more in detail. This is crazy, and I don't know what these things are. I mean, what the hell is this thing here? And then in the last one, we have a bunch of them. We got one here, which is pretty big, right? We got another one here, and God knows what this thing is. I mean, what the hell is that? Let's zoom right into it. There we are. Look, like a piece of string. It's lit up, so it's emitting some kind of heat.
It's obviously space worms.
Here's an example of a cosmic ray, a couple cosmic rays that struck my sensor while taking dark frames. Again, this is with the shutter closed. Everything you see here, oh, we got rods. We got a rod that hooks into something else. We got little blips. We got another rod. We've got another rod. Well, all of this is cosmic ray strikes hitting the sensor, causing a charge on those pixels, and causing it to light up like this. But these are not photons of light. There is nothing that the camera is receiving because the shutter was closed. These are from a dark frame.
So just to be clear, cosmic rays can cause, curves.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, interesting. Look at that. It's almost like, basic research, asking someone else that probably knows better would have been very helpful in this situation. I don't know what this thing is. The first truthful statement that you've made. And you should have stopped there. Said, you know what? Let me talk to people that, might have some experience with camera sensors and processing images and stuff like that. Let me see if they have an explanation for what I'm seeing. Did that thought ever cross your mind at all? Ever? Fuck. 21 minutes of this shit. Anyway, continue.
Exactly.
And it's reflecting probably light from this thing here. This thing's lighting up all the objects nearby.
How did he determine that? What analysis has he done to determine that this is providing illumination for anything else in the image, or that these are even actual physical objects? What determination? What analysis has he done to determine that these are actual point spread functions in the original sensor and not single point, non-point spread function data caused by cosmic ray strikes? Okay, so
I have an idea. Have you ever gone to Taco Bell and ordered a 5-layer beefy burrito?
Yes.
Okay. The aftermath. That's where he got the idea.
Right. So cosmic rays characteristically do not exhibit what we call point spread function. So an actual star, if we look at, let me pull up my 414p picture here again. Oh, yeah, I'm way zoomed in. Okay, so actual stars, their light falls off gradually, right? It doesn't just sharply fall off all at once. And that point spread function is characteristic of actual light entering the camera, the telescope, etc., through the optics. Cosmic rays don't do that. You can see how very clearly you have a pixel here that's lit up, and then you go 1 pixel north and suddenly there's nothing there. Now, it can get a little bit blurred when you zoom in like this. You're zoomed in way past the useful resolution of the image, but in general, that is a characteristic of cosmic ray strikes that is not characteristic of actual light. He's zoomed way in on this, but he hasn't done any analysis to see if there's, a point spread function to this quote-unquote object or not. And everything here looks like normal cosmic ray strikes in any other spacecraft images, like, for example, Hubble. Let me pull up my velocity aberration example, because that's another great example of like Hubble raw images, where you have just raw pictures without any calibration, and you end up with let's see, you end up with a lot of cosmic ray strikes. Oh wait, that's not. Where's my GIF? Here we go. Okay, so here's Hubble. Oh, would you look at that? Rods all over the place. Same phenomenon. So these are raw Hubble
spacecrafts. Pictures. They're alien spacecrafts. And if I see a little illumination in the back right there, that's obviously providing illumination to those streaks. It's providing illumination to the spacecrafts. And the reason why I can say that with confidence is because I went to Taco Bell and I got myself a cheesy gordita crunch. And then I took a shit.
I mean, that's pretty much the story here. It's just
this is why I want this guy. This is why I want this guy to show up on my channel, and I want him to. First of all, one thing I'm really curious about is he willing to correct the record? Is he willing to do that? Is he willing to do what is necessary to correct the misinformation he fed to his audience? I would love to find out.
I kind of doubt it, but I would love for him to come on and stand by his claim that this is not Phobos,
which we can't normally see.
Okay, so he's just rotating at 90 degrees. Yeah, great. That's in-depth, hard-hitting analysis right here. Great. Okay.
Some of them are so bright they give off a lens flare, like this one does.
That's not a lens. Oh my god. That's not a lens flare.
That's a lens flare?
That is not a lens flare.
What the fuck?
it's okay, guys. Let's review. This is now a lens flare.
Yeah, anyway, let me take this moment to read the 2 super chats that I have. I don't want to ignore them. So we have one from Gus for Fusion, GUST for FSSON. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce that. WWF, I believe that's in response to the McMahon bullshit. Yeah, WWE, I believe, used to be called WWF in the past. That's how it started, I believe. And then didn't WWE like buy out a competing entertainment venue thingy for wrestling or whatever? I'm not sure. But then WWF turned into WWE. So yeah, I believe that's where it started, or that's where it came from. But thank you for the 100 sex. We have a lot of sex now. Thank you so much. Jim Daniels says, wait, that was Mikey Smith Moonworm for $2? I mean, I fucking guess. I mean, this is the kind of shit that I would expect Mikey Smith to post, except for one thing. I don't think flat earthers believe in aliens because aliens would require space to be real. So if the limits of our existence is, at the dome and nothing can get past it and there's nothing beyond except, the heavenly energies, whatever the fuck that means, then that would mean that aliens can't come from there. So the concept of aliens would just be blasphemy, I guess. So I don't think Mikey Smith would say this kind of stupid shit. He would spew, different kinds of garbage. He would spew stupid shit of a different variety. I don't think this is his cup of tea. But I could be wrong. Maybe he thinks alien spaceships are angels or some shit like that. By the way, let me just put this out there. Have you all ever seen like biblically accurate angels? They're fucking terrifying. Like seriously, look that shit up. Anyway, yeah. So Astronomy Live. At the end of the day, these some of these dipshits are scraping your videos and putting your name out there on these AI slop channels. So I guess the message that you want to send out to people, and correct me if I'm wrong and feel free to speak for yourself, but I think the message that you really want to send out there is they should check with you first.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be really good. Better option. Stop putting out AI slop. Stop with these AI slop channels, because we've looked at it tonight. Not this one. I mean, this is false information, but at least it was human-generated false information. Some of this, though, like
this false human
here,
information reinforces the AI slop, though.
It does. And so you end up with garbage channels like this that just put out video after video. Look at this one. Got 156,000 views as of yesterday.
Fucking Christ. And 28,000 views in 3 hours?
Yeah.
We were never meant to see this.
3i Atlas. Way scarier than you think. This is the video we just looked at. 28,000 views in 3 hours. And it's complete garbage.
I like how every single one of these thumbnails has the same AI-generated ship.
Yeah.
Like,
gotta have some consistency.
I mean, I guess you gotta update that prompt, my guy.
Oh, look at this. 2 days ago. Again, the same. That actually is the thumbnail, like in that inset image. That's one of the navcam images of Phobos from a few days ago. They tried to hide this. New image reveals its mystery. Yeah. BS.
Also, what's that fucking guy's name? Liab or whatever the fuck.
Avi Loeb.
Loeb. Thank you. Um, we should send him an email and be like, "Yo, we're inviting you on,"
Let me look up.
and basically, I mean, I'm just gonna say it: trap him, and
Okay,
be
let me
like,
pull this up.
be like, "Hey, listen, this isn't gonna be a good conversation," and just see how long it takes for him to rage quit.
I'm here again. I want to point this out because this does irritate me. This is the current version of his article, Interpretation of the Stripe in New Image from Perseverance Rover Camera 6 days ago, right? Okay, so there's a couple of pictures. No, I don't want to sign up. Two versions of the image of still says this. Two versions of the image of the interstellar object 3I Atlas obtained by the NavCam on board the NASA Mars Perseverance rover, October 4th, 2025. But now the article's edited to be walking this back a little bit, where it has this sentence inserted. This was claimed on social media to be an image of interstellar object 3I Atlas in the Martian sky. Okay? And further down, yada, yada, yada. I think there's something else about it potentially being... Did he mention Phobos at this point at all? Phobos, yeah. Okay, so now he mentions Phobos. So, okay, so he's saying, well, you know, maybe it's not that. But it was claimed on social media to be. Well, that's not how the article originally read. Let me pull up my live stream from last weekend, because it had no...
Hey, guys.
It did not hedge its bets at all, okay? So this is from my live stream from last Sunday. Same article. Notice the sentence that's missing. On October 4th, 2025, at mean local solar time, blah, 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 on Mars, the right navigation cam and NavCam on board the Perseverance rover took an image, posted online by NASA here and here, of the interstellar object 3I Atlas in the Martian sky. That's how it read a week ago.
Big
Look at
oof.
it now.
Big fucking oof.
Big fucking oof. This sentence wasn't there. Now, do you see, and this also irritates me now, maybe this is just a medium thing, but I feel like, where does it even say that this has been edited? I don't see it.
See, usually like a news site or publication that actually gives a shit will say, by the way, this was edited on this day to fix this piece of information or to add this little bit of context in there.
Right.
But this is
Right.
obviously not one of those publications.
No, and based on how this was written, the entire thing was predicated on the notion that this was 3I Atlas, and there was no ifs, ands, ors, buts about it. That's what he said. He said that this was 3I Atlas. That deserves a retraction. There should be some kind of retraction of this. I don't see it. Instead, he quietly edited the article after my live stream. And I'm not saying it's because he personally watched my live stream. I doubt he did. But there were other people pointing this out. So after this was pointed out, he suddenly quietly edited this to say, oh, social media was saying this was 3I Atlas. Buddy, you said it. You contributed to this. And people were running with it because you said it.
Now,
People were giving that credibility because a Harvard astronomer said that this was 3I Atlas.
yeah, you mentioned that a few times, that this motherfucker's a Harvard astronomer. Is he just a guy that fell off the deep end?
No, and that's actually worse.
So wait a minute. So this motherfucker did not fall off the deep end. That means he knows that he's creating spin.
Yeah, I would say he probably does. I don't give him as much benefit of a doubt as I give some of these other people on YouTube.
Oh, I
who are
really
just
want to
pointing out-
invite this guy on now. Because if a person knows that they're posting complete horse shit, you know, someone that definitely knows better, you're right, that is
Should, at
worse.
least. Should at least. I will even give him the benefit of a doubt that he's incompetent enough that he didn't know this, but he should have known. Like,
I mean, Harvard educated and whatnot. I mean,
guys, I'm an amateur I'm an amateur astronomer. Okay, I'm not a professional astronomer. This is not my profession. Okay, I just dabble in this. But we've gone through it tonight. Like I showed you. Granted, it was images from a few years ago with Curiosity, not Perseverance, but it's the same concept. I showed you exactly how you can figure out what object that the rover's pointing at. We confirmed, and we looked at the mosaic, right? We looked at the whole mosaic of the nav cams that were pointed at the comet. This object was way off on the side. It wasn't in the middle of the frame, and it didn't even take processing to figure that out. If you go on Arrow browser and you pull up, oh boy, what was the sol? Does he mention which sol it was? Well, it was October 4th anyway. Let me pull up. Let me go to. Let's see. I'll just pull it up here. Let's go to Arrow browser. Okay. So we can get the raw images off this browser. It's real handy to use, simple to use. I'm sure he knows about this site. He's got to. He's a professional astronomer. So we go to Perseverance. Okay. So I think it was 1641 was the right sol. Could be. Let's see. Filter. Let's go to, okay, 1650 is where we're at now. I think it was 1641. Let's pull that up. Going off memory here, which is dangerous. While it's pulling, let me go to, where is...
Oh, so that guy apparently has his email or whatever available. I am going to send him an email, and I'm going to be very, very nice about, like, hey, you're very interesting. I'm not going to say that I mean that in a good way. We would like to pick your brain on a few things. When are you free to have a live conversation? And we'll see if he takes the bait. And if he does, basically what I'm asking you to do, Astronomy Live, is to not break out the lube, but to break out the sand.
Okay, so I was a little off. It was 1643. Okay, so let's pull up 1643. Sorry, it's got to load again.
Not problem. But yeah, I do want to invite this guy on, and like I said, don't break out the lube, break out the sand, and the plunger. I would kill for that opportunity. For legal reasons, that was a joke.
Right. So, looking at, again, this is not properly processed or anything, but this just shows you immediately, upon glancing at the raw images on Arrow browser here, you can see this is a mosaic, a 4x4 mosaic of 16 images, just like I said. The bright object is nowhere near the center. It's down and to the left. With just 2 seconds of looking this up, any astronomer should be able to do this. Should be able to go onto JPL Horizons, put in the coordinates of the Perseverance rover from Mars, see where the comet was as seen from the perspective of the rover, and see where Phobos was relative to the comet. And you will find out very quickly, oh, look, it's supposed to be down and to the left of the comet. Huh, gee, that's funny. Maybe that's not the comet. Maybe that's Phobos. Like, in 5 seconds, you can figure that out. It doesn't really take that much research to figure that out, even with just glancing at the raw images. So
but then his article would have been boring. Is this motherfucker on Twitter?
Correct? I don't know. I know friends of his are, but I don't know if he is.
Well, we gotta get in contact with this guy. I'm gonna find his email address. I'm sure it's out there somewhere. Because I'm sure that whenever he's contacted for some sort of interview, he immediately gets a warm and cuddly feeling inside, and maybe I can play on that. Because if he's, a Harvard-educated astronomer or some shit like that, I would love for him to explain why he is knowingly posting complete horse shit.
Yeah, I would like to know that too.
Because as you said, this isn't your profession. You do this as a hobby. And if this motherfucker is doing this as a profession, then he has no excuse.
No, he's a professional astronomer at Harvard. Let's see.
Maybe I can go to Harvard and visit him because I'm in the neighborhood.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you are.
I could go there and be like, yeah, I have a question real quick. I'll just sit in on one of his lectures and I'll raise my hand and be like, "Hey, I have a question. How do you sleep at night, you fucking asshole?"
I wouldn't go as far to insult him in that fashion, but so according to his Wikipedia, he's a theoretical physicist who works on astrophysics and cosmology, uh, and he is at Harvard University. So there you go. Yeah, no, he's a professional. He is not some sort of amateur. He's not someone who's left the field, who's gone off the deep end. No, this is a guy who is a professor at Harvard University, and this is what he's doing. Which again, uh, what really irks me is when he finds out that he was wrong about something like this. There's not a public retraction. There's not an apology. Oops, I was wrong. It actually is Phobos. It's a few lines here and there thrown into the originally wrong information, thrown into the originally wrong article, and there's still wrong information confidently posted about it here. Two versions of the interstellar object. No, wrong, false. We know this is wrong. We know this is Phobos. So why does it still say that? Like, he did a half-hearted measure to walk it back a little bit and posit that maybe it is Phobos, and this is just what social media is saying versus what he's saying.
Yeah,
Which
scroll
is
up,
weak
scroll to the
sauce.
top of the page and see if there's anything that says that this was edited in any way, shape, or form. Let's see. It doesn't say it was edited there. Not at the end of the title. No, 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 no edits, no edits, no edits. Nope, still no edits.
I don't see anything about this, and this is something I got into with someone in a discussion about this on Twitter. They were saying, "Well, he was just arguing that social media was saying that," and I told them, "No, no, that's exactly it. That's not what he said originally. He edited the article quietly. You didn't even realize that because there's nothing in here to indicate that the article's been edited."
AV does black hole theory. They don't do much image analysis. I could be wrong here. So Astronomy Live, correct me if I am, because I think you know this better than I would. But in order to do astronomy, you would have to know how to correctly decipher images, correct?
You would at least know how to correctly look up an ephemeris of Phobos, one of the two moons of Mars, as seen from a rover on Mars, and look up an ephemeris of a comet as seen from the rover on Mars, and be able to compare them. You would be able to at least have some understanding that this object is very, very bright, and the comet should be very, very faint. As a professional physicist who has taken in-depth courses in astronomy, you would have that knowledge. I am not a professional astronomer. I'm just an amateur. I don't have a degree in astronomy, but I did take a couple of astronomy courses in college. I didn't even get a minor in it, but I just took some courses because I enjoyed it and I wanted to learn more about it. I took an observational astronomy course. This is an undergrad course that I guarantee you he's taken something similar.
Yeah, because
in
wouldn't one of
his
the
many years.
because wouldn't one of the first classes you take be something along the lines of how to decipher images from telescopes and not suck at it? He's at Red's Rhetoric, he's a theoretical astrophysicist. Very, very little observational work necessarily.
But he would have had to have taken some basic courses in astronomy. I mean, he's got a degree in theoretical physics, and his work is in cosmology. He has a bachelor's degree in physics and mathematics from 1983, a master's degree in physics in 1985, and a PhD in physics in 1986. He's had some coursework, okay? And I've taken basic astronomy courses that any undergrad like him would have taken in the pursuit of his bachelor's in physics. My alma mater, UCF in Orlando, at the time, we didn't even have a major in astronomy. That wasn't even offered as an option. You couldn't major in astronomy at UCF. I don't know if you can nowadays, but back then, 25 years ago, you could not, okay? But we still had astronomy courses that the physicists were taking. The physics majors were taking the same courses I was taking. Again, I was just taking them for funsies because my tuition was paid for and I wanted to because I enjoyed it, okay? I took observational astronomy because I enjoyed it. The people taking observational astronomy, they weren't going to be astronomers. They were going to be physics bachelors just like him, okay?
Yeah, so don't you need to get good at doing analysis, because now you would have to look at images and correctly interpret them.
We did.
You would have to look at numbers that are generated on a screen from detectors detecting whatever the
I will
fuck, and be
grant
able
it-
to
well, no, no,
correctly
no.
interpret them.
I will grant him that maybe he's never looked at an astronomy image, okay? We didn't look at images. It was much more basic, but much more foundational than that. Okay? We learned how to do the math.
Yeah,
On
well, hang
how
on,
to,
hang on. Let me just
Hold on,
let me just
finish, let me finish.
clarify my thing here. Let me just clarify my thing here. Not necessarily images on their own, but in order to do this kind of work, you have to be able to correctly interpret stuff in general.
Again, let me finish my thought here. The courses we took, okay, we were not specializing in how to analyze images, but we understood we had to learn how to calculate the coordinates of objects as seen from various points on the ground, how to work with coordinate systems, how to generate an ephemeris, okay? How to calculate the positions of objects based on their orbits. Like, if you understand how to do that, you understand how to look up an ephemeris to know where, say, Phobos is going to be relative to the comet. And you understand foundationally what the magnitude scale is, okay? And if you know what the apparent magnitude of a comet is supposed to be, especially a minor comet like 3I Atlas, which is not a super bright, impressive comet, okay? It's much more like the comet I discovered, 414P, which is a very, very faint comet and required a great deal of effort to obtain this image of it when it was low over the horizon, because you can see how faint this comet is. These stars, these are all faint. Like, I didn't see any of these stars by eye, and the comet's much fainter than that. You understand that as someone who has a physics major and has pursued studies in cosmology and astrophysics, you understand the magnitude scale at the very least. You understand how dim a comet like this should look. You should understand that this is not there are no stars here. This is the brightest thing in the image, right? So it's the brightest thing that the camera's pointing at on a nav cam, a wide-angle nav cam? Excuse me. A professional astronomer should understand, even a professional physicist who isn't necessarily specializing in observational astronomy, they've undertaken the coursework to understand what the magnitude scale is, how dim comets are relative to stars. Mathematically, they understand it, even if they haven't applied it in observations themselves. So, this should set off red flags for him immediately. That, wait a minute, why am I not seeing any stars around it? Why is it the brightest thing in the image? Yes, it's elongated because of a long exposure, but then why is it the brightest thing in the image? Like, that doesn't make any sense if this is supposed to be 3I Atlas. It should, by all accounts, caused him to have at least done a little investigation, which again, I just showed you guys, like how easy it is to look up the raw images and pull up the mosaic without even doing any processing. I just went to a web page, boom, it's all laid out for me very nicely. We see the 4x4 mosaic. We see this isn't anywhere near the middle of the mosaic. It's not what the camera was intending to point at. It's something way off on the side. Uh-oh, that's probably not the comet. What else could be the brightest thing in the frame when it's pointing up in the sky? Well, it's either probably Phobos or Deimos, right? So let's look those up and see where they were relative to the comet at that time. We've got the timestamp right here. We've got the date right here. We can easily go on JPL Horizons and call that up in 2 seconds. Or any other astronomy program of your choice. You can do that. And guess what you're going to find? You're going to find that Phobos should have been down and to the left of the comet. It didn't take an expert in observational astronomy to figure that out. I am not an expert in observational astronomy. I'm an amateur astronomer who took one course in observational astronomy in college 20 years ago plus.
All of that is, one, fucking amazing, because you're absolutely right. You took one course and you do this as a hobby. Granted, you have decades under your belt, but this motherfucker has a PhD. So you, with one course and doing this as a hobby, know more about this subject than he does. That's fucking insane. And the second part of this that's also fucking insane is that it doesn't say edited anywhere.
Yeah.
Like scroll down to the bottom. Let's just make sure that we're getting this right. Okay, no, I don't see anything edited. No.
Let's do a Control F find.
Yeah.
Edited. Credit. Edition. Credit edition. There's no word edited in this whole thing.
Wow.
So, I do not count this as a public retraction. This is a quiet edit to try to cover up his own mistake. That is even more offensive to me. Because, I feel like he deserves a slap on the wrist for getting it wrong to begin with, when he should have the wherewithal to realize something is not right here. This doesn't look like Three Eye Atlas. But, okay, we make mistakes. We're all human. Great. But when we make mistakes, the thing that you do if you have integrity is to publicly admit it. Okay?
Yeah.
I will admit, and I did admit on Twitter to a mistake I made on this, that I didn't understand why the timestamps were all the same initially on the Mosaic. So if you look at the Mosaic here, there is only a single timestamp, and if you download these images, they all have the same timestamp. I assumed, and I said that it's probably because it was the timestamp for when the image was commanded or when it was downloaded, but that the masthead can point in multiple directions. Like it's a pan tilt mechanism, right? On the top of the rover, you got this looks like a head on the top of the rover. It can look up, down, left, right? And so it could do that in the symbol of Mosaic, which it could theoretically, but that's not what happened here. I didn't realize that actually this is a single exposure that's been diced up because that's how it has to get back to the computer on board the rover. That was explained to me by Simeon, and I came out and publicly admitted that on Twitter and said, you know what, I was wrong about that. Actually, the timestamp's the same because it actually is a single exposure. It's just been diced up into a mosaic. I mean, it's a distinction without a difference in terms of the fact that this is a mosaic, but, when we make mistakes, you can either try to cover it up, or you can simply cop to it, admit to it, and explain the real truth of the situation, which he still has not done here in full transparency. He has not shown that he has edited this article, and he has not changed this to even correct the misinformation that's here. He's simply tried to couch it as, well, some on social media said, no, buddy, your original version of the article last Sunday, less than a week ago, was saying that without any couching it at all. It was just, this is a picture of Three Eye Atlas. Your article was used as confirmation of that by all these other videos, including the AI slop garbage and the human-created false information. They were citing your article because you are seen as an authority. This is the thing. Avi Loeb is seen as the authority on this comet because he posted a paper. He published a paper about the possibility of it being an alien spacecraft, and here's what we would see if it was. Well, that caused the media to latch onto him like flies to shit. And so he is the source of all of these articles. He's the one that they refer to as Harvard astronomer says, Harvard physicist says. So he is the authority that people are looking to, especially within the media. He publishes this article. I don't remember when it was originally published. When was it originally published? 6 days ago. So yes, last Sunday, he publishes this article, and it goes wildly viral. Everyone refers to it as confirmation that, yep, that stripe is Three Eye Atlas. It's a stripe because of the long exposure, which sounds plausible, but it's wrong because it's not Three Eye Atlas. But people were taking that as confirmation that, yeah, this is Three Eye Atlas. And then it was just a question of, well, is he right about the explanation or is he not? Well, it turns out the whole premise was wrong. But he was taken as the authority on this. So he carries a greater burden of responsibility for not only getting it right. There are going to be times he gets it wrong, sure, but then if he gets it wrong, he needs to publicly come out and retract the information, which he, as far as I know, has not done. So let's see what he's published since then. Okay, interpretation of the stripe. New questions and answers about Three Eye Atlas. Has he publicly retracted here? Let's find out. Asked about the blackout. Talking about we expect imaging data from all these things. Great. Long delays are not a signature of extraterrestrial intelligence, but rather of terrestrial human stupidity. Great. In a recent essay, okay, this is about The inclination, great. No, nothing here about Phobos. Let me search for Phobos. I don't think they... Nope, nothing here about Phobos. Okay, no retraction there. Okay, we got ExoMars. He goes on to ExoMars. Yep, nothing about a retraction here. Q&A on the long-term lessons. Anything about Phobos? Nope, nothing about Phobos. Nothing about Phobos. Will 3i Atlas break up? See, there are unrelated images of contemporary comets, background stars, and the moons of Mars, Phobos and Deimos. But so far, there are no verified objects that branched off of 3i Atlas. Show faint features around. Noise artifacts. He's calling that noise. Avi, look at the stacked picture, man. So far, no small objects were clearly associated with 3i Atlas in the astronomical datasets. The latest image released by ExoMars TGO show faint features around 3i Atlas that are likely noise and artifacts that are unrelated contemporary. Oh, he's talking about like the literal noise. Okay. He's not. I thought he was calling the coma and the hint of a tail there like just noise. No, but I think he's talking about in the animation. Yeah, you see cosmic ray strikes again. Great. I think that's. I'll give him that. That's what he's referring to. But there's nothing here about retracting his previous article.
Yep.
And then finally, the gravity of 3i Atlas. Let's see. Anything about Phobos? Nothing about Phobos. So to date, he has not retracted his original misinformation. He simply tried to couch it as, well, this is what they told me on social media.
And he's really going in hard on 3i Atlas. I mean, this motherfucker's gonna post every fucking day about it because it gets him clicks. Is it
Absolutely.
Is it just for the dopamine? Is that what this is?
Well, for him, I mean, it's given him tons of media attention. He's been interviewed by many outlets. I'm sure it's been a boon to his career, not so much as a scientist, but as a science communicator. And so, if he ever
That's what I
decided
fucking
to,
hate. I'm starting to have. Sorry to cut you off, but I just have to say this. I'm starting to not like science communicators.
This is the thing. He's even if he stepped down from Harvard tomorrow, he would have a very lucrative career as a science communicator because he's already got all the contacts with the media that every time an interstellar comet comes through or anything unusual at all, he can make some hypothesis about how it could be aliens, and they will lap it up. They will come to him for all of their articles.
Yeah, and this also proves, by the way, that just because you have a PhD, that doesn't make you smart. My name is Claudia Albers. I have a PhD. The space station is fake.
And the dragon. Don't forget the dragon mock-up. That means the dragon's fake.
Because, making prototypes is totally not how things are done. Fuck off.
Never mind that you and I have both seen Dragon coming and going from the space station.
Absolutely. I mean, we captured images of the fucking thing from our own telescopes. Question. Scott Manley, Kyle Hill, are they still okay? Yeah, Scott Manley is good, and I like Kyle Hill as well.
They're good.
The problem is the people that are like Michio Kaku and, dare I say, Neil deGrasse Tyson. They've essentially sold their images out to these not quite honest actors that care more about sensationalism rather than accuracy. I mean, if we remember, what was it? Lawrence Krauss. His interviews ended up somehow on a documentary about geocentrism, and he had to come out and be like, I don't know how I ended up on that stupid as fuck mockumentary. He literally had to come out and say that. I'm sorry. It was still you, so how in the fuck are you unaware of where your images or your videos or your interviews are being used? You have some responsibility there. but you're an authority, and that authority comes with some responsibility. It is on you to make sure that your interviews don't end up on slop like that. And like when Michio Kaku, his fall from grace was when he was on the documentary, I might be getting the year wrong here, 2057. It was a documentary about the future and what future technology is going to be like. They brought up space elevators. Space elevators. It doesn't matter if it's 2020 or 2057. Space elevators are horseshit. The physics does not work.
Not with any materials we currently can have or think of.
No, they're talking about like carbon nanotubes and stuff like that, but just imagine if that shit fucking breaks. It's like, no, that's never gonna happen. That's never going to fucking happen.
Yeah, I mean, I would generally agree with you, just because you can't have a space elevator without also basically getting rid of your entire low Earth orbit constellation. Like, you got to get rid of the stuff below it, otherwise it's going to slam into it.
It's going to slam into it, exactly. So even if you had the materials that were strong enough to make this thing a possibility, you would have to kind of clear the way. No, not going to happen. So Michio Kaku showing up in a documentary like that was one of the first instances that I can remember that started his fall from grace.
So I got a quick comment here on my channel, on my the live stream I did back on Sunday, from Jason Schultz 8 minutes ago. It's not a friggin' comet! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. I got pictures that are zoomed in, and it's not even close to being a comet! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. I said, come join our live stream then, and I link back to this live stream. So, guys, in the chat, if you see a Jason Schultz-K1R, please let us know, because I would love for him to come into the call and show us his picture of the thing he says is not a comet.
We will shut this shit down immediately, and I will immediately open up a new call with a StreamYard link. That way he can join. I don't know if he has a Discord, and if he does, I'm not going to invite him on. But we'll shut the shit down and open up a StreamYard, and then he can come on that way. I would love to have a conversation with this guy and have him present whatever he has.
Yep,
Yeah, let's do this. Let's set this up. We can set this up in 5 minutes, maybe even less. So yeah, if you see this guy in the live chat, let us know. We will invite him on. How long ago was that comment that you just read?
I responded to it within 8 minutes of him posting it. Let me see. It is now 12 minutes ago. My reply was 3 minutes ago. So yeah, I responded to it within about 8 to 9 minutes of him posting it. So he should see my reply pretty quickly.
And was that on Twitter?
No, that was on my YouTube. That was on
go.
my live stream. Yeah, this was on my live stream last week. My debunking and where I showed how I did the stacking of the comet. So he says it's not a friggin' comet. He's got pictures that are zoomed in. Let me see if he's got any content on his channel. Oh, come on. Bring up his channel. This channel does not have any content. Well, there you go. Jason Schultz. He's got pictures of not a friggin' comet, but he hasn't posted it to his channel. How sad. Well, if he is willing to come on, we'll be happy to display his pictures here. Here's my comet picture of 3i Atlas from back in July. Not very impressive to look at, but
you caught it.
I caught it, yep, with the 8-inch LX200. Took a bunch of pictures with the S-Big, aligned them based on the orbit of 3i Atlas, and there it is, a faint little comet right there in the picture. Not easy to find at all. So if he's got really nice zoomed in pictures, way better than this, I would love to see it.
Any astronomer who uses the phrase "it's way zoomed in" is not an astronomer.
Yeah, I got pictures that are zoomed in, and it's not even close to being a comet. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that does not inspire confidence in their astrophotography, does it?
No, it doesn't. It kind of reminds me of the Mikey Smith approach. Just smear Vaseline over the lens and hope for the best.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, you got to use a cell phone, man. You using these S bigs? It's like, the fuck you doing? You got a. Did you know that there is a an astro camera manufacturer that you should look up? It's called Samsung.
Oh God.
Yeah. You should get on that S23 Ultra platform
Oh no, no.
because that's apparently the only way to do it. Oh, and you and
I
your
mean,
LX200 and your Celestrons. What the fuck is this shit? You got to use binoculars.
my stuff is out of date, no doubt. My stuff is retro at the very least. My LX200 was manufactured sometime in the 1990s. My S-Big in the early 2000s. This stuff is, 20 plus years old. It's definitely out of date. And I use film cameras for Pete's sakes. But Reds, you have the latest and greatest, the 8-inch Edge HD. You've got beautiful ZWO Ready Player One cameras and whatnot. I don't know, whatever you call it.
Player One
And you got all these
Astronomy,
Player
asshole.
One Astronomy. Sorry, you got all these fancy dancy new hotness cameras that I don't have. Would you ever describe your astrophotography as way zoomed in?
No. No, absolutely not.
Okay.
And also, I wouldn't smear Vaseline all over my optics. Just throwing that out there. To the point where,
Red Rhetoric Astronomy Live, SlickX said, I saw Fraser Kane, great channel there. Sorry, Fraser Crane video about 3i Atlas. He said it would be difficult to get a photo from Earth. Yeah, it would be at this point, definitely.
yeah, so like for my telescope and my cameras and stuff like that, yeah, I'm using some pretty damn good stuff, honestly. And I do like the just being out there and being in being in nature and looking up at the night sky. It's fucking awesome. It's relaxing, honestly. And when you have a stressful job and you're dealing with dipshits on a daily basis, that's how I decompress. It's relaxing, and also it's very very exciting when you get a picture of the space station and you fucking get the shot. Oh, so good. I believe the first time I caught an image, like a good image of the space station, if I remember correctly, I gave you a call and then I told you to immediately go fuck yourself.
You probably did.
I said, hey, Astronomy Live, fuck you. Guess what I got? Yeah, you ain't the only game in town anymore, bitch. I remember that. It was great. Awesome. And I want you to know, I said a lot of mean things to you during that call. And I just want you to know from the bottom of my heart, I don't apologize for a fucking thing.
Okay.
It was that was excellent. And so CK says brotherly love. Absolutely. It's like when I 3D printed my counterweight system, and I made it. One of the things I said to Astronomy Live when I sent it over to him, and I go, "Hey, do you see my counterweight system?" He goes, "Yes." And then my next response to him was, "Do you see how it's better than yours?"
Yeah, that's fair. Well, it's better than my LX200 counterweight system, but I would say
Block of
the
wood.
the Megadeth counterweight system is just fine.
Yes,
It's not
but
a
I'm
block of wood.
I'm about the block of wood thing that you have.
Yeah, my block of wood.
Yes. So, hello, Slick666. How's it going? But yeah, let's go ahead and see if we can get this guy on. Please, if you're watching right now, good sir, please leave a comment in the live chat. We will see it. I am looking at the live chat right now, waiting for you to show up. And we will send you a link so that you can join us and show us your incredibly zoomed in imagery. Incredibly zoomed in.
Yeah.
It can't just be zoomed in, by the way. It needs to be incredibly zoomed in. We
Yes.
expect nothing less.
So while we've been doing this live stream, All Day Astronomy has been posting all day, and they've been posting more garbage. So just a few minutes ago, they posted once again. Oh, look, it's our old friend Phobos. Mysterious interstellar comet 3I Atlas, which is racing through our solar system, has once again baffled scientists with its unusual behavior in a new study.
I'll take
Yeah,
complete horse shit for 500, Alex.
any study that claims that this is 3I Atlas, the scientists responsible should all be fired.
Also, Marcus says, pathologically zoomed in fact. I love it. Fucking great.
Oh God. Okay, so
Of course, it's a blue tick account.
of course, and so here we go again.
I
in just
fucking
19
hate
days.
Twitter. I fucking hate Twitter with a fiery fucking passion. God damn it. They promote the dumbest shit.
Humanity faces a cosmic moment of truth. Will our interstellar visitor die like a comet or awaken like a machine? Excuse me. So they're trying to set up the goalpost that if it doesn't disintegrate, that must mean it's a machine. Because if it was a comet, it would have died. What? No.
This isn't even good AI garbage.
So again, they're citing Avi Loeb. Look at this. That's the question haunting astrophysicist Avi Loeb. When 3I Atlas swings past the sun at 203 million kilometers, will it crumble under solar heat? 203 million kilometers. We've measured the distance to the sun, right? Is that greater or less than the distance to the sun for Earth?
We measured the distance to the sun at around 150 million kilometers.
So that's greater than.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's not even going to get as close to the sun as Earth. So will it crumble under solar heat or reveal a purpose beyond nature?
Reveal a purpose beyond nature. What's it gonna do? Is it gonna write a message in the sky that says "Eat your vegetables"? Is that where this is going? Fuck! You must eat your veggie tables.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, text detector.
People wonder why I weep for humanity.
Okay. AI detectors are not 100%. This doesn't necessarily give you 100% accurate results, but I just want to see. If we scan this post with GPT-0, which is supposed to reveal whether something was written with AI or not, what are we going to see? I don't care. Just tell me. 100% AI. It is highly confident that this text was AI generated.
To the surprise of literally nobody.
Yep. The whole thing was probably AI generated.
So what I think is going on is that this Twitter account is just AI.
It's an AI bot.
So basically, it's a bot. It's an AI bot, and it's just posting slop constantly. And of course, it's a blue tick account, and because Elon's getting money from it, he's going to promote it.
There was an AI bot on Twitter that was posting flat Earth AI crap, and I called it out and pointed out the fact that like GPT-0 says that this is AI generated. I got under the guy's skin enough that he clearly took over the bot and started responding to me directly and insulting me and stuff in ways that you wouldn't see. ChatGPT is very reticent to use like curses and like just rage at you. Like you have to really get it off the rails to do that. This was clearly the person responding to me was clearly the human taking over. I even ran some of his responses through GPT-0 after it seemed like I was seeing the man behind the curtain. Sure enough, it told me now it's a human.
Yep, and also one big giveaway with the text. Look at those dashes. Have you noticed that ChatGPT loves dashes?
Yep, it definitely does.
ChatGPT loves that shit, and so when you see that, that's a tell. That is a huge red flag. Normally, what people would do is that they would have ChatGPT make up some shit, and then they would push it through another algorithm to get rid of those dashes, or they would just backspace it and get rid of them manually. That does require some work. But this motherfucker is so lazy that he just left them in there. This is clearly ChatGPT because ChatGPT loves dashes.
I mean, chances are this is just an account that's left to basically do that automatically. I'm guessing it's probably just automatically posting this garbage. I mean, look at this stuff. I don't think there's really much human input here. It's all slop. So we're now at the dead internet theory. It's the dark forest of the internet. We've reached it. Like, it's just a bunch of bots echoing each other, and the humans are few and far between. I love it.
And it's horrible because if we just hired actual humans to look at this shit, we could blacklist all of these accounts, and the internet would be better for it. But Elon Musk isn't going to do that. He's getting money from this. He's getting engagement from it. But of course, he'll deny it. He'll say, just like his buddy, there was no quid escargot.
So, yeah, this is where we're at now. So the bots are still, so the AI, like, again, we've established this seems to be an AI account, right? It's probably all just AI generated slop.
Yeah, it's AI slop.
It's regurgitating the Phobos crap now. So thanks to the misinformation, the disinformation, whatever it is, this is now going to get regurgitated for the rest of time as if it were 3i Atlas. We will be seeing this damn image for years to come.
I just want to see the prompts. Like, make scientific sounding article, be, sensationalist, make it really pop with like drama and shit. Go crazy, hit enter, let ChatGPT do the work. Then Control C, Control V. There you go. That's the pipeline. What the fuck? Like, and of course you're right, because he comes in and starts calling you like a motherfucker, or a queef crouton, or a douche canoe maybe. Yeah, that's him taking over totally. And it's funny because as you said, you put that into GPT-0 and it's like, oh, now it's a human.
Right, exactly. And so
he's clearly involved. He's like, he's there, he's present. He's just not doing like work.
No, and he the flat earther was trying to defend what he was doing too. He said it didn't matter if it was AI generated or human generated. It's still true. Like, he was like trying to, oh yeah, okay, so you caught me, but it doesn't matter because I'm still right. Like, it was so stupid. So to me that was hilarious, because like I would assume that all day astronomy, if I tried to do that to him and said, hey, look, clearly this crap is AI generated. Hey, look, this is clearly Phobos. Like, this isn't 3i Atlas. He's never going to respond to me, and he's certainly not going to come out from behind the curtain and be like, oh, by the way, I'm the man behind the curtain and you're an idiot. Like, he has enough wherewithal to understand the grift. Flat earthers, when they do this, they don't have that wherewithal, and so sometimes you can get under their skin and get them to take over the bot and it start insulting you. To me, that's hilarious. It's like, buddy, you don't even understand what the grift here is. It's just to get engagement. And he threatened to block me. I'm like, okay, but that's counteracting the whole point of having the check here, right? Is to be able to grift this stuff so that you get engagement, so that you get ad money, you get monetization out of people engaging. Even if they're calling you stupid and calling you wrong, you're still getting engagement off of it. So that's the meta now. That's the game being played on Twitter with all these stupid AI bots. It's just to drive engagement. And it doesn't matter if you prove them wrong. You're still giving them engagement. So the best thing to do is community note them. And I've gotten a few community notes not on 3i Atlas. Apparently I need to go start doing this one too. And you can get it so that it gets attached to the image itself. So you can write a community note on this, and it will become attached to that image. And anyone who now reshares that image gets the community note automatically, which is a great system. Wonderful. But that's the way to do it, because it demonetizes that post, and it doesn't give them the monetization of you engaging with them.
Yeah, and also I want to make a brief comment / correction here. Roghawk says, I see Slice Barcane calling out the worst flirts on X/Twitter all the time. They really are bad on there. Two things. One, yes, they are really bad on there. But secondly, it's not X/Twitter. It's just Twitter. Let's make that very clear. It's just Twitter. The name of the site is called Twitter. Okay? X/Twitter or just X, that's incorrect. It's just Twitter. I'm glad we were able to clear that up. And yes, Slice Barcane does great work. People should subscribe to Slice Barcane. Slice Barcane is fucking amazing. So yeah, and you're absolutely right, Astronomy Live. This is fucking slop. And also, you're right again that the correct thing to do would be to not block you because more engagement. But he's apparently, very easily butthurt over being called out, which I guess works out for us.
Well, yeah. Not only that, but I would say he doesn't even understand his own game. Like he doesn't understand what the objective would be to create a bot account that just posts AI slop for you automatically. Like, why do that? You're not getting the enjoyment of posting yourself and interacting yourself until the point at which you take over the bot, which you just look ridiculous at that point.
Yeah, because then you reveal yourself as like, wow, look at the language in your main tweet, and now look at your response. Clearly, you've taken over at this point. And also, remember when we said that we would be more than happy to accept correction when we're wrong about something? Well, I'm about to, take correction too, because I was just corrected in the live chat, and I would like to thank the people that corrected me. Turns out there's two different two different names for this website. One is called Twatter by Real Cygnus. That is 100% correct. So thank you very much. And there's also Xitter, pronounced shitter. So yes, that is also correct. So I apologize. I was wrong. Twatter is also acceptable, as well as shitter. So yeah, that was my bad. And see, this is how it's done. When you get something wrong, you make that correction, you say you're sorry, and you move the fuck on. So yes, all of those are acceptable. You are absolutely right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, don't do like Avi Loeb and quietly edit your article and not admit to a correction.
Yeah, no. I'm just gonna clip the first 2 hours of the stream. You saw nothing. Jesus Christ. But yeah, I would very much like to. Big Fish says, I call it deleted app. Fucking men. I gotta tell you, when I deleted that shit off of my phone, it was like a weight was lifted off of my shoulders. Oh God, it is full of Nazis too. So yeah, just don't go there. Value your sanity, okay? So yeah, shitter. Okay, so what I would like to do is we talked about a lot of things that interconnect AI slop and people making it worse by posting dog shit of their own, of course, and how people should value those who actually do research, who take pride in their work and take pride in the videos that they upload to the internet, regardless of the platform. We talked about all those things, and now I'm looking ahead. Here's what I would like. I would like for us to have another show in the future. And I want to invite some of these fuckheads onto the show. I want them to come on, and I want them to have a conversation with you. And I want to see their brain melt in real time.
I would love that.
I would love that. And I think everyone else would love that too. There is a lot of dog shit out there, and I just want to see if they are willing to be held accountable for posting that dog shit, not making corrections, not being clear that, hey, by the way, I fucked up here. Here's how and when I made my edits. I want to see if they'll own up to that.
I would love that. I seriously doubt Avi would ever agree to come on this channel for a variety of reasons, but to me, I wanted to call that out because okay, I don't like waving my degree around because it's irrelevant for this stuff. But if I had posted something within my domain of expertise and I just got it dead wrong like that when I should have by all rights understood it at least enough that red flag should have come up about it and I should have investigated it further, like I would have to post a mea culpa about that. Like that's the right thing to do. I couldn't sleep well knowing that I hadn't done that, knowing that I had just quietly gone in without showing any evidence that I had even edited it to change it to try to make it look like I never got it wrong. I that's not kosher. That's
No, you have
dishonest.
authority here. I hear what you're saying, and like you understand that that's what makes good science. You are a scientist, and I also want to put this out there while we're on this particular subject, because a few flat earthers have said this shit, and I just want to be very clear. I have never claimed to be a scientist. Okay? Let's just get that clear. I have never claimed to be a scientist. Okay? I'm not a scientist. I have never been a scientist. That's not my profession.
Oh, hey, the fuckhead is here. At least that's how he identified himself. Art Alien TV is in the chat. Hey, Red, you want to shoot him the link to join the call?
He's in the chat.
Yeah, he's in the chat.
Why am I not seeing him?
Check. Make sure you're looking at all messages.
Let's see. Do. No, I'm not seeing him at all.
I am. Others are. I know. You don't.
Oh, wait. Hang on. Here it is.
You got it?
Excellent. Okay. Art Alien TV. You got. Here's what we're gonna do. I am going to cut the shit off. I am going to send you a link to a StreamYard call. We're going to have a conversation. Be sure to click it, and then we will go. Astronomy Live, I am going to end this call. I'm going to start a new one. A link will be sent to you in 2 minutes, okay? Other people in the live chat, pay attention to this. If we were to post a link here, please, no one other than Art Alien TV, click it. Please, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, let's go ahead and put on the logo. There it is. All right, Astronomy Live, expect the link momentarily.
Okay.
All right, so that's done. Hang on, guys. We are getting this set up right away. Bear with me for a quick moment. Okay. StreamYard. All right, let's do close. Let's do record. No, thank you. All right, let's do S because why the fuck not? Okay. Go ahead and enter studio. At stage. All right, there we go. Copy and paste. Boom. There it is. Go ahead and click the link. Don't worry, it won't take long. It will not take long. Something tells me that this will not take long at all. Boom. There we go. All right, Astronomy Live has a link. Art Alien TV has the link. Now all they have to do is click it and come on in. There's Astronomy Live. Hello, Astronomy Live.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I hear you just fine.
Okay. I realized I moved my microphone away when I was grabbing that link.
No problem. We're just waiting for Art Alien TV now.
I sent him the link on Twitter via DM. So
Excellent. So if he has it by DM, then I'll just remove that here. So let's wait. All right, let me add your screen share. If Art Alien TV needs the link posted to him in the live chat, I'll repost it.
So we're under a new stream now on your channel? Is that the
Nope,
deal?
same stream.
Same one? Oh, okay,
Same,
cool.
same one. Yep. No cut whatsoever. Since I'm recording everything, or I'm sorry, since I'm streaming everything through OBS, I could just not go live on StreamYard.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So I'm just gonna stick with this because I think that's easier than having people go to a different live stream altogether. It's just unnecessary.
Seems like maybe he's not going to join.
Well, he says maybe if I talk quietly. He can talk quietly. As long as we
that's
understand him, that's all I care about.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can put the microphone very, very close to your face and talk softly. It's kind of awkward, but it can be done.
This is true.
Astronomy Live ASMR. And I mean, I would love for you to get like really close to the mic and read 50 Shades of Grey to us.
Oh. How about I just got done with Two Towers. How about that? Although I'm not nearly as good at reading it as Andy Serkis.
I see. Just don't deep throat the microphone unfornicated. Unfornicated, that's the best part. There we go. Device not connected. I'm assuming observer that's you. Your device is not connected. Add them. They will need to connect their mic/cam before you can add them to the stream. So add your microphone or camera or whatever. Just the microphone would work. I don't have a camera attached to this thing. And also, if you click the little gear at the very bottom, there's your camera/audio settings. You can try messing with that. Try unplugging it and plugging it back in, whatever you got to do. And don't worry, you're not the first one to experience technical difficulties. We experience it with our guests all the time. Let me go ahead and just show the second screen, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on 1 second. As you can see, right here, there he is, but his devices are not connected. So we're just waiting. Slice Barcane says, have you tried turning it off and on again? Slice Barcane, you are a gift to us all. Won't link?
Won't link? What does that mean?
I don't know. Obviously, the link worked. You're here. You just need to plug in your mic. Okay, we're going to try it like this. Hang on. Full second screen. Here you go. So, click the little gear. Click audio. There he goes. Default. Microphone, Yeti, because that's the microphone that I'm using. So I can click on that and make sure that's set to that, and then it works just fine. These are my settings. Feel free to copy them if you need to. But that's what we're looking at here. Give me link again.
Oh,
God.
It's going to be the same link I just gave you.
Yeah. You want to
okay.
Send to him privately.
I did.
Thank you.
I sent it to him again.
Perfect. He's going to have to hop out and hop back in again if that's the problem. While he's attempting to make that work, let me go grab a beverage. I'll be right back. Keep an eye on the bottom bar, Astronomy Live, and just scream, and I'll run back and I'll let him on the stage.
Okay.
All right, be right back. All right, I am back. It's great having a fridge that doesn't have a screen on it that, throws ads in my face. Samsung.
I'm going to take a break myself for just a second, and I'll be right back.
All right, sounds good to me. And there's my cat, begging for attention. Because of course he is. Row. Yeah, let's let the cat in. Don't ignore the kitty. You must pet the kitty. Not ignore the kitty. Pet the kitty. Sorry, guys. Vacation problem? What are you talking about? Dude, all you have to do is plug in your microphone. There is no verification needed. What? What? Row? Row.
All right, I'm back. I'm assuming there's been no...
He said verification problem, whatever the fuck that means.
What?
Row? Row. 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 Fucking cat, I swear. I literally just gave you food. The cat has been fed. His meows are a lie. Anyway. Alien TV or whatever. You're not making any sense, okay? There is no verification with this platform. What are you talking about? And by the way, all you have to do is plug in your microphone and you're fine. Or at least select it with the little gear icon. And I'm sorry, I'm just gonna call this out for what it is. I think you're full of shit. I don't think this is difficult to figure out. It's almost like you purposefully unplugged your microphone, pretended to have technical difficulties so that you could avoid talking to us.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of sense of trying to create obstacles in his path for himself.
Okay, our Alien TV, let's do this. I wasn't gonna do this, but I'll do it because I like you. Do you have a Discord? Do you have a Discord? And if you do, post your details in the live chat. I will add you to a call on Discord, and then we can bypass StreamYard altogether. Yeah, exactly. Our Alien TV. Use your cell phone. You can click the link and join on your cell phone. Yeah, if you have a Discord, if you have a cell phone, let's both even use Discord on your cell phone. Post your details. I'll add you in. I'll send you a friend request or whatever. And we can have the conversation on Discord instead. But there's literally nothing wrong with StreamYard. I mean, we're using it right now. Astronomy Live, mic check.
Yeah, I'm right here.
See, it works just fine. Fucking cat. Jesus Christ. In or out? Make your decision and stick with it. Holy shit.
He's not on Discord, he says.
All right, not on Discord. Well, fuck. Do you have a cell phone? Here's what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm going to ask you to click the link, but do it with your cell phone. Click the link on your cell phone. I'll post it in the live chat. There you go. So grab your phone, click the link using your cell phone. You don't need to have your camera on. Just turn that shit off before you come on. In fact, I won't let you on stage until your camera is off. If you want your camera on, that's fine. But use your phone. If your computer's giving you problems, just use your cell phone. We're going to get through this.
Oh, he DM'd me 3 minutes ago. Sorry, can you hear me? No, we couldn't hear you because you didn't join, and when you tried to join, your equipment wasn't connected.
Can't use phone. Why the fuck not?
For Pete's sake.
Astronomy Live, do me a favor.
Mm-hmm.
X out of this shit and get on here with your phone.
Okay. My phone's at like 15% battery, 14. We'll see. It'll be good enough for a few seconds.
Yes,
All right.
It only needs to happen for a few seconds. Let's see if Astronomy Live can get on here with his phone. Let's see. Let's see what. So you can't use your computer, you can't use your phone. I'm calling horseshit at this point. There is no way you're having this many problems with StreamYard. Why do they always have problems trying to connect? All right, let's add to stage. Oh, look at that. Hey, Astronomy Life, mic check.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, it works on my phone.
Am I joining on YouTube? No, you're not joining on YouTube. You click the link that I have provided you. Click the link on your cell phone or click the link on your computer.
Red, go. Why don't we go ahead and post the link in the chat? Because I've sent it to him twice now.
I did.
Okay.
He's been given the link like several times on 2 different platforms.
Why is Sly DMing me on Twitter now?
I see spin.
I'm gonna rejoin on my computer because my phone is
Yes, do that. I see spin. What the fuck you doing here? We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just doing a little test run. Seems to work for me.
Oh, cool. It works. Imagine that.
Yeah,
Astronomy Live is back.
Easy.
Okay. I can leave you guys to it. Oh, did you see when Mikey got on Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Nice.
I see spin. I just want you to know I love you, man.
I love you too, Reds. I've enjoyed this. I'll pop out, so so that he can't claim that the internet pipes were clogged or whatever.
I appreciate it.
No problem, see you.
All right, there you go. So, no, you're not joining on YouTube, as I said previously. You're joining on StreamYard. I just posted the link to you again in the live chat. Click the link, you'll hop on. Make sure your microphone is connected. If you're having problems with your computer, use your cell phone instead. Astronomy Live was able to demonstrate that this shit works with both a desktop and a cell phone. Both are perfectly fine.
This really isn't that hard.
It really isn't. No, I think this is a total fucking excuse. Now, I'm more than happy to be proven wrong. The way that he would do that is by showing up, clicking the link, showing up, and having his shit work. Because obviously he's very skilled at making YouTube videos with perfect audio. Clearly he knows how to record that shit.
Clearly.
All right, whoever this Joe guy is, let's try it. Joe, give us a mic check.
Hello.
All right.
Hello.
It's working.
Hey,
Good.
Joe, we can hear you.
Shut the fuck up.
Cool. It actually works now.
Right, you can hear me now, yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, great. I'm really sorry. I've never used this software before. Okay, I've never used StreamYard before.
Excellent. So
sorry about the delay.
all right, Astronomy Live, take it away.
All right, so we were reviewing the video that you posted a month ago on your channel, Mars, Rod, UFOs, Night, Flying Objects, Art Alien TV, Part 2. So you mentioned the rod seen from the nav cam of
Yes.
Curiosity rover.
Yes, and let me add. If you'd have actually played the video a little bit longer, I said it's probably Phobos.
Well, you said at the beginning of the video that you didn't think it was Phobos. So what changed your mind in the course of this 21?
Yeah, but I actually explained that because this is actually a correction video from my previous video, which was only like a minute or two long, where I didn't realize it was Phobos.
Okay.
So this video you've got lined up here, I think, if it's the one I think it is, yeah, part 2 is a correction for part 1. And it actually says in the description Phobos, and it says, I actually say in the video later that it's probably Phobos. What I was focusing on in this video was that hockey stick shaped thing that appears below Phobos and sort of comes right below it.
Okay, so in the description, I don't see the word Phobos mentioned at all. At the beginning of the video, you said this. Let's play the video here. I don't know if the audio is going to come through StreamYards like it was on Discord.
I'll let you know.
Okay.
But I mean, you don't have to watch the whole video. Basically, it does go on to say that it probably is Phobos.
Well, okay, but that directly contradicts what you said at the beginning of the video.
Oh yeah, it does. It does contradict it because actually
there's no audio coming from that. So when you hit share screens, Astronomy Live, yeah, I think you have to click a toggle that says share audio as well.
Okay, let me do that.
So stop sharing and try again, and make sure that the toggle is clicked.
Also share audio. Got it. Okay.
Excellent.
Got it. Okay, so now you should hear the audio. Now, you are playing the part 1 video, but you've got, let me zoom this up. I don't know. It's hard to see behind the timeline here. But you have the audio for part 1 muted. It seems to be the audio for part 2, you narrating while playing the video from part 1. Right?
Yes, I'm reshot.
Right.
I'm reshowing the that bit of video again in this part 2.
Okay. But in this part 2 video, you said that you don't think this is Phobos at the beginning.
Just hang on. Before go further. Astronomy Live, stop sharing.
Stop sharing. Okay.
Stop sharing.
Okay.
Because our audio is coming through that screen share and it's echoing like a motherfucker. So here's what I would want us to do just to make this cleaner as a screen share. Astronomy Live, I want you to screen share I want you to share the audio. We're all going to not talk. And I want you to play the part that you wish to highlight. And then when you're done, stop sharing so we can respond to it.
Okay.
Excellent. Everyone else, stop talking. Astronomy Live, share once again. And we will all stop talking and make it happen. Here it goes.
Okay.
This is the first sequence. All right, there it goes. Okay. Now that's pretty cool, but this is the one. And I think this is something else. There's something else going on here, because if you look carefully with this, I'll pause it in a minute, and I'll show you the stills. There's lots of other activity around this thing, like this object here, and down here as well. There's other objects. So even if that is Phobos in the first set, right? This one here, even if this is Phobos, what are all the other things in the image? Okay? Because what it seems to have done is lit up other objects nearby, especially in this set here. It starts off as a sort of little rod here. People claim that this is actually Phobos and that these are long exposure photographs. Now, they are long exposure photographs, that's true. Instead of appearing as a sort of potato-shaped object or whatever, it appears as a rod because it's moving through the photograph, because it's long exposure in low light conditions, okay? All right, now this is actual speed. It comes down, this is Mount Sharp here, and then it disappears behind that ridge. Now, this is set B. 3 days later, this is Sol 619. And a similar thing is spotted above Gale Crater, flying above the rover. There we are. Now, is that Phobos? I don't think it is.
Okay, so you said in part 2, is that Phobos? I don't think it is. So I'd like to know a timestamp for where you corrected this in the video and said that actually you do think it is Phobos.
Oh, I did say at some point. I don't have the timestamp. I'm just the point is, I often start off the video saying one thing, and I'm just actually thinking out loud, and then say, "Oh, actually, this probably is," or "Actually, it probably is this or that."
Okay.
Right? Because I wasn't actually sure. But after playing it over and over again, as I was making the video, I sort of realized it probably was.
Okay, so...
Which is why in this description it says Phobos, in the actual description of the video.
It does not say that.
If you refresh it.
Well, okay, so if I refresh it, I'm going to see whatever you've changed since I started playing your video, since we've been talking in this live stream. But this is... I want to save this, actually, because this is what it was before we had this discussion on this live stream.
Open it on a new tab. Open it on a new tab.
Let me copy this and save it in a notepad or something for quoted for truth for later. Okay, so I'll open this in another tab. So you're telling me you've changed the description since we've been streaming.
I changed it a while ago, today.
Okay, so you changed it a while ago today, but literally I just opened these windows up shortly before we had this live stream. So you changed it.
Oh yeah, not
we've had this live stream.
Yeah, how long is the live stream going?
A couple hours, I guess. How long?
Oh yeah, it's probably about that. Yeah.
Okay. So
we've been live for 3 hours 23 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I only joined you recently, so.
So you made the change within the last 3 hours.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I'm guessing you've made that change in response to this live stream as we've been having it. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's fine. I'm happy for you to correct the information. I have not, in full disclosure, I have not sat through all 21-minute, 37-second
Yeah,
of
it
your
does go.
video,
It
but
does go into. I do go into some detail, mainly about the other objects, and
and
that it probably is Phobos, as I did with the video that I did a video about the comet, the recent comet Atlas.
mhm.
In that, I didn't say. I said I don't think this is Atlas. I said over and over again, this is not Atlas.
And that's fine.
Also, yeah. I
I
made it
wasn't
very clear. Made it very
right.
clear.
I wasn't faulting you for your mentioning of Atlas per se. This was a month ago, right? This stream was a month ago before we had these pictures from Perseverance of 3i and Phobos, in fact. But what we were talking about is how to go through the process, right, of identifying that this is Phobos. So
Yes.
the process entails downloading the raw data, which you can get from, say, Arrow browser. It's a very convenient site that you can use to download the raw data. Obviously, this is from the more recent picture of Phobos during the NavCam panorama of aimed at 3i Atlas, but same principle applies. You can download the raw data very simply. Let me screen share. I'll share without sharing audio so I don't get echo.
Thank you.
So there's my screen share. So you can go on Arrow browser and you can download the raw data, right? And if you do that, especially for the Curiosity images we were just talking about from your video from a month ago, you're going to get two directories in there. One is going to be the images, and the other is this JSON data. Now, this JSON data contains metadata that tells you information about the pictures. So this is the actual metadata, right? And so this gives you the azimuth, the elevation of the mast relative to the rover. You have to take into account the rover's attitude for what direction the rover's pointed at. But when you combine all that information, and I'm happy to share with you the Python so you can to run this, because it's doing the math on converting that to the rover's yaw heading and then figuring out where the mast is actually pointing. The mast is actually pointing here at 272.943 degrees. So then you go on JPL Horizons. Where do I have that? Sorry, I got so many windows open at this point.
That's great. I mean, you can share. That's great stuff. You can share some of this stuff with me on maybe on Twitter or something. That's great.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to do so. But this is the process you have to go through to analyze these images, to understand what's in them, is to look, first of all, where was the rover pointing, right? Where was the camera pointing? What was present above the horizon at that time? Was Phobos present above the horizon at that time? So I've had to put in here the observer location. These are the coordinates for Curiosity on Mars. Looking at Phobos, looking at that time, where was it relative to the horizon? Here's the azimuth and elevation, right? So you got to go through this whole process to then determine and rule out whether it was Phobos or not. So this is the process that I was showing here in this stream. And again, I'm happy to share these links with you. But
Great.
In my viewing and in our viewing, again, not complete of your video, but we looked over quite a bit of it. It didn't seem like you had said that or come to that conclusion. Obviously, it seemed to us that you were just remarking on your impressions of the image without looking at the metadata, without doing the calculations on where, say, Phobos should be. The other stuff in the image that you point out, like the hockey stick, like all these other markings, this is very common for any spacecraft that is exposed to a radiation environment. So, for example, these are raw Hubble images with no processing done on them other than I'm just cropping in on the four corners of the image. And you see all these other streaks, all these other marks. These are cosmic ray strikes. And in fact, I've even seen it with my own telescope here in Florida. We're at sea level here. We're exposed to a lot less radiation than you would be even in Denver, Colorado, a mile high.
Yeah. In the video, it does say that a lot of it's noise as well. But the point is, some of the UFOs that I have shown recently in the last few years are so amazing that, it's hard sometimes to know whether these things are noise or a UFO.
I think the ultimate criticism that we're bringing to your attention is that you seem very willing to immediately jump to the conclusion that it's a UFO rather than doing.
Not always. It may seem that way, but if you saw, I mean, is it possible for me to share a single image?
Oh,
Yes,
absolutely.
you can share whatever you want, and I'll screen share it
How
here.
do I do that? I don't know.
You see the little monitor at the very bottom with the plus in the center of it. Click that, and then click the screen you wish to share, and then click share.
I've got this image. It's actually a video cover that I did a year, 2 years ago.
That's fine. You can share that too. It's just going to show your screen. So you click the monitor at the very bottom. There you go. You're figuring it out. Perfect.
Right. This came near the Curiosity rover. I did the video in June 23, and the image was from around that time, I think. I think the image is actually a bit older. 2948. Yeah, the image goes back a bit older than that. Now, this isn't the whole image, but this is a thing that came near the rover. What does it look like to you?
So you're saying this is Curiosity 2948?
Navcam right. Yeah, you can look it up.
I believe that's what he's doing right now.
That is what I am doing, yes.
This is why I always put, whenever I post anything, I always put links, I always put the frame numbers, I always stick to the genuine images, and always have.
Out of curiosity, what do you think it is?
I think it's a drone. That's what I think it is.
Here we go. I got it. All right, let's share my screen if I can share my screen.
Absolutely, go ahead.
And this is clipped from the raw image, right?
No, I understand, but I think there's something we need to see here. So
yeah, sure.
So this is my, so I'm sharing my screen, right?
Yep. Hang on.
Can you see my screen?
I am showing it right now.
Okay, so here's the raw image, right? Let's expand this.
Yeah.
So here's the raw image. There's your quote unquote drone. You've got a number of artifacts in that frame. You've got this guy here. You got this.
There's an object coming towards it from above as well. Yeah.
Well, how did you conclude that that's an object?
Why wouldn't it be?
Well, because notice how fuzzy. Okay, first of all, notice how fuzzy the mountains are, even the ground below here. There's a slight softness to it, right? That's just an inherent optical quality of receiving light through the lens onto the sensor. There's going to be some diffusion, right? Look how incredibly sharp that is. That's like 1 pixel wide there. That does not look like actual light into the camera to me. This looks more like a problem with the image, some sort of radiation thing or something. This does not look.
That's a winged object. You can see what it is. If you actually look at it, if you actually take a crop or zoom in, you can see it's an object.
It kind of just looks like an artifact, honestly, given the resolution discrepancy that was previously mentioned.
It's an object.
Okay,
and I've shown many.
But why would this object hang on, listen to my question. Why would this object be sharper than all the other objects that are also in the frame?
Because it's closer.
How close is it?
That ridge line in the background is something like 30 or 40 miles away.
Yeah,
that's the edge of the crater, right?
and the rocks that are towards the bottom of the image, are they also that far away?
No, they're pretty close.
And yet there's still some softness to them, which is not
because
the case
they're low
with
resolution pictures.
Yeah, so there's softness, whether we're talking about the rocks that are closer or softness with the mountains that are further away, but yet that particular artifact doesn't show that same softness.
No, not exactly.
So for some reason, the camera decided in some way, shape, or form that that object should be super, super sharp, even going down to a single.
It's not super sharp. It's not super sharp.
Even going down
If
to one
you actually,
pixel.
if you zoom in, it's actually at a distance. If it was really close to the rover, it'd be much sharper and much darker than that. It's at a distance. I'd say about. It's hard to say exactly because I don't know how big it is, but to me, it looks like it's within a couple of 100 feet of the rover.
You want to download that image, Astronomy Live?
Yeah, I'm doing that now.
If you put my image up again.
Hang on. Let's look look at the raw images of the whole context here, right?
I've got other clips of it. That's just the one I just picked up. I've got loads of other clips of it.
Okay, so
yeah.
So here's the raw image. Yeah,
zoom in.
There's a 1 pixel bloom here to this. These are individual pixels. There's some JPEG compression. This is a JPEG, right?
Yeah, okay.
It's compressed,
but notice that the lower wing is actually lighter than the one at the top.
Yeah. So again,
it's got motion blur. It has motion blur.
Again, like this up here too. You've got another artifact up here that is exactly 1 pixel wide.
Yeah.
And there's variation in the brightness and in the amount of charge on those pixels, but that is not forming any kind of point spread function that would tell me that this is real light coming into the camera. This looks like a radiation strike.
Okay. But the winged object,
is
that a radiation strike?
Yeah, it looks like a radiation strike. I mean, you've got blooming on it here that is extending. This is not like a physical shape. It's not like this is actually the.
How do you know it's not? How do you know for sure?
Many years of experience dealing with radiation strikes and various spacecraft images of all kinds.
Have you ever seen one with symmetrical wings like that and what looks like stabilizers?
Well, sure. Like
really?
I've got here. Like we've got wings here. If I kept doing this, eventually I'm going to get one that is connected to like a central dot like this, and I could say that that's a UFO.
That's much more random. No. This thing's got 2 wings which are symmetrical. The lower wing is slightly lighter than the top wing because it looks like it's swinging round.
Can you answer a question for me, Astronomy Live? Do we know if this image, because I assume this is a rolling shutter, right? So does the shutter of this particular camera?
I'm not sure that this is rolling shutter.
It's not a rolling shutter?
Well, I know
is that a global shutter?
I don't know. I don't know the NavCam CCD off the top of my head. I know the Mastcam CCD is not. I know it's global because it's the same CCD that I have my SBIG. That is also global. This one I'm not so sure about, but I wouldn't assume that it is necessarily rolling shutter.
Okay, because if that is a global shutter problem, then we do have a problem because zoom in on that object on the main one. Look at the right side of that image. Look how it cuts off sharply. So if this is a global shutter camera, that's a problem because global shutter means the entire image is captured at the exact same time. It's exactly what happens with my ASI 174mm. It's a global shutter. The entire frame is captured in one go. If you had a rolling shutter, then it may explain why there's a piece of it cut off right there. But if we're dealing with a global shutter, that indicates that this is simply an artifact. So can we find, is there anywhere on the internet where I can look up, or maybe people in the live chat even, can we find out if this is a rolling shutter camera or a global shutter camera? Because that will tell us a lot. If it's a global shutter camera, then there is no doubt that that is not a physical object.
Let's see. They are electronics detectors. It's a CCD with 12 microns.
I'm just going to get a drink of water a minute. I'll be back in a minute. It'll only be a minute.
Yeah, okay, so the other region is 1024, shielded storage region where the recorded image is shifted and stored during detector readout. So it shifts all the pixels to a non-detecting region for readout.
shifts pixels, does that mean rolling?
No, not really. It's not a CMOS. It's a CCD, just like the mast cam is. I'm not sure if during the shifting process there could be any rolling effect, but my guess is probably not. But I don't know that for a fact. But I'm curious about dark. Okay, detector dark current. They were all calibrated with respect to geometric field response detector dark current. Small dark current rates. Yes, they are calibrated with dark currents, detector dark currents. So it is doing some kind of dark subtraction. Because the other thing I want to point out, like the fact that this is dark, it's not white, it's dark.
Yeah.
So that suggests to me it's a problem with the calibration frame. So it's if you have let me go back to my dark frame here.
What's the name of that camera?
Well, it's probably a custom job, but
no. What's the name of the like? Do they have a name for it on the rover?
Well, it's NavCam. Yeah, it's a NavCam.
NavCam, NAV.
NAVCAM.
NAVCAM, and that's on which rover?
This is on Curiosity.
Curiosity. Okay.
So the thing I was trying to point out here is that this is also darker than everything else. If this were my dark frame, right, and I subtracted these cosmic rays from a frame that didn't have those cosmic rays, because this is a one image event, right? If I subtract this from a real image, you're going to get that. You're going to get it suddenly looking like a dark object against whatever light you have in the picture, which is exactly what we see here, suggesting to me that this is a problem within the dark frame or the calibration frame used for this frame.
Okay, so this may be complete horseshit. I want to make that extremely clear. And I know this makes me a hypocrite, by the way, but I went to ChatGPT.
Oh, you didn't?
Yeah, I did. And it said, good question. The Curiosity rover NavCam's navigation camera uses global shutter sensors, not rolling shutter. Here's a quick breakdown. NavCams are monochrome cameras with 1024 by 1024 pixel CCD sensor, blah, blah, blah. Unlike many CMOS sensors, captures all pixels simultaneously, which is the defining feature of a global shutter. This design is important for a rover because it avoids motion artifacts. So, if it's a global shutter camera, that would not explain the sharp cutoff that we see on the right side of the image. Therefore, I'm going to call it is confirmed, assuming this is a global shutter camera and ChatGPT isn't just full of shit here, this confirms that that is an artifact, not a physical object. It's amazing how we were able to figure that out. Let me also
so they're calibrated with flat fields, detector dark current, camera absolute responsivity, detector noise performance, detector gain. So they do have calibration frames. I don't know if they're dynamically doing calibration frames, though. That's unknown to me. They could be doing something with the shutter there, but they are in some fashion calibrated for flat fields, darks, etc. And this reads to me like a problem with the dark frame.
Yeah, so apparently the reason that they use global shutters is because of a when they're doing their navigation work, apparently motion blur can fuck that up royally, which does make sense. But again, that's ChatGPT. It could be wrong. So just want to put that out there. But I would like people in the live chat to fact check that. Can we verify? Is there a link somewhere that I can go to? Can we verify and say that it is in fact a global shutter camera? Because if it is a global shutter camera, then the idea that it's a physical object is completely fucked. And we got people typing away vigorously right now, trying to find that information.
So let's see here. We got the nav cam. those. Let me go back in here, JSON. So this is 14897 EDR, 14897 EDR. Copy this. I'll pull up the JSON data for this particular image. Okay. Filter.
Okay, so it's called a frame transfer CCD. In in image engineering, that type of CCD is understood to function as a global shutter.
That sounds right.
Again, this is from ChatGPT, so take it with a grain of salt. But
yeah, I believe it is a global shutter. But
okay, cool. So if it is a global shutter camera, then yeah, that's not a actual object. I'm sorry, because that sharp cutoff that we're seeing on the right side, yeah, no, absolutely not. Because why would that be the case on just that side of the object? It's a sharp cutoff of pixels. Like it's one of those now you see it, now you don't. That demarcation is so fine and so sharp. That's clearly an artifact. Global shutter cameras, basically, if you had a scanning, like from left to right, for example, or...
So what are you saying? Are you saying it's taking photos of stuff that's not there?
What I'm saying is that it's an artifact, and believe it or not, artifacts are known for not being there in reality.
Right, okay.
And so if you have a global shutter camera and it takes an entire frame all at the exact time, which means all these pixels that you're seeing here, they were captured at the exact same time. There wasn't a scan of pixels. Now, if there was a scan of pixels going from one end of the image to the other end of the image, that could explain that sharp cutoff, because that usually happens with rolling shutter videos of fast-moving objects.
So it's taken all at once, right?
Yes. Global shutter cameras are all at once, meaning that there is no actual explanation other than the fact it's an artifact for that sharp cutoff that's on the right side. Now, if it was a moving object, we would see the whole object without any cutoffs, since all the pixels were captured at the exact same time. But that's not what we're seeing here.
Zoom right into it.
Okay, so Requiem for a Dream says in the live chat, says, the more modern Perseverance rover, blah, blah, blah. No, the right mast cam on the Curiosity rover is not a global shutter. It uses a Kodak KAI 2020 CCD sensor with a Bayer pattern filter, a design more typical of a rolling shutter.
But no, I have a KAI 2020 CM. It's a global shutter. Now, mine has a physical shutter, but the NavCam is a charge transfer shutter, so it transfers the charge into a set of pixels that are not exposed to light to read them out, which is, again, I believe it acts as a global shutter when it does that.
And he says in the next post, the more modern Perseverance rover, a successor to Curiosity, was outfitted with a newer generation of CMOS global shutter sensors for its engineering cameras. But like I said, this is
NavCam, by the way, not Mastcam.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is NavCam. So
but given the cameras share the same, they share the same sensor, don't they?
No.
Well, no, they don't. Given what ChatGPT is saying in involving what is required of this camera in order for them to function the way that NASA intends for them to function, this would need to be a global shutter camera. And so being that this would be a global shutter camera and all the pixels were captured all at the exact same time, that means that this sharp cutoff right here literally makes no sense whatsoever. That sharp cutoff indicates that this is simply an image artifact, meaning it's not a physical object actually there.
Can you zoom in any further? Because I don't think it's that sharp a cutoff.
Zoom
that
in.
is as far as I can zoom in. It's 800%. That is a sharp cutoff. This is basically the end of a pixel. Again, it's compressed. It's a JPEG, but that is a sharp cutoff. That is not natural. That is
that could be caused
blooming
by
from the detector.
But that could be caused by pixelation.
Well, the rest of it is pixelated, but notice how there's pixelations all the way around without it being a sharp cutoff, and the sharp cutoff also happens with the artifact above it as well.
Yeah,
that's simply an artifact of, well, whatever the fuck. For some reason, whether there was a processing glitch, a processing fuck up, a cosmic ray that hit the sensor wonky. Being that this is a global shutter camera, there should not be a sharp cutoff because, again, all the pixels were captured at the exact same time.
Yeah. So it's just a photograph, right? So
yeah, just a photograph. But we're putting a lot of stock in this photograph saying that it's a drone when I would say clearly it isn't.
Well, I disagree.
That's fine, but do you have any rationale behind that disagreement?
Yes, because I've got loads of others in this area of the same object, not this one, but I've got others, at least 2 or 3 shots of another one.
Which sounds to me like you're just characterizing how this camera responds to cosmic ray hits. Without realizing it, that's what you're doing. You're identifying frames that have this kind of artifact in them.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean that artifact is a physical object.
Not necessarily, no, but it also doesn't necessarily mean it's an image artifact.
But this kind of sharp shape here, like this is not consistent with with an optical detection. This is consistent with some sort of radiation strike that is causing charge in particular wells and not causing a point spread function the way light would.
Or it's a UFO.
A UFO would.
I mean, if I've got other examples.
Here, let me pull this up in GIMP. Okay, so Windows unfortunately is softening it some. Look at this. This is sharp cutoff. This is not a point spread function. Okay, this is some kind of overflow of pixel wells caused by a charge buildup that is striking the detector. You've got compression artifacts all throughout, and yet still, despite the compression, you have a very, very strong response in these black pixels, and it immediately sharply cuts off. That is not a point spread function.
Yep. Let me also Astronomy Live, can you stop screen sharing? And look at that. It's also just 1 pixel wide.
It's just 1 pixel wide. Exactly.
Yeah. So stop screen sharing for a second.
Okay, 1 second. Let me get back to. I got to get back to StreamYards.
Yep.
Okay.
Let me share a screen of my own, and I'll show you an image, and partially because I want to show off. This is my image of the International Space Station taken with a global shutter camera. So let me zoom in real quick so you can see the space station here. Notice how it doesn't do that sharp cutoff. Again, this is global shutter. This is the ASI 174mm, a global shutter camera. Notice how there is no cutoff. They're soft around the edges of the solar panels right here. It's soft around the edges of these arms.
I get that. But what I'm saying is that they're quite low res. The rover takes quite low res images, right? And they're pixelated. They are downgraded a little bit by about 5%. The NavCam images are. And a lot of what you're saying could be just down to pixelation.
Yeah, but as you can see, this image right here also has some pixelation with it, but it doesn't have a sharp cutoff of literally 1 pixel. That's not something that exists. So
yeah, but what's the resolution of this image?
So what we would have to do is we would have to answer the question of why in that particular image with a global shutter camera did it do this sharp cutoff with 1 pixel. How an object can be that particular sharp on only one side of it, despite all the pixels being captured at the exact same time. It doesn't make any sense. I think you're just jumping to conclusions to say that it's aliens when you don't have any reason.
I'm not saying it's alien. I never said it was alien.
No, you said, or it could be aliens. So
No,
I'm
I
saying
never said that.
no, it couldn't be because it's. I would okay. Let's
No, I said it's a drone. No, I didn't say it's alien.
okay. Well, same deal. What is the best idea given Occam's razor? Given all the information that we have here, which way does Occam's razor cut in this scenario? Given the information that we have.
Hang on a minute. What if I showed? If you give me a minute, I've got another drone that I spotted near the rover, and it came back on about two or three occasions.
Okay.
And I've got it from different angles. Some of them closer, some of them a bit further away, about the same distance as this one. And it's the same object. It's not this object, but it's another object. Now, I've got it here in my folder. Let me just...
Let me just share one more thing real quick.
Okay.
This is a similar cosmic ray strike from Soho from years ago that was again identified as being some sort of unusual object. Same kind of idea. You've got a very highly loaded up pixel in the middle, two wings coming off the sides, another strike here, another streak here. Again, these were pointed out as if they were, some sort of unusual UFO around the sun. And there's many such examples of this from Soho. So from various spacecraft, you get this all the time in these high radiation environments. And yeah, it can look like an object that has wings coming off the side. That doesn't mean it actually is.
And just to be clear, Astronomy Live, Mars is a high radiation environment.
Exactly.
Oh, absolutely. I understand that. Absolutely.
Okay.
I understand
so
that.
if we understand this, which way does Occam's razor cut?
Hang on a minute. I'm just trying to find these images. I've got so many here.
All right.
But going back to where we started this stream for a moment, with the Phobos images and all the cosmic rays around it, are you willing to concede that those are all just normal cosmic rays in a high radiation environment?
Around Phobos?
Yeah.
They probably are, yeah. And I think I actually said something like that in the video, but there was that long string-like one was the one that I thought was very odd because it curves up. I just thought that was very odd, that's all.
But you also said that it was back illuminated.
Well, it looked like some of these objects were being lit up by Phobos itself.
No, that's interesting because it didn't look like that to me at all.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. But hang on a minute. I mean, I'm just trying to match these up because I've got so many here.
That's fine.
I've got... Oh, that's a good one. Right, okay. That's got both of those in. Now, is that the same one? Yeah. I'm just checking these are the right ones. Right, there we are. That's got both in it already. Yeah.
But do you understand, like, to make these, to try to reach any conclusions about this, you have to take the time to research how these cameras work, how the processing works. You can't just jump to conclusions on it.
Yeah, I get that. But what I'm saying is, if I can show the same objects from different angles, then they probably are objects, right?
Stop right there. I just showed you the same object, quote unquote, from Soho, a sun-orbiting spacecraft that is looking at the sun. It's not on Mars. It's looking at the sun in deep space. It's clearly not the same object. It's just clearly a cosmic ray artifact that happens to take on a similar morphology. But that doesn't mean it's the same object. So by saying it's the same object, you've already jumped to the conclusion, first of all, that it is an object and that it is the same object in multiple photos.
No, well, sort of, but ran the other way. No, if you have multiple photos of what looks like the same object, then it may be an object, right?
But you said you had multiple photos of the same object. Like you without even thinking about it, you jumped to that conclusion. You've jumped to the conclusion that it is an object and that it's the same object versus being the same artifact. It could be the same kind of artifact, and you're simply characterizing how this camera can have particular kinds of artifacts with it.
Yeah, but you're assuming that all these things are artifacts when some of them may not be.
But that is the
Occam's razor.
conclusion. It requires fewer assumptions. That is the more parsimonious conclusion here, given the evidence we have at hand. So, in order to conclude that this is an object, again, if we look at it without any kind of upscaling and we just look at the raw pixels, it is literally, this isn't pixelation. This isn't like, oh, it's a low resolution camera. It goes from being maxed out black to suddenly sky color on either side of it here. Oh, I'm sharing my screen, but it's not sharing my screen.
Oh, hang on.
I'll try it again.
Try again. I wasn't paying attention. My apologies. I'm actually reading about all the nav cam information that everyone is sending to me. But go ahead. It's showing now.
Okay, so again, it goes from being, completely black to not. This is not light. Light would fade off gradually to the sides. It would not go from this to this. This is a response of the sensor that is not indicative of actual light. So it's not this shape. This is not whatever is going on. This is not the shape. This is not light. This is some sort of charge on the pixels that is not coming from photons, but perhaps instead something else that has charged the CCD that's flowing over onto pixels, multiple pixels, that suddenly stops flowing, and then you've got your the rest of your image here.
I get that, but how come? Not all of it is. It's only that little square bit there that is actually cut. Looks like it's cut, right?
That little
the rest of it looks.
But that little square bit is very important when we consider the context of it being a global shutter camera.
And in the same image, we have, again, a single column with just a few pixels that are dark, but it doesn't spread out. It is single pixel wide. This is not normal. This is not indicative of light. This is indicative of some sort of problem, probably radiation strike on the sensor that is causing this.
Yeah.
And for it to be black, for it to be darker than background, it's either overmaxed to the CCD, so it's off-scaled low, or it is some sort of calibration frame problem. Because if this is radiation striking the sensor, it should be causing a positive response, not a negative response, unless it's on a calibration frame, which is being subtracted from the frame that we're looking at. There's a lot of processing that goes on board the vehicle before it downlinks these images, right? So we need to understand that process and understand where there could be the potential for problems induced by radiation that the rover is exposed to before it gets to us on the ground.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so it seems, given the information that we have, granted some of it is from ChatGPT, again, this is all an assumption at this point, but assuming a global shutter camera, which does make sense given what is needed from this camera in order for their shit to work in general. So yeah, I'm going with global shutter camera. Given that idea, that sharp edge off the side indicates that this is just an artifact, maybe from cosmic rays, as Astronomy Life was able to demonstrate with a different spacecraft. So there's that. Also, you are sharing 3 different screens right now. Which one would you like me to show?
Just the second one.
Okay. I'm assuming that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and explain what we're seeing here.
Now, the way I interpret this is it's the same object. And if you look very carefully at the top one, and the negative, which is in the top right corner, you can see a thing hanging down, which looks like a fainter kind of object part sticking down. I've called it an aerial. Now, I can't prove it's an aerial. I just say it looks a bit like an aerial hanging down. And also in the bottom image, we have a similar object, which I think is actually the same object, from a different angle, taken on a different day, also with an object that looks a bit like an aerial hanging down. Okay? And these were taken over 400 days apart. In exactly this, just above the rover, at a distance probably of around well, I don't know, 200 feet, 300 feet away from the rover, maybe a bit further. Now, regardless of all the other things you've been saying, I think this is genuine.
Pulling it up, Astronomy Live.
Sorry, what?
Can you pull up the raw? Was that Sol what number 3406 and then Sol?
Okay, hang on. I'm looking up a paper right now on NavCam calibration. Both pre
But
and
can you explain what this is? What
yeah,
does it look
I mean,
like to you?
well, okay.
Does
Again,
it look like a drone?
you want me to reach a conclusion on it before I've even looked at the raw images? Okay?
I'll tell you this
We're getting
much.
way ahead of ourselves here. Okay.
I'll tell you this much. I'll tell you this much. They're not the same. If you notice, or let's call it the wings. So if you look at the top image of the one that you're showing, that wing looks thick, really, really thick.
That's the one at the top is I think moving from left to right, and the one at the bottom is moving.
I don't care how it's moving. That wing is thick. But if you look at the one on the bottom, the wing is not so thick. Look at the one at the top. There's also something sticking up top. And then if we look at the one at the bottom, there's not something sticking up on top. So are we looking at the 2024 model of alien drone when compared to the 2025 model of alien drone that just for some reason decided to change its shape for no obvious reason whatsoever?
Well, all that can be explained by it moving in a different direction.
No, that the motion of an object has no bearing on its actual shape. If my car is a Honda Civic, it's still going to look like a Honda Civic whether it's standing still or going 70 miles an hour down the highway.
But what you possibly got here is a side view at the top and a rear view at the bottom.
That wouldn't change the. No, that wouldn't change anything. The wings would still be just as thick, whether it was going towards us or away from us. It's just that the thick part of it would be on the opposite side if it was heading away from us rather than towards us. When compared from heading directly to us, the thick wing would be on one side, and then heading away from us, the thick wing would be on the other side.
Well, the one at the bottom could be heading towards us, not going away.
Yeah, but both of those supposed wings are the same size, as opposed to the one at the top where they're clearly different. So even
it may not be the same object then.
So let's accept for a moment, just a moment, that this is an object. I don't think it is, but let's accept for a second that it is an object that was captured on this camera. I'm seeing this as not being the same object.
Okay.
So there's that. I also want to point out that once again, we're dealing with something that is quite literally all black.
Yeah.
Which was the same issue that we were seeing last time. So it could be the case, and this is just me throwing something out there without actually looking too far into it, but let me just put forward a possibility. If a cosmic ray of similar energy were to hit the sensor in a similar direction, the results would be similar.
Right.
Also, it doesn't look like any drone I've ever seen.
Okay, sorry. Let me pull up. It's Curiosity Soul. Let's do 3828.
Yes, please. Yep, get that razor out again, exactly. And when you're ready to screen share Astronomy Live, just let me know.
Looking for...
Do you not find it odd, though, that they both got this thing hanging down?
Not really.
No, I find it odd that they're not the same shape, despite being claimed to be the same shape.
hang on. I'm downloading it and uncompressing it so that I can pull it up at full resolution in GIMP.
I appreciate that so much.
Which one is it?
Because I would say that we have sent a drone to Mars. It's the Ingenuity drone,
Okay.
Which is now dead.
Let me share my my screen.
And this is Curiosity rover. The Ingenuity drone was with the other rover in Zero.
I understand that. I understand that. The reason why I bring that up is because in every single image that we have of the Ingenuity rover, it's never just black.
Yeah, exactly. So, can you share my screen?
Yes, I can. Hang on one second. Let me remove that.
Yeah, but these are black and white images, though, aren't they?
But that's not the point. The point is this is not a point. This is not a proper point spread function. This is, you have very, very dark and suddenly nothing. Like, this is unnaturally sharp. What's around it looks like just JPEG compression to me. This doesn't look like a point spread function. This screams artifact. This screams, oh, something hit the sensor in a calibration process and got read out as subtracting, unnaturally a large amount of light, creating this silhouette shape. Or the sensor got overloaded and went off scale low. I'll give you an example off the top of my head, totally unrelated to this, but I believe on Columbia, when she started falling apart, some of her temperature sensors were going not only off scale high, but I believe some of them actually went off scale low, even though obviously they were literally incinerating. But when you damage a sensor, it can go off scale low and read null values. I don't know if that's the case here or if it's a calibration problem. I lean towards calibration issue, just because this is what I would expect to see in dark field calibration, where the dark frame being used has a cosmic ray strike on it. So that screams imaging artifact. This does not scream drone in the sky.
Right.
So you could have an impact here that blooms the sensor, so it's overflowing the pixels, and you get this horizontal line, which is perfectly horizontal in the image, by the way. And then you can have secondary radiation. So when a cosmic ray strikes, that is the nucleus of an atom, essentially, hitting the sensor. It hits the sensor, it induces a charge, but there can be secondary radiation, literally electromagnetic radiation, even in some cases, that can induce a charge in pixels further down the line. So you could have, depending on what kind of nucleus it is that hits, it could have radiation going off in multiple directions, potentially, which is what we see in SOHO all the time. But you have sort of this Bremsstrahlung backscatter radiation from the initial impact that is inducing a charge in secondary pixels later down the line, depending on the angle at which it came in. So you have a very bright impact in the middle here, but it's not really light. It's radiation striking the sensor, and then some scattered radiation further down the line, creating these shapes.
Yep, I also want to share something real quick.
Sure.
So I'm going to do this. So what I did was I went on the internet and I found this. These are images from the Ingenuity helicopter. And these are black and white images. And I know that these are global shutter cameras. All right, let's just throw that out there real quick, because these are used to help Ingenuity navigate its terrain. It's taking pictures of surface features and using that to help navigate itself. The thing that I want to point out, I want to point out two things with these images. One, the first thing I want to do is with this particular image, let me zoom in and draw down. Notice how it's soft all the way through. This is a shadow. First of all, it's not completely pitch black like these other artifacts that you have shown us. It is not pitch black. There's a little bit of gray. Everything that you've shown us has been pitch black, as if there's no data being delivered from that particular pixel. Here, it is not pitch black. Here you can also see the fuzziness around the edges.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah,
and then
but
if
bear in mind that these are much higher resolution images as well.
Well, then let's also look at this. So you can see that when you look at something that's relatively close up, you can see that the blades, even though they're spinning very, very fast, you can make out the shape of them. That's again because this is a global shutter image. So every single pixel in this image was taken at the exact same time. That's point one. Point two is notice how this body is a little darker than the blades. So there's variation in the brightness as opposed to what you're showing us, which is literally pitch black with no variation in it whatsoever. So if we're looking at all these, comparing apples to apples here, your stuff does not look like a picture of an actual object. Your picture looks like a picture of an artifact, which is something that wasn't there in reality. It was an artifact. It was the result of, like Astronomy Live said, a cosmic ray hitting it and overloading some pixels in the image.
Yeah, wouldn't that normally turn up as white, not black?
Again, if it's a cosmic ray strike on a calibration frame, it's going to turn up as black, because that frame is going to be subtracted from the imaged frame, and you're going to.
So it just overloads it, basically, yeah.
I wouldn't quite describe it that way. I'm saying that if it strikes a calibration frame, then you're going to subtract that. Okay, so let me do it like this. Okay. Let's say that let me share my screen.
Yes, sir.
Share screen. Entire screen, screen 2. There we go. All right, so we've got the image here, right? Okay. So I'm going to create a new layer, new layer. We're going to have it as background color. Fine, so it's black. So we have a perfectly black frame. Let's say we've got, this is our dark frame, okay? And a cosmic ray strikes our dark frame, okay? And we're going to grab this. We're going to make this sharp like that. Okay, so we're going to have it shaped like this. It wouldn't actually be that wide, but you get the idea, and we're going to shape it like this. Okay, this is our dark frame, okay? We got a cosmic ray strike. Uh-oh. Now what happens is we would normally, with a dark frame, we would subtract this from our image, and we end up with something that is darker than the rest of the image. That is how this happens, okay? Now, of course, my brush here is way too big, but you get the idea. Like, if you have a cosmic ray strike in your dark frame, you subtract that dark frame from the current frame, you're going to end up with something that looks darker than everything else in the picture.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Given Occam's razor right now, Astronomy Live, what is your opinion? Again, given Occam's razor, given the information we have.
Given the information we have, I would say it is probably a cosmic ray strike during the calibration process. Possibly. So again, these CCDs operate, the NavCam CCDs operate by transferring all the pixels off to basically a hidden area of the sensor where they are read out one at a time, which acts as a shutter. Okay, so depending on what calibration they're doing to compensate for bias in the readout, there can be problems that are created in that process. If a cosmic ray strikes while they're trying to calibrate what's going on, then it can induce artifacts like this in the image. So I'm looking up the papers right now for how they actually do dark frame subtraction and compensate for dark current in the CCD. There are papers on this going back to 2006. So because the NavCam on Curiosity is actually the same as the NavCam on the Mars exploration rovers. It's the same CCD as my understanding. So you have to understand how this is modeled, both in terms of the radiation hitting the sensor, but also when it's hitting the sensor. Is it hitting during an in-flight calibration frame?
Yeah, and that would explain also why all of the shapes that you're showing us are ever so slightly different. None of them are actually one-to-one the same.
Okay. Let me share something else. Sorry, I just found what I was looking for. Bad pixel correction. So this is this paper, this whole paper right here is on in-flight calibration and performance of the Mars exploration of PanCam instruments. They cited this pipeline in a later paper. Crap, let me pull that up. Bell 2006. Okay, the nav. Okay, here we go. I have to cite this paper. The NavCam calibration pipeline employs the same algorithm used by Bell 2006 to remove shutter smear. Okay, so this paper is about Mars exploration rover navigation camera in-flight calibration. And as I just mentioned, it's the same nav cams that are on Curiosity. So that paper then cites this paper on 2006 on how they do this. The dark frame. Where was it? Sorry, I'll find it again.
Control F that.
Mm-hmm. Talk about thermal noise. Okay, so here we go. Dedicated bias and dark current images sequences included in flight allow us to derive new models, etc. Okay. For subtract bias to reference pixels each sequence. So to model the dark current data, we first subtract the bias using the reference pixel images acquired during each sequence, leaving only the signal due to dark current accumulation in the masked region.
So there is subtraction being done.
There is subtraction of bias and darks.
Well, look at that. So that would explain the artifacting that we're seeing. Needless to say, that given Occam's razor and given all the information that we have, I would say it would be maybe kind of sort of irresponsible to give the impression that they're drones or alien spacecrafts or anything along those lines.
I don't think so at all. I don't think it's irresponsible.
Why not, given the information that we have?
Well, I'm not convinced that these are not. I mean, what you're showing me is very compelling, and obviously this is highly technical information. But most of what you're saying can just be explained by the fact that the images are pixelated and a bit low and quite low res, which is why you get these cut off. You get blocking in the images, basically, because they're JPEGs and they're
the cutoff
slightly compressed.
But the thing is that the cutoff in the context of a global shutter camera only makes sense with one possibility. And the only possibility that does make sense objectively is the fact that this is simply a artifact. The sensor, for whatever reason, was overloaded at that particular time. And given the fact that it was overloaded, that's why it doesn't look like anything discernible. That's why every shape is ever so slightly different.
Yeah, but if you look at the second image I provided, the double image, they're extremely similar.
But they're not the same.
They're not the same, no. They're very similar. I'm not necessarily saying they are the same object, but they are very similar.
Yeah, but similar situations would lead to similar outcomes, right?
Yeah, but if you actually look at the image properly, you can actually see that the thin thing hanging down on both of them.
Again, you're just characterizing artifacts with the image, but you're saying that because it looks similar to other artifacted images, that must mean it's something real, something consistent. That just means you're characterizing the way a particular artifact works.
Yeah, well, look at the third image then. Have a look at the third image.
Slow down.
It's also got a...
Slow down. Let's read something here, okay? Shutter smear subtraction, okay? So, again, this is the same algorithm that they use in the nav cams on Curiosity because it's got the same issues. they talk about this. After image integration phase is done, the charge in the CCD is rapidly, in about 5 milliseconds, shifted from the active region of the CCD to the masked region of the CCD. That's what we were talking about, Reds, about the fact that these pixels are shifted over to a masked region of the CCD that isn't exposed to light to be read out. Okay.
Yep.
Scrolling down in this process, uncertainties in the analytical shutter smear removal algorithm can arise from cosmic ray hits, saturated pixels, imperfect removal of bias and dark current, brightness values in the scene changing over the course of the exposure or pixel averaging downsampling. Cosmic ray hits can alter the DN value of one or more pixels in an unpredictable way. So they fully acknowledge cosmic ray hits can cause problems during this process, including during this removal of bias and dark currents from the image. They have to account for the fact that some of these pixels are getting smeared in the process of shifting the image over from the lit part of the CCD to the masked part of the CCD. And they go through a whole signal processing pipeline to try to account for that. In doing so, they have to remove bias, darks, etc., and go through the shutter smear removal algorithm, and they acknowledge that cosmic ray hits can alter these pixels in an unpredictable way. So, Joe, I think that's what you're looking at here. How do you rule that out in a spacecraft that is sitting on Mars, exposed to a high level of radiation, where this could potentially happen?
I'm not denying that happens at all. It's all good information you're giving me here. It's great stuff. But why are these so similar? I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Because the mechanism of action is the same. It's a piece of radiation, a nucleus of an atom traveling through space, hitting the sensor, inducing a charge in the CCD, possibly during readout, possibly during the way that they're trying to calibrate these images. And the result is it subtracts. It, instead of adding to the image, it can subtract from the image, and you end up with a very super defined shape that does not form a point spread function, that forms this unnatural sharp edge, 1 pixel wide in some cases, and then as the radiation scattering occurs through the sensor, depending on the angle it hits at, it may not hit at a dead-on 90-degree angle, orthogonal to the sensor. It may pass through at a shallower angle and cause secondary radiation to strike pixels further down into the sensor. So you're going to find examples of that. You found examples of that where it looked like it had wings. You found examples of that where it looks like a little piece of it is hanging down. But that's just
the third image. Have a look at the third image and see if you think it's similar to those I just showed. This one here.
Okay. All right. Let's take a look at the third image.
Yep. Because I also wanted to point something out. Something that was also pointed out from Slick666, and I have to say, very good observation. Very good observation, Slick666. We'll touch on that in a moment.
Okay, you want me to pull up 4131?
If you would like to, yeah, you can do that. But first, let me give Joe a chance to explain what we're seeing here. What's your opinion of this image that we're showing right now?
Well, my interpretation was, when I made this, and I showed those other ones in various videos, was that these were similar objects, or possibly even the same object, or at least something with similar characteristics. And I think what I said in the video when I did this one was that it may be related to these other ones here that you just showed, and it's just up the other way. But in this one, it's in bright mode instead of in a black object. It's actually a very white object, and the negative shows up as black in the corner in the top here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, sometimes these objects show bright and sometimes they show dark. But this has very similar characteristics with what looks like an aerial. But this time it's sticking up instead of down.
Yeah, if it's not one extreme, it's the other extreme. And that's the thing that, I wanted to point out. So let me show all 3 images, and I want to point out something that's very interesting. So let me put that down. Let me put this one back up. Okay, so the first thing I wanted to point out is look at the little tiny piece hanging off the left side. You see that little piece that's sticking out?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That little piece that's sticking out is basically running along the pixels perfectly.
Yeah.
It's running along the pixels perfectly. Let me put that back down. Let me put this back up. Look at the piece both to the left and to the right of both the top image and the bottom image. Notice how those pieces sticking out, that's sticking out, are running along the pixels perfectly. Let me put that one down and put this one back up. Notice how the pieces that are sticking out are running along the pixels almost perfectly. Each one of these are exhibiting, I would grant to different degrees, extensions that are running along the pixels almost perfectly, because, well, look at this one, and then we'll look at that one. Let's go back to the top one again. It's almost like they're running along the pixels because we're having an overcharge of pixels from one pixel to the other. That's very weird, because if you look at what we saw in my examples with the Ingenuity navigational cameras, we see shapes that are not running along the pixels.
Well, the Flying V one, you've got what I call the wings, which are not running along the pixels. It's only the parts near the center.
Yeah, but look at where they end. Look at where they end. They all end at the central body, which always ends at a point, at a sharp cutoff with the pixels. There is a line of pixels that it does not intrude into. That is not what we see with any other black and white image of any other object on Mars from the either Curiosity rover or the Perseverance rover. Hell, I don't think we even saw that with Spirit and Opportunity. We definitely didn't see it with Insight. So with every other object, we're not seeing this characteristic, but for some reason, these are the only objects, which could easily be described as cosmic rays, do exhibit the characteristic of running along clearly defined pixels. Astronomy Live, you are sharing. Let me bring that.
Yeah, I pulled up this one, and you can see. Yeah,
it's running along the pixels.
And it looks like a cosmic ray strike that's on the pixels that were collecting the image, as opposed to any kind of calibration process during readout, during processing of the image. So this looks like, looks like charge overflowing along horizontally pixels, and then you've got something sticking out here. Again, when the impact, you've got a cosmic ray striking the sensor. It creates a lot of charge. That charge can overflow into neighboring pixels, especially along columns where it's going to be read out ultimately. And then the radiation can scatter along another direction or overflow along another direction, which it seems to be doing here. So yeah, you have these sharp lines. There's no point spread function here. This is not light in the sensor. I guarantee it. This is an artifact in the image. This is not natural. You don't get an object producing light like this being received by the sensor and showing up this way. It's too sharp. This is not a point spread function. This is blooming essentially from a cosmic ray strike. That's what this is. So we saw it with the other examples where it looked dark because it was probably in some sort of calibration frame that was being done to the image, or during some sort of readout process where again, these pixels get transferred off into a whole other side of the CCD for storage while they're being read out, where that side of the CCD is masked and not exposed to light. Yeah. So
the only way forward at this point, at least in my opinion, would be to post a correction on your video. At the very least, you would post on your channel, hey, there is a greater possibility that's actually this, instead of the other possibilities I was putting forward. This is most definitely not a drone. This is most definitely not a flying craft of any type. It doesn't... The sensor data that we're getting, and even just looking at the shape of the damn thing, clearly indicates that this is just an artifact caused by, well, of course, being on the surface of Mars, which is, has a lot of cosmic rays hitting the surface. And these sensors, they're not impervious to cosmic rays.
Yeah,
they fully acknowledge that.
This one actually really does more than the others. I think look like an artifact.
So what I would
on that.
what I would say is that the only reasonable and the only respectable way forward is that if you do make a video in the future, which I assume you will, you would have to make very, very clear about this conversation, the existence of this conversation, and the analysis that we did with these images that you have shown us. We looked at the original files, we looked at the original images, we downloaded them in full resolution, and we can clearly see that they have all the characteristics of cosmic rays hitting the sensor and literally nothing else.
The paper I was citing before that literally talks about this. It says cosmic rays can alter, and I figured out what DN is, its data number, essentially the pixel value of one or more pixels in an unpredictable way. Saturation of one or more pixels will result in the true data number values of those pixels being an unknown amount higher than the recorded in the image. Neighboring pixels in the same column can also be affected, and therefore their true values are unknown if there is blooming as a result of the saturation. In both of these cases, the value of seen of any pixels upstream of the affected pixels cannot be calculated precisely. These effects will typically be obvious but localized in problematic images. For example, the bright trail upstream of a saturated pixel is often not completely removed during the analytic shutter smear correction because the effect of that pixel on the shutter smear has been underestimated. A cosmic ray hit may leave a slight dark trail behind it in a calibrated image because the effect of that pixel on the shutter smear has been overestimated. So it can cause values to go either too high or too low. Okay, this paper confirms it, and that's exactly what we're seeing with these pictures.
So to recap real quick, that was Phobos originally, for the original conversation that we were having. That was objectively Phobos. And secondly, for all the other images that you shared with supposed UFOs on Mars, one, they're not identifying and they're definitely not flying objects. We can identify them. So, yeah, and we identified them as not flying objects. They're just overloaded camera sensors, which is something that you would reasonably expect given the Martian environment. So I stick with what I said previously. If we're jumping the gun and immediately jumping to conclusions to say that these are flying objects, these are UFOs, these are drones, these are, anything other than, overloaded camera sensors, then it is imperative, given this new information that we just discovered tonight, to post a correction based on those previous videos, to say clearly, hey, by the way, these other videos that I made may have contained misleading information. Upon further review, we were able to pretty much determine that these are just, pixels that were overloaded by cosmic radiation. Are you in agreement, Joe? Astronomy Live, are you there, or is it just
here.
me?
No, it's not you. It's me. I'm here.
You still there, Joe? Well, this was fun, guys. Oh, God. Yeah.
I think it was informative.
Is he sleeping?
I don't think so.
Well, Joe, thank you very much for being here, I guess. Because we're not getting anything from you anymore. I think you tapped out on this one. Yeah, I'm just gonna remove him from the call at this point.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to hear something that I'm most likely not supposed to. We're not getting anything from Joe. We're not getting anything from Joe. Don't know how long I was muted there, but whatever.
No.
Anyway.
No, yeah.
Anyway, just want to say that, given all the information that we have, Occam's razor would lead us towards a particular direction. That direction being, these are most likely just overloaded camera sensors due to cosmic rays hitting it, and that is the most reasonable explanation. And I would argue that the only responsible action going forward is to post a video that clearly indicates that and says, hey, listen, in these previous videos, I may have given the impression that it's most likely the case that these are alien spacecrafts or drones or whatever the fuck. Upon further review, and given the evidence that was presented to me by Red's Rhetoric and Astronomy Live, I have now come to the conclusion that it is most likely the case that these are just overloaded pixels on a camera sensor. That would be the only responsible video to make at this point. So, unless he's willing to do that, I'm going to say that he's kind of just riding a wave here. It's aliens because it has to be aliens because algorithm likes aliens. Unless he's willing to post that correction, that's his ultimate goal. I'm willing to be proved wrong on that, Joe, if you're still listening. So, Joe, my request to you is to make that video. Make that video that makes that clarification. Make it clear and post it soon. Because I would say it's irresponsible to leave everything up as it is without posting that clarification to your YouTube channel. We have given you a lot of information tonight. Very good information. And this is clearly information that you did not even attempt to find on your own. So, for lack of a better way of phrasing this, you've been spoon-fed this information now. It was literally delivered to you on a silver platter. Therefore, you have no excuse at this point. So make that video. Post that clarification. Make it clear. Astronomy Live, what say you?
I mean, I would say that, I've showed the process here of what it takes to do the research, which doesn't mean let's look at more pictures and see if the thing looks the same across many days apart, because that's just reinforcing your bias into thinking that it's an object. He kept saying, well, I saw the same object, this other time, and all these other pictures, it looks the same. That doesn't mean it is a physical object. You're starting with the assumption that it is a physical object, but any physical object in the picture, the only way you're going to see it is either light reflecting off of it or it occluding light, blocking light, creating a silhouette. But in either of those cases, the laws of optics cannot be overridden. That's going to be the case. You're going to have diffraction. You're going to have diffusion of the light. And it's not going to be this very solid shape that we see. This is not light being passed through a lens and then received by the sensor. This is charge on the sensor being caused by something else. And we see this consistently and commonly across many different spacecraft, but different spacecraft and different sensors react to radiation strikes a little bit differently. And the sensors on the Mars Curiosity rover, the NavCam sensors in particular, are heritage that date back to the Mars exploration rovers. And if you look up the explanation on how they do this processing, this is how you get to the answer. This is how you get to the truth, is reading and understanding the process by which these images are calibrated. I don't think he had any understanding of the process of taking flat fields, dark frames, subtracting out the dark current on the CCD. The CCD for any picture you take is going to have a certain level of charge on the chip just due to thermal radiation, heat. The temperature of the chip affects how much noise is in the image. So you have, in science and scientific or even engineering purposes, you want to try to calibrate for that. You want to try to subtract that out to get rid of defective pixels, hot pixels, to also reduce the noise in the image. So they do this whole process by calibrating for what they call bias and darks, flat fields, all of this. And these papers describe that process, but they also describe conveniently what can go wrong there. And this paper, again, this paper was published 2006, okay, long before Curiosity ever flew, because again, these sensors go back to Mars exploration rover times. But they describe how cosmic ray hits can alter these values, and depending on when the strike occurs and how it occurs, it may leave either a dark trail or a bright trail. It can either increase the values or decrease the values in unpredictable ways. So that's a warning to you that you shouldn't necessarily assume that bright objects or dark objects are objects at all.
Yep, and he's in the live chat right now. He says still listening. Good, and I hope you heard what I said previously of what the responsible thing to do right now is. The responsible thing to do, given the fact that this information was basically spoon-fed to you, is to post a clarification video. Given the information that was given to you on a silver platter, it is now more likely the case that these are just hot pixels, overloaded pixels because of cosmic rays. These are artifacts. They're not actual fucking objects. They're not drones from aliens or the government or anything like that. All right. It's following Occam's razor here. It is more likely to be the case that these are just overloaded pixels. That's it. You may have given the impression that it's most likely the case that these are actual drones. You need to correct that, because if that's the impression that you are giving, then you're kind of doing damage with that. The information that was provided to you here today suggests the opposite. The more likely scenario is that these are just overloaded pixels. So make that video and make it clear. Hey, if I gave the impression that these are, alien spacecrafts and everything like that, well, I want to tell you to, slow your roll with that kind of thing. Oh, you're back. Joe? Mic check whenever you're ready. We can hear you breathing.
Right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we can hear you breathing practically. So, did you hear anything that I just said?
Yeah, I was listening. Yeah.
Okay, so you would agree that it would be prudent to make that video with the clarifications that I mentioned, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I can expect to see that on your YouTube channel?
Yeah, at some point. Yeah, soon.
All right, perfect. I look forward to it because we don't want to give false impressions out there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's this has been brilliant.
Does this in any way change how you're going to approach similar subjects in the future?
Yes.
All right. May I ask in what changes to your pipeline will you be implementing, given the conversation that we've had?
I'll be a lot more careful about this type of video, especially of flying objects, for sure. I still reserve judgment on the V-shaped one, the one with wings that looks like it has wings. I still think that may be a flying object. The other two look more like overloads, like you said, of the sensor or something. I'm willing to go along with that for sure, because there isn't that much information in those images. They're very pixelated. Like I said, they're low-res images as well. And like you showed, they do actually follow the pixels exactly, don't they? They don't deviate, although the first one does, the one with the wings. I'm willing to concede that on those for sure, that it's probably an overload on the sensor.
I'll take
ray or something.
I'll take some victory over no victory at all. All right, then I look forward to that video to be posted. Astronomy Live, a question for you. Do you have any advice or things that you would like to see?
Well, I mean, I think this just generally goes for everybody who is quick to jump to conclusions on these kinds of things. I think it's the responsible thing to do is to dig into the paperwork on how these pictures are taken, how they're calibrated, and also into any metadata that may be available to understand what's in the frame before making a YouTube video about it. And the reason I say that is because people get very excited about these things. And although it doesn't always go to this extreme, the classic example is Heaven's Gate, where an amateur astronomer like me made an irresponsible conclusion on Art Bell's radio program, I believe it was, where he claimed that a UFO was following behind the comet. Well, it turned out that was just a star, but it triggered a cult to then believe that the UFO was coming for them, and in order to beam up to it, they needed to drink the Kool-Aid and kill themselves. And that's what they did. Heaven's Gate committed mass suicide over what started off as a rumor from an amateur astronomer who was excitedly believing that he had captured a UFO, and in fact he hadn't, and it ended with the death of multiple people. Now, did he know that? Did he have any way of foreseeing that? No. But we as amateur astronomers have a responsibility to do our homework and not make outlandish claims that are unwarranted. So
Yeah.
before the concern I have, Joe, is your whole way of approaching this is based on looking at pictures and trying to interpret what you expect to be the case from these pictures. These pictures are counterintuitive by their very nature. They're not like what we normally experience on Earth because they're in a very different environment. They're in, in this case, they're on Mars with a very thin atmosphere and no magnetic field, exposed to far more radiation than what we experience on Earth. So the average person doesn't have experience dealing with pictures that have that kind of environment associated with them. And on top of that, the rover's automatically doing all these processing steps that even your average digital camera doesn't have to do because it's not having to deal with this kind of architecture, let alone in this kind of environment.
Yeah,
So
I appreciate that. Yeah.
it behooves us to read and understand. And so that's why I was so desperate to look this up, because this is information that is available. Okay, and you brought me these images and I'm happy to look at them, but it takes time to do the homework to find this. And we found it. We found, we found the answer, right? It's cosmic ray strikes that can cause the values to either go high or low depending on what happens during the process, because they're having to do this whole shutter smear compensation due to how the CCD is designed.
I would say my hope for you, Joe, is that you know as well as I do that there's plenty of dog shit on the internet, especially YouTube. YouTube has a lot of awful videos out there. My hope for you would be to be part of the solution and not necessarily part of the problem. We have to do our homework, and by doing our homework, we drown out the bad information with the good information. Like, for example, what we do all the time on this channel is like anti-flat Earth, because flat Earth is complete horseshit. But in the same way, we also have, there's an overlap of people who think that Nibiru is a thing. Astronomy Live knows too much about that.
I mean, in a similar situation, there was a whole bunch of channels that appeared a couple of years ago putting out Mars videos showing things on the ground, and they were just photoshopping stuff in, or they were showing images from North Africa and saying it was on Mars and stuff like that. And they were churning out 3 or 4 videos a day, probably using AI or something. And I think they're still going, these channels. There's about 5 of these channels, and they just churn out crap day after day, every single day. And they're using some sort of automated software or something. And,
most of it is AI generated slop.
Yeah, and the weird thing is, the algorithm loves these videos.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm lucky if I get like 1,000 views or 2,000 views on a video, right?
Yeah, but keep in mind that
and these are getting 50,000, 40,000 straight away.
Yeah, but you do have an audience. My hope is that given the information that you have, you will move forward responsibly, and you know where to find us now. You have our contact information. Well, at least you have Astronomy Live's contact information.
Yeah,
You can find me on
I'm
Blue Sky.
absolutely, I'm always completely transparent. I showed a moon image years ago, and it turned out that it was a piece of paper was stuck to the image. This was a Apollo image, right?
Yeah.
So I posted a correction. As soon as I found out, I went through all the images and I scanned and redid them, and it turned out it was a piece of paper because the same piece of paper turned up on another image.
Got it.
But it looked like it was part of the image. It looked like a tower or something sticking up.
Well, good. I say that we accomplished a lot here this evening. So
yeah, I'm quite willing to do that. That's not a problem. I've always been that kind of guy.
Perfect. Then let's go ahead and we will look forward to your next upload. I cannot wait to watch it and see it.
Oh, just one more image. I just uploaded one. Now, this isn't a rover image. I just want you to tell me what you think this is. This is a Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter image.
Well, again, Joe, this is my point. I can't tell you what it is without digging into it, without downloading the raw data, understanding how the sensor works, what the sensor is looking at, where it was pointed. There is so much research that you have to do to be able to come to a conclusion, like I just showed you. That's the process you have to go through. I don't have the time tonight to go through every possible orbiter.
Oh, no.
You could show
I
me.
appreciate that. Yeah, of course.
So yeah, basically what Astronomy Live is saying, in short, because I want to respond to something in the live chat, so we're going to finish it off here. What Astronomy Live is saying is that if you approach this situation with, hey, let me show you an image, tell me what you think of it, that's the wrong way of doing it. That is entirely wrong. When presented with an image, the correct thing to do is to say, that's interesting, but let me research it before I say anything that's even remotely conclusive.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
All right, cool. So with that, Joe, we're going to say goodnight to you. I look forward to your upload. I'll be looking out for it. No disrespect, but I am going to kick you from the call now. So have a good night. I do want to say hi to TRXG77. Do you want to come on?
Let's have him on.
I would very much like to have you on. I would very much love to have you on. Let's have you join us because he said something very interesting in the live chat. What he said in the live chat was that he only believes what he can verify himself. I want to know how he verified the fucking shape of the Earth to be flat, because I can guarantee you that he didn't. He did no such thing. But I would love to hear him out. We got time. We got all the time in the world. So here's what I'm going to do. TRXG77, I'm posting a link in the live chat. No one else click it besides him, please. There's the link. Click that link. Come on. And Astronomy Live, you're still screen sharing.
Oh, yeah, let me... I was going to pull something up here.
Oh, okay. Let me know when you're ready then. But yes, let's see if we can get this guy on so he can tell us how he verified that the Earth is flat. I would very much love to hear this. What did he do to figure that out? So come on, TRXG. Click that link, join the call. Let's have a conversation about it. Because I'm curious. I want to know what he did to arrive at that incredibly incorrect conclusion. Oakley told him. Oh dear. Because TRXG77, you will be our last guest for the evening. Other than that, I'm going to go the fuck to bed. But I would love for you to come on. So click that link, join the call. Let's do this thing. Again, let me know when you're ready, Astronomy Live.
it's going to be easier if I just. Sorry.
No problem. Take your time. Take your time. We're still waiting for him to click the link.
Yeah. Okay. That's good.
You ready? Okay. TRXG, again, click that link. Join the call. Tell us how you figured out that the Earth is flat. I'm going to post a link one more time for you. In the meantime, we're going to see what Astronomy Live has to show. So let me bring that up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so TRXG77 believes that Earth is stationary, right? Well, I've done some measurements myself over the summer and found evidence that Earth is not stationary. And this here is velocity aberration caused by Earth's orbit, which changes the field of view of my telescope very, very, very slightly, as a fraction of an arc second, over the course of the year as I stare at a single point in space, in this case towards Barnard's star. So I would very much like to hear how he came to the conclusion that Earth is not moving when we have observational evidence showing it is moving. And in fact, I showed it earlier in this particular live stream. Velocity aberration is dependent on your velocity, as the name implies, and the Hubble Space Telescope, orbiting the Earth every 90 minutes, experiences it in a much faster fashion. Goes from one side of the orbit to the other in 45 minutes, and in even less time than that, you can already start to see the effect of it. This is the Hubble Space Telescope taking a picture of the Whirlpool Galaxy, I believe, if I remember right. Yeah, M51. And looking at the four corners of the image, you can see how the field of view is changing in just 30 minutes of time due to velocity aberration. So we can see that it truly is dependent on your velocity. But even just as a simple amateur astronomer myself, I've observed this over the course of months of time, comparing observations that were between May and August. And then in September, I repeated it again over the course of even just a single night, looking at Barnard and Merock's ghost, which is right next to Merock in the constellation Andromeda.
Excellent. We have LJ, I believe that's the same guy. LJ,
Yo.
get a mic check, please.
Yeah, what's up?
All right, you're the
Trig. This is
TRXG?
Trig, yeah, Trig. Yeah.
Okay.
That's my cat's name.
Excellent. Okay, so you can also turn off your camera if you want. You don't have to have it on. The
I don't know
question...
how to do it. I'll be quick because I do work weekends, and you just showed up on my rotation. You were probably in there because I saw your debate with Flash. So I just saw you were on, and then I was just interacting with the chat, and then it kind of went from there.
Excellent. So
I'll just be quick about it. Yeah, go ahead.
So how did you come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
I don't know, man. It's kind of been a little bit of a journey, but I'm definitely not your cookie cutter, Netflix flirt, as I like to use that term. I do remember, though, it's hard to explain. I've said this before. I do wish I like remembered more detail. But I do remember, my whole life being into, conspiracies, or really I'm just searching for truth. And, I'm 38 right now. And I remember I was like 31 or something, and somebody at work brought it up, and he knew I like talked about fluoride and GMO. And I think he thought that, I knew about it and I was like a flat earther. I remember him telling me that, and I was just like, almost offended. I'm like, what kind of, like, not only did I think people didn't believe that, but I had never even heard of that theory before. And it kind of, I think if I don't even remember the details clear, but I think it just kind of sat around for a little bit. And and back then YouTube was different. And I remember a lot of like longer videos, yeah, sure. It doesn't matter whether the internet's around or not. If there's a topic or something you want to learn about, you're eventually going to dig into some kind of information people have come before you that have laid out, so certain things were in my recommendation. And, I really don't remember too many details, but I think I kind of got into like modern day debates, and I used to watch a lot of those debates. And I even remember like talking with like Nathan Thompson in the chat once, and I was like, oh, couldn't it be a globe? But maybe it's just geocentric and stationary. And to me, that's the real like meat of it. Like it's not that I'm like saying the Earth's a globe, but like even if the Earth was a globe, if the Earth was stationary and geocentric, that's the ball game right there. I think that's the real lie, is the heliocentric, theory. So
So
you know,
what I'm hearing is you don't
but
really have
to,
anything concrete to
yeah, I was
point
going to say
to.
yes. To answer your question, though, I think the main thing for me would be just the way the water behaves, the fact that the horizon is optical and not physical, and the fact that even in really high altitudes we just see a giant circle below us, and a lot of us assume that's the curvature of the Earth or whatever, but it's just a circle below us. And just the idea that if we are on a sphere, that means literally, you can Google it right now. Not that I love Google, but assuming you're in North America, the Indian Ocean is below your feet. I just think it's ridiculous to think that we're on the exterior of a sphere, with people literally antipodal relative to my feet as we speak. Hammerheads, swimming upside down, ships upside down, trees growing upside down, rain falling towards my feet. I think, maybe that's possible, but or maybe that's a reality. I have said in the last year, like, God can do whatever he wants. Obviously, I think a lot of flat earthers might have I'm not trying to say this, but maybe a lot of flat earthers, if God wanted to create a globe, he could, but just the idea of that being a reality, I think is ridiculous, of everything I just listed. But yeah, just the way water behaves, and the fact that the horizon or vanishing point is optical and not physical. And
Now, when you
yeah, I
say
mean,
when you say optical, not physical, can you like define that for us, please?
yeah, we have like a limit of vision. I'm no expert, from what I understand. I mean, from what I've gathered, just we have a limit of vision. We have a vanishing point. It's optical. It's not physical. It's not a um, if the Earth is, or if you're on a sphere, there's going to be physical limitations eventually. And I know refraction and all, but refraction or not, globe or not, the horizon or limit of our vision is optical. It's not due to physical restrictions.
So let me get this straight. If the horizon is just quote unquote the limit of our vision, then how is it that we can see objects that are sticking up from behind the horizon? Like, for example, if I can't see the
That's all
bot,
optical.
so for example, if I can't see the bottom of towers 24 miles away over the Tampa Bay, over old Tampa Bay, but I can see the
Sure.
top of those towers, which are still 24 miles away, what's going on there?
Sure. Yeah. Again, I mean, I'm trying to give you answers, but obviously I just don't have everything. But I would say there's a compression happening. I've seen examples of buildings that you can see the full building. You can see the lobby and the door at the bottom, but the bottom 10 floors are all crunched and compressed together. But the last 10 balconies, you can clearly see that they're separate. But, as the building is closer to the ground, it's just being compressed together. I don't
So
have
the
all the answers.
limits.
Either way, though, I don't think this is exclusive evidence to a sphere. And we talk about boats disappearing bottom up destruction. You're not going to see a penny. Maybe I know they use examples on tables, but on a large scale, if I were to be on a street and I started walking away from you, you want to see like a penny disappear bottom up. I think the angular resolution or whatever would just make it disappear eventually, right? So an object has to be large enough to begin with to disappear bottom up. And then and not only that, but color starts fading with distance. There's all sorts of things that optically happen with distance, so I think
So,
that's really what's happening.
so Astronomy Live, please explain to us what you're showing right now. Astronomy Live, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry. I'm showing footage of CRS-17 launch and landing, the landing of the Falcon 9 on the drone ship about 17 miles from my position over the horizon. The bottom two-thirds of the rocket is obscured by the Atlantic Ocean as it lands on the drone ship. So again, you can see dust come up from the drone ship over the horizon. The landing legs and the flame are completely obscured. The super bright flame that we just saw coming down onto the horizon, it gets blocked by the ocean along with the bottom two-thirds of the rocket. The drone ship is completely obscured along with the bottom two-thirds of the rocket. We see the width of the rocket. We actually resolve the narrow width of this very long, tall rocket. So it is not a limit of vision. It is not a limitation of the angular resolution of the telescope. It is that the rocket is actually obscured by the water, by the Atlantic Ocean. Even though it is not all that far away, it should be perfectly visible, the entire thing, if the Earth were flat.
Right. How, I mean, again, I'm not trying to sit here and act like an expert, but I'm at least trying to have a good faith. And I'm honestly, it's not like I'm running. I work weekends and, you know, I'm already like, my adrenaline's going. It's not that I'm like scared or anything. I'm just, my adrenaline is just the way I am, you know, and I reckon every time I'm wired now and I have to sleep. How far away is the rocket at that point? No, you're good. How far away is that rocket or whatever at that point? You know, I don't even want to get
17.79 miles.
How far?
17.79 miles.
Can you see the top of the rocket when it lands?
Yep, it's right there.
I don't know. I feel like you're setting me up on, isn't that kind of a, I don't know. I'm sure
there's no
you know,
setup.
either way.
Hang on. Let me be very, very clear here. Let me explain what was going on here. This is one of those Falcon 9 rockets that land. The drone ship was 17 miles offshore. We could not see the drone ship with the telescope. But as we saw the rocket come down, it was very, very bright. Clearly, we could see it. We had enough angular resolution to work with. But as it got lower, the bright flame then became obscured by the Atlantic Ocean. And it kept going down and down and down, and then it stopped because it landed on the drone ship that, as you can see on video, we could not see. But you can see the smoke billowing up from the, let's call it the ricochet, off the surface of the drone ship. So clearly, we can see here that this looks like what we would expect to see if we were dealing with curvature obscuring the bottom part of this rocket and the bright flame that was at the bottom of it as well.
I mean, yes and no. I could say the same thing from my position. I mean, that's what we'd expect, you know, with a certain limit to our vision. You know, we're kind of just going in circles.
But there's no.
No. No, wait. I want to just say something too, like with the who was the guy, the Aristotle guy, or the guy that came up with the circumference. You know, it's possible that he just watched boats disappear over the quote unquote curve of the Earth. We have a limit to our vision, assumed it was due to physical curvature, did the math. He's just, you see what I'm saying? We have a limit to our vision.
The diameter of this rocket.
LJ, let me just say the math real quick. The math that you're talking about. The math that you're talking about is alpha equals 2 times the arctan of g over 2r. I understand that sounds like gibberish, but but here's the thing. That is the math. If you were to break it down, which I'm more than happy to do for you, maybe at a later date when you have more time, the math states that as an object gets further away from you, it will shrink in totality. It doesn't bias the bottom half of whatever object it is. There is no bias to the bottom half of an object as you increase distance. What the law of perspective states is that an object will shrink in totality until the available resolution of your eye becomes insufficient to make out the object. But as you can see in this video, we had more than enough resolution to work with.
Let me respond to that. Yeah. That's kind of earlier when I was saying, like, if I walked away with a penny, it would just eventually disappear. The penny's not going to disappear bottom up. The object has to be big enough to disappear bottom up to begin with. So, right? Doesn't that make sense?
No, because we can see the rocket clearly. So the rocket was at 17 miles and some change, but let's say 17 miles. It was at 17 miles when it was just above the horizon. It was still at 17 miles when it got below the horizon. The distance did not change, only its altitude. So if distance is the ultimate factor here, this video shows that actually something else external to distance is also at work.
So before I even concede or anything, and I'm not conceding, but or you think I'm gonna have to later break down whatever the hell you're trying to push or say right now, because I don't think it's exclusive evidence to a sphere. But either way, I guess I'll look more into the 17-mile away rocket. But this is the same argument of just bottom up obstruction to begin with, isn't it? So
Well,
I mean, it's nothing new, and like I've been saying that from the beginning.
Well, the reason why we make the argument, LJ, the reason why we make the argument is because it's
though, right? There is compression. Would you admit that? I mean, things get compressed into the horizon.
Yeah,
and another thing, like imagine. Wait, let me finish something. Wait, let me, because I'm kind of getting scatterbrained. My first time ever being on a live stream. It's not that you guys are scattergunning me or anything, but it's just you and me back and forth. But like before I lose my train of thought, like if we were like on a giant flat surface, and say it's flat, and we were like 100 feet away, like we could see each other, and I had to hold up like a couple fingers, and you had to guess how many fingers. Would you want me to hold them up in the air or like down by my feet? Like, I think it's just common sense to imagine that, you're something large enough. Remember, it has to be large enough to begin with. If it's going to be farther away in distance and you can still see it, eventually it's going to, before it just vanishes out like you claim it would, like as a full structure all at once, I think the bottom would slowly kind of start getting obstructed. I think there would be a point where the horizon and the sky and the ground appear to come together. And if you can still see this object way out in the distance, the bottom of it might be just kind of, and there's a sniper video. I could try to send it to you. And it's a famous guy who's been on Sean Ryan, and he talks about it, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 yards. And he mentions at a certain distance, you can't even see the people's legs. You can just kind of see their head and their arms. Things happen at distances. You know what I'm saying?
Let's rephrase.
It's optical.
LJ,
it's not physical.
LJ, let's rephrase the thought experiment. Okay?
Sure.
Let's imagine we're on a completely flat surface, and I were to walk away 17 miles, and I were to not hold up fingers, not look at the color of my shoes, hold a flashlight, a really, really bright one. I'm talking like 100,000 lumens or something crazy like that. A really, really bright flashlight. And we were in the pitch black, perfectly flat, smooth surface, and I shine it from my feet. Are you telling me that you would not be able to see such a bright flashlight over a flat surface 17 miles away?
I have no idea. Look, I know you can go a mile under the ocean and you can't see the sun, right? You can go a mile deep in the ocean. So it all depends on the medium. It all depends on how bright the light is.
We're talking about regular air here.
That's a great thought experiment. I have no idea. Okay. I mean, you got to remember my thought experiment too. I think I made a fair point about how, look, I don't know all the ins and outs. I'm claiming that things get scattered and obscured in the distance because it's optical. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
we can try to get me to claim this and get me to claim that and try to answer this. I'm just saying that's my flat Earth evidence, is that we have a limit to our vision, and it's not due to the Earth's curvature, as we were taught. We were all seeing Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Was just a claim.
We
all
evidence. Showed that. I know it's a simple thing to tell everybody, but even the Greeks and that was their evidence, right? Eclipses and boats going over
rockets. What we're showing here is a very, very bright light being obscured by just altitude. Now, if we're looking at this object 17 miles away when it's just above the drone ship, we're still looking at it 17 miles away when it gets to the drone ship. But yet that bright light source, being the firing rocket engines, gets obscured. Obviously, something other than distance is at play here.
What other example can you use? What point you're trying to get across right now? So that's your thing, is you're saying it's going up in altitude and that's what's changing what we can see?
No, you're saying that distance dictates how much of an object we can see, correct? So if that is true,
I'm saying the vanishing point, the limit of our vision, what we call the horizon, fluctuates and is optical. And so we can't see China right now. It has nothing to do with the ground curving down and away from
LJ.
It all has to do with perspective, and it's optical.
LJ, I already gave you the law of perspective, and I told you how that doesn't make any sense. If we were
that's my claim, bro. I mean, you can give me all the numbers, and I can. There's the.
Does the limit of our vision?
You asked me, and that's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right. If I were to look straight ahead on a flat Earth, straight ahead, I have a particular limit All right, if I'm looking straight ahead on a flat Earth, I have a particular limit to my vision. If I look slightly up, like let's say by 2 degrees, just slightly up, does my so-called limit of vision increase?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Because that would be the only way that this observation would make any sense on a flat Earth. If you're saying the limit of vision is dictated by distance, well, distance didn't change here. It was just the altitude. But yet we see this bright light being obscured by the Atlantic Ocean.
Higher. I mean, the atmosphere is thinner. We can, planes and all. I mean, we can see further higher, right? I mean, you would agree with that.
Yeah, but just above the horizon, there's not that big of a difference in terms of atmospheric clarity or atmospheric pressure. What changes within, I don't know, what would we say that is, Astronomy Live, 100 or so feet? Does the opacity of the atmosphere become greatly increased over just 100 feet? I would say no.
I have no idea. I don't know. So, it doesn't matter. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be like that flat Earth. Like, it doesn't matter.
I would say it matters.
As far as my argument goes, like, I've already made it. It's the limit of our vision is optical. Like, this is just that simple. So.
And where did you hear where did you hear that? Did you by any chance hear that from a user by the name of Flatzoid?
No. I know who Flatzoid is. So.
Where did you hear?
He doesn't know who I am. But
where did you hear the quote? Where did you hear the quote that the horizon is optical?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I'm not sure.
No.
Some things. Nothing new is under the sun. Nothing new is under the sun. We all stand on the shoulders of giants. But I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I heard it from somebody on YouTube. I'm not sure.
Okay, so you heard it somewhere, but did you do anything to try and verify it?
I mean, I'm having this conversation with you right now. I've talked to other human beings.
That does leave a lot to be desired. No, I mean, did you actually go outside and do some observations to see if what they're saying holds any water?
You think the sun's 93 million miles away? Did you go out and observe? Did you go verify that? I mean,
I
think we can all agree the horizon fluctuates. Right?
LJ, you just fucked up there because we actually did measure the distance to the sun. Astronomy Live, bring up that video.
Great. Okay, great. You got me there.
Bring up that video, Astronomy Live. This is great.
Look. That's not even the point, bro.
No, you brought it up.
You brought it up. The horizon. Wait, what was your question? Did I verify?
You brought this up, so let me answer the question for you. The question was, did you measure the distance to the sun? Obviously, we're not going to go through everything because it's a little bit too deep for this conversation, but this is a 43+ minute video that explains exactly how we made that measurement. And we came to a measurement of 151,883,157.2 kilometers, or 94,375,818.47 miles.
Sure. So let me ask you, that's great. Let me ask you then, what did Isaac Newton and all these other guys, how did they get their guesses wrong? Because you're right. So what did they not get right, that you did?
Okay, so let me.
What mistakes did they make? What mistake did Isaac Newton make?
They didn't make a mistake. All right.
Well, he said 50 million miles or 30 million.
LJ, in order for me to answer the question, you have to let me actually answer it. Okay? What we had right here were modern day optics. We had modern day communication, so we could communicate instantaneously when we were taking simultaneous measurements. They had the first person to do a proper job of measuring the distance of the sun was Cassini. This was back in the 1600s. So they didn't have instantaneous communication. They didn't have modern optics that were milled to precision. They didn't have digital CCD cameras where we can count pixel by pixel. They didn't have these things. I'm definitely not
an expert in measuring distance of the sun.
Hang on. You asked a question. I'm trying to answer it for you. What they had at the time was very crude by today's standards. So I
don't know. I think they were pretty smart.
Yeah, they were very smart, and they did good with what they had at the time. But if you're asking how do we get these better measurements, it's because we had better tools at our disposal. They didn't have that.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. So you figured the sun distance. Okay. So what was the question before that? Why did I ask you that question? It was to prove a point, right? It was to prove something about you asking if I verified the horizon fluctuates or is
if you're making the claim.
Due to optical and not physical obstruction, right? If I have verified that.
Yeah, if you have verified that, because there would be a way of verifying it.
Okay. All right, and I'll tell you right now, like I am not gonna stay on. I can't stay on too much longer. I really can't.
If you have to leave, then just leave.
Sure. Yeah. What other days do you guys do all this stuff on?
Whenever you're free, we'll work on your schedule. What day would you actually be free, and we'll do this again?
I'm Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays are probably would be better for me. One of those
Monday,
days.
Tuesday, Wednesdays. Okay, so you want to schedule this for Monday?
No. Tuesday or Wednesday.
Sounds good. Let's schedule it for Tuesday. So here's what I would like for you to do. After we go offline, you already clicked on my live stream, so obviously it's in your history, same link. I want you, when you have time, to leave a comment on my video, on this live stream, saying that, hey, listen, I want to have a live stream Tuesday at this time, and of course, place your time zone, Eastern, Central, whenever. And what I will do is I will make a hangout on that time, and I will send you the link in the live chat. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right,
Appreciate
cool.
it.
With that, I'll wish you a good night, and we will talk later. Okay, so there's that. Astronomy Live, thoughts?
That was fun. Yeah, I really wanted to hammer home. Like, the rocket here is only, 12 feet wide? It's 150 feet tall to the top of the interstage, 135 feet to the top of the white part of the rocket. So clearly we have enough optical resolution to see the width of the rocket. Therefore, we should easily see the whole rocket if Earth's flat. Why are the bottom 2/3 of the rocket obscured?
Yeah.
Why do we not see the flame? I mean, he talked about compression. Okay, this bright light is supposed to compress into the horizon, and it's obscured.
Yeah.
But where's the bright light?
I mean, the only way that
below
this
the
would make
horizon.
any sense whatsoever is to assert, based on absolutely nothing, that the last 100 feet just becomes super opaque.
Like we literally don't even see the light anymore. So
yeah, we literally don't see the light anymore. So you would still see something. You would see some light, even if it is flattened.
Right. I mean, we see stars, we see satellites that are far too far for us to resolve as more than a point light source. We still see points of light. We don't see any point of light here. We see some glow from the reflection and diffusion through the air, but that bright light, it's obscured by what? The ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. Anyway, I also wanted to bring up my comet proof to him, but we didn't get that far. So
no, he seemed kind of rapid fire, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, Gish Gallop.
I would advise the gentleman that we just got done talking to slow the fuck down when we have this conversation again on Tuesday. Again, I told him to leave a comment if he's serious about this. Hopefully he will leave that comment, and I will make a live stream so that we can have this conversation. I would love to see what he brings when he has a few days to prepare. I would want some sort of evidence to show that the Earth is most definitely flat. I would want some evidence to show how our observations don't demonstrate a globe, or that they're not good evidence for the globe, that kind of thing. Yeah, and I also want him to understand that what they did in the 1600s was actually limited by the quality of the tools that they had available at the time. I mean, in order to keep time, they were using wind-up pocket watches, I guess, or big old grandfather clocks. Like, they didn't have instantaneous communication. You were lucky if you made it across the ocean without dying from scurvy.
Yeah, literally, we were on the phone with each other, coordinating our observation for simultaneous, picture taking here.
Yeah,
and
within a fraction of a second.
Within a fraction of a second, and using telescopes that are far more powerful than anything they had available to them back in Sir Isaac Newton's day. He would have killed to have this kind of hardware. Absolutely killed to have this kind of hardware. He didn't have this. So,
absolutely fucking not.
Yeah.
So when people are like, well, how did they get it so wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know they could order a Celestron from Amazon.com in the 1600s. Someone should have fucking told them that. Same
Would've
day
been
delivery.
Yeah, it would have been pretty helpful.
It would have been, really. It's like, someone should have informed them of such a capability. It's like, because, when they were, when Cassini was giving instructions to his assistant, I forget his name, I'm tired, but Cassini was like, yo, go ahead and do this at this time and this time. Dude could have just sent him a tweet. I mean, clearly,
nice.
like, what were they thinking? Cutting feathers in particular shapes to write letters. What are these, cavemen?
This is the thing, and yet he has the gall to come in the chat and insult us for disagreeing with his flat Earth, geocentric, geostationary beliefs, that he thinks the Earth is flat with a dome, and
exactly. Why? I mean, Astronomy Life. Here's my question: why couldn't have they just communicated over Discord? I mean, they had that in the 1600s, right?
Oh my god, it kills me when people talk about the original Apollo moon landings and they ask, how did they get a strong enough signal to live stream that? They didn't. They weren't live streaming. It was a broadcast. It was an analog signal being sent down and received by a very large radio telescope.
Yeah, it's like...
But they think it was a lot. They think of it in terms of like, oh, I have trouble streaming to YouTube. Yeah, that's not the same technology at all.
Yeah. Oh, God damn it. And also, if you listen to the Nixon phone call, there's like this delay that gets picked up by the astronaut's headset.
Well,
and that shows that they were very, very far away.
This is the other thing. I think sometimes people get confused. They don't realize that it's being recorded by Houston on the ground side.
Yeah. So any response from Earthbound personnel would carry no delay, but you can hear the delay when the astronauts are responding because it was recorded on Earth. Duh.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, sometimes you pick up an echo that you can hear an echo in the astronaut's microphone of the transmission from Earth, and that echo has a certain delay to it. People have measured that delay, and over the course of the longer missions, not only have they measured the Earth-Moon distance, they've actually measured the eccentricity of the Moon's orbit, detecting whether it's getting closer to or further from Earth over the course of the mission. You can actually detect the distance of the Moon changing over the course of multiple days that they stayed on the Moon.
That's so fucking badass.
Yeah.
That is so fucking badass. I love this shit, and it's a damn shame that they look at this and think conspiracy and not like, wow, what an achievement for mankind. I mean, we've done some dumb shit, but we've also done some pretty cool shit, and I would put the Saturn V firmly in the cool shit category. We did some pretty cool shit, so yeah, show some fucking respect is all I gotta say. I mean, we were there to witness history in the making with like reusable rockets, and like I was there for the Orion abort tests, which caused Flat Zoid to absolutely shit his pants,
right?
And then lie about it. That was funny. 11 frames. Also, it doesn't matter if it was 11, 13, or 4, whatever. Like I said, if I fucked your wife 4 times rather than 11 times, you're still getting crabs. Okay? Let's be honest here. You're still getting crabs. You're going to have all the itchiness down there.
Gross.
Very gross. So, and about that, and speaking of crabs, Astronomy Live, I got some pictures I want to show you later. So with that being said, this was a good conversation. I think we actually accomplished a lot. We were able to just get it off our chest. We were able to hopefully, turn the alien guy over in a different direction. I'm looking forward to that upload from him where he's going to make the necessary clarifications. We'll see how that turns out. I'm also looking forward to that one guy leaving a comment, the flat earther, so that he can tell us that he's serious about having an actual conversation. And we will live stream that here on this channel. But yeah, we've been going for over 5.5 hours, and I want to say, yeah, it's been a hot minute. We done did good. So, Astronomy Live, I'm going to give you a chance to say what you got to say. Then I will do the same, and then we are calling it a night.
So, just to circle back to the very beginning of this stream, just a reminder for the enjoyment of everyone out there that our current Secretary of Education believes the same thing that this caller who just left us believes, that the Earth is flat, and she is following one of the largest flat Earth accounts on Twitter. So have sweet dreams as you think about that. I'm certainly going to. It's wonderful news. So if anyone asks why we do this, why we argue with these people, this is why.
Yeah, I weep for the future of humanity. My opinion is very simple. We need to stop putting stupid people in charge. We just need to stop. And the people that are currently in charge, and yes, I am referring to the current administration of the United States, they're fucking dumb. And their stupidity is going to make our lives suck even harder. We need to kind of like course correct there. We need to stop that shit. We need to actually start valuing proper education and facts and science. We need to fund that shit. We gotta just stop promoting stupidity and, in my opinion, pure fucking evil. We don't need this shit. Let's not cut pediatric cancer research, for example. I think we can use that shit, honestly. But
oh, sorry. There's one other. I've been meaning to make this point.
Go ahead.
Way earlier in the stream.
No. Go ahead.
Dobsonian Power and others have said this. Try to use the line of reasoning that 3i Atlas, not a comet because it doesn't have a tail. I just want to point out, this is my comet, 414P. Where's the tail? Do you see a tail on this comet? I sure don't. No. Just because it doesn't have a tail doesn't mean it's not a comet. Anyway, sorry. Continue.
No problem. To finish it off, I would like to see everyone value science, value proper education. We need to stop making our kids dumber. Idiocracy should not be a documentary, preferably. So, yeah, this is kind of like, we do this as a hobby, obviously. This is a hobby for us, but we're also kind of somewhat maybe passionate about kind of, putting correct information out there, hopefully getting through all of the horse shit that is posted on the internet on a constant daily basis. Hopefully someone will come across our channels and our videos, and not just mine and Astronomy Lives, but like MC Toon, for example, the Drunk Debunk Show, for example, that they would come across our channels and get smacked in the face with reality and be like, wow, I've been watching some stupid shit lately. Thank goodness I found this channel because it's actually telling me what's actually going on. Now I know what I should actually value. I hope that happens. And then that encourages them to vote differently. And I would say that the things that we need are stuff that are totally selfish, but things that we need that make our society better. And it all starts with education. We should pay our teachers well. We should make sure that they're taken care of, that they have all the resources that they need to do the best possible job out there. I think we should make college free. We should invest hard into education. We should. And we should promote with the same energy YouTubers and YouTube channels and YouTube videos out there that present good information, not AI slop and clear horse shit. So it's more of a value shift I would like to see. So guys, I would hope to see it one day. Maybe it's too late, but I hope that I'm wrong on that. I hope it's not too late. So maybe it's a dream. Maybe it's a dream. Who knows? I guess time will tell. But with that, I rambled on enough. Astronomy Live, thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. Let's see if we can have this conversation on Tuesday. You game for that?
We'll see. I'm going to be trying to hopefully film the Starship launch on Monday evening, and we'll see how much energy I have left by Tuesday, because I'm going to be working early on Monday.
I understand. We'll play everything by ear, guys. All right, that's it. That's all. Thank you very much for watching, and as always, have a good night.